Did he sign in?
Not a clue. I don't remember last week. You want me to remember last year? I don't, all I vividly remember are the two Pedros running around like crazy because they couldn't figure out how to get it to work. And I just sat here and watched. So I don't know.
I know, because it's not even our how this year. CNM has their own.
Okay.
So I sort of assumed that they were going to host from that computer and you would be able to connect the meeting from this one.
Okay. So did they create a meeting or are they using the meeting that I created for Susan?
I don't think they have a meeting at all. I think
Okay.
we probably need to connect to the meeting
Okay.
from over there. And then I don't know if that computer needs to be the host or it just needs to be the one like.
I mean, I'm more than welcome to make it the host because I'm just supposed to monitor the chat.
Yeah. How can we get
Where?
the Zoom meeting?
I don't know. I'm just gonna go find their Pedro.
Okay,
So
that's probably the best.
yeah.
Them because it's their stuff and
Yeah. Yeah, I have no idea. All right, I'm gonna get some coffee and some food then.
you do need an
I didn't know if they probably. Oh, yeah. And I did very well. One, I didn't buy one. What? Recording.
Leave this muted because as long as the mics are muted, they can't hear anything. And just remember that if somebody wants to make a comment, you'll have to hand them a microphone or else the people on the other end can hear.
Okay.
So that's the only thing you'll have to remember. And I'll just turn on the video for now. This is just a little
Yeah.
camera right there.
Yeah.
And we're set. And I'll just share the screen as well. Well,
Yeah.
once you
Let me.
Okay, sounds good. Perfect. I'm already sharing the screen. I'm just gonna leave it on this page here and
Perfect.
we're ready.
Awesome.
We're
Thank
set
you.
to go. We'll just go back and hopefully this, I hate this thing. Sometimes it doesn't go away. But it should. Let's see. Let me make sure the settings are right because it seems like it's picking something up. Yeah, it's using this mic right here. So let's switch over.
Good morning. I just have a quick announcement. Somebody left their cell phone in the ladies' room, and your cell phone is out at our registration desk. We'll get started in a couple of minutes here. Good morning. There we go. Good morning. Yes, you could hear me? Okay. Well, they'll quiet down in a minute. Welcome to the 25th Annual New Mexico Data Users Conference. My name is Susan Reagan. I am the Senior Program Manager of the Data Bank at the Bureau of Business and Economic Research, and I am thrilled to be here with you today. You know, this is a special conference for us because this represents the 25th time we have all gotten together and celebrated data. And if you think about it, over the last 25 years, data has become this huge thing. I mean, we've seen the rise of data scientists and data analysts. They're job titles now. People expect us to be filled with data. So Bieber has been a member of the U.S. Census Bureau State Data Center project, the State Data Center partnership. That's the word I'm looking for since the late 70s. I think it got started in 1978 with just a few states. And then a lot of states jumped on, and I believe New Mexico jumped on to the State Data Center partnership in about 1979. That partnership is where we work with U.S. Census Bureau to help people access and use census data. But I think we do much more than that. I think we reach out and try to not only help you access and use and understand census data, but all sorts of other data sources that are out there. And so with that partnership with the Census Bureau, we bring in census speakers, and we bring this conference to you every year so that we can all come and, in my mind, celebrate data and what it does to help us as researchers, as state government employees, as legislators, professionals who are trying to make policy decisions, to understand what is happening in our communities and the people around us, and how we can improve our lives with data. So I actually want to celebrate everybody here who has been to more than one data users conference. Oh gosh, that's most of the audience. In fact, and I know the person who he's not going to be here till about 10 o'clock this morning, but I know somebody who's been to all 25. So is there anybody in here who's been to 20 or more data users conferences? There's Don. Oh, yep. So I'm going to call you guys our original data geeks. Charles Lehman, who was my supervisor at back in the day, Department of Labor, and then now it's Department of Workforce Solutions. I know he's been here all 25 years. So when he comes in, you should all shake his hand and thank him for all the work that he's done for us for years. How about those of you who have done 10 to 20 data users conferences? I know I'm in that group. All right, we're those people who have done, you know, the original data geeks. We're super data geeks because we really studied this. How about those of you who've done 5 to 10 years of? There's still quite a bit. Oh yeah, you guys are just, you know, super data geeks in training. So there's a bunch of you I can see who are kind of new. You've been here 1 or 2 years, maybe 4 years. You're our data geeks in training. And for those of you who are brand new, I want to challenge you. And I know it's hard. I mean, we're data geeks. We don't do we like to sit at our computers and look at numbers. But today you're amongst other data geeks. And I'm going to challenge you to reach out and get at least 3 cards, business cards from these super data geeks that are around you, because we need to pass on. You're our data geeks in training. We need to pass on our knowledge. All right, I do actually have notes. Let's see if I can stay on them, right? So this year's conference is particularly exciting to me. I've brought in some really cool topics. We're going to see people with all the latest products, of course, from the U.S. Census Bureau, Census Business Builder, MDAT, an update on the economic census. Then we also are going to talk about current population. It's kind of my big topic this year. Spoiler alert, New Mexico lost population officially from 21 to 22. I'm not going to talk more about that. We have other people to cover it, but it's an important thing, I think, as we work forward and we work with people making policy decisions as we're trying to take care of our local communities to understand this big shift that is happening in our population. We're also going to look later this afternoon. I have a speaker who's going to do using AI with data so that we stay on the cutting edge of what is out there so we can keep up with the data that we need to do. We also have for mapping people, and I like to say, all right, GIS people, I've looked at shape files for GIS and there's a problem with them. My data is an attribute to a shape. I have a problem with that. I think my data is the king and the shape should be an attribute, but I do get it. Shape files or showing data on a map actually tells a story. So we have two speakers on mapping. We have somebody from Earth Data Analysis Center, which we also partner with at Bieber. And also we'll have urban and rural definitions from the Census Bureau. We also have education statistics, labor market information. And then of course, for lunch, Michael O'Donnell will cover the state of the economy. Michael O'Donnell, we like to call him Mo at Bieber. So just a heads up. If you will take your conference packet and open it up, you'll notice that we have on the right side, we have our agenda. This morning, the plenary session and the lunch will be in this room 101. But the other breakouts, when we go to breakout sessions, will be in room 207 upstairs. You go out to the atrium and you'll go up the stairs and it's the room right at the top of the stairs. And the computer lab for those programs that will be hands-on will be out across the atrium over to room 138. And then just a housekeeping thing, the restrooms, you'll go out these doors, go all the way down to the end of the hall, make a left, and the bathrooms are on the left-hand side for you. Behind that, there is actually a map in your packets behind your agenda so that you can see the spaces we are in are highlighted in green. If you get lost, feel free to ask somebody at our registration desk or the CNM workforce people. And then you'll notice the next item in the packet is the State Data Center affiliates. So not only does Bieber provide, and any of you guys can call me anytime you need, you can't find data, you're having trouble finding the census data, you can reach out to me, but also anybody on this list. We actually yesterday had an affiliate meeting where they got to sit in the meeting with the Census Bureau speakers and have a little more intense one-on-one training for finding census data. Also, if you are part of an agency that provides public access to data and would like to become a member of the State Data Center program, you're willing to reach out to myself, or we have a brand new census lead. Economic Development Department recently, Ryan Eustace, who was our lead, took another job and is working for another state agency. So our new lead will be Joel Salas. He wasn't able to make it this morning. But if you reach out to him or me and you're interested in becoming part of the affiliate program, we would like to help you do that. At the back there, you'll notice that we have a list of all of our speakers and their bios. And finally, I just want to note that at the end of the day, I'd like you to fill out our conference feedback so that we can continue to hold this and probably improve this next year. But we also have a QR code there. If you don't want to do it in paper, feel free to do it with your cell phone. On the other side of the packet, you'll notice that we have some LMI tips, some Bieber marketing materials, and Earth Data Analysis marketing materials. So the next person I'd like to invite up is actually Fran. Where's Fran? Is she over there? She's with our State Data Center affiliate program, and she actually helps us, the Small Business Development Center here at CNM, helps us put this conference on here in this facility every year. So thank you.
You're very good. Morning, everyone. I'm happy to be here. Like Susan had mentioned, my name is Fran Fernandez. I serve as director here for the Small Business Development Center at Central New Mexico Community College, the SBDC at CNM. And we're very proud to be a part of today's conference and to work with Susan and her team and Michael there with Bieber. Just want to, like I say, welcome you all today to this wonderful conference, a really great lineup of speakers today, really fantastic group of folks, as many of you know. Coming year after year, it's really a great thing. And so thank you, Susan, of course, putting this on every year. It's been wonderful. Thank you for your partnership. Just a little bit about my organization. The Small Business Development Center Network is a group of about 18 small business development centers across New Mexico, and we serve small business owners throughout the state. We provide no-cost confidential business counseling and training services to help people start their businesses, to grow their businesses, and most importantly, to stay in business. That's really our main objective. Our mission is to develop skilled entrepreneurs and strong businesses in our state. And like I say, we're just really happy to be here. My team is here. Many of you have probably met them, the ladies there in the front as you registered this morning. In the back of the room, we have Kristen Groves. She's our SBDC business advisor. Thank you, Kristen. And Liliana Reyes, she is also a SBDC business advisor. And Liliana Ramirez, who she may still be in the front, welcoming folks in today. She's our SBDC specialist. And so what we do is we sit down with folks, we provide the counseling piece and support to help people get started, right? And to work on businesses in our state. So a lot of the data that we use on a daily basis really deals with helping folks with their business plans, right? So we do a lot of market industry type research, really helping businesses understand, you know, how are they going to operate their business and what does the business environment look like in our state? Since most of the businesses, obviously we work with are here in the state. So really understanding that data piece, you know, is it feasible to start a business in the state? What does that look like? And really getting into the data piece. So that's what we really do. Like I say, we're headquartered here at the CNM Workforce Training Center, just upstairs on the second floor. If you get a chance, come on up. We're up there. And we also have a satellite location at the Albuquerque Hispano Chamber of Commerce. Our center serves, our service area is Bernalillo and Sandoval County. So those are kind of the businesses that our center serves. But we have 18 centers across the state. And we're really happy. We have a few folks from our network here today in the audience. We have Debbie Collins. She is the director of our SBDC in Santa Fe. Welcome, Debbie. And we also have Carolyn Arias, and she is with the SBDC in Roswell. And so they are here today, obviously, to learn, as we all are, about what are new changes, new things going on with data. How can we support our small business community? So like I say, happy to be here. If we can help you or talk about business or any kind of questions you have regarding our business services, we'll be here today, or just come upstairs and grab some information. Again, we're a free resource to the community. So please, you know, refer folks to us, or if you yourselves are interested in starting a business, let's talk. All right. So thank you for being here today, and I'll turn back to Susan.
Thank you. So the next person I have coming up is Robert Rodigan. He actually manages geospatial population estimates program studies at UNM. And they are a member of another partnership with U.S. Census Bureau, which is the FSCPE group. And I can never remember the whole title, Robert, so you'll have to explain it. I remember meeting Robert for the first time. He was hired 11 years ago, 10 years ago. And so it was the week before, I think, my second data users conference. So he came in and his first day was the New Mexico Data Users Conference. So without further ado, come on up and share with us some information about what is going on with the 2030 census, because they're already starting to plan.
Is this lapel mic on? Hear me now? Okay. Yes, no? Okay, I'll use the mic. Maybe there's a volume thing. Well, I'll hold the mic. Okay, how am I scrolling slides? I'll just use this. Let's get my slide deck loaded. Okay, thank you, Susan. Thank you, not just for organizing this conference, the introduction. I think it was November 14th, 2013. Was that your first day? So that would have been 10 years ago. This would be your 11th data user conference, if my math is correct. So the 14th was my first day reporting for duty in this job. A couple weeks later, I got my paycheck and learned that I was supposed to report for duty on November 13th. I got paid for that day, even though I was just trying to figure out what I should wear to this conference. So I'm going to talk about the decennial census. I'm going to focus mostly on the 2020 census because that's still going on, if you can believe that. We're not quite finished with that yet. Yes. Okay. How's that? Can you hear me now? Not well. I'm going to keep turning it up. We got another one. Okay. How's that one? Oh, that's better. I can tell. All right. Thank you to your name is? Pedro. Okay, we might need Pedro again, so everybody knows his name now. Okay, back on track here. Why does the decennial census still matter? Well, it's the foundation for our demographic data. You all here are data users, so I don't really need to explain that one. It's important for power, political representation. We just finished our redistricting cycle. Those aren't quite finished because the courts have a lot to say about some of the redistricting lines, both here in New Mexico and in other states. It's also important because of money. It is used for the distribution of, does this pointer work? It is used for the distribution, I'm not going to hit a button because I don't know if it works. The distribution of $1.5 trillion annually. And that is across 316 federal programs that distribute funds on a per capita basis, somewhere in the formula. It's not a clean per capita formula. And in New Mexico, that represents $7.8 billion annually just for the top 55 programs. So it's actually much more than that. So what I'm going to talk about today, the ongoing 2020 census with an emphasis on disclosure avoidance, which is just the fancy term for privacy protections. I'm going to talk about, I'm going to see if I can move this here. Well, if I move the Zoom panel, it's just going to get in the way of other slides. So we're just going to have to learn to live with it. Or maybe you can just reduce that to a minimum. Yeah, there you go. Perfect. Thank you. Rayanne speaking. I'm sorry, do you need a mic, Rayanne? No. I'm going to talk about implications for New Mexico's data users, particularly the delays in data release, the problem with small area data, and the population base. I'll explain what that means. And then if we have time, I'll talk about some plans for the 2030 census and what it means for New Mexico. So important to point out that every census is flawed. Some are flawed more than others. We have a general history of this country of each census getting better than the last. This one might be a slight step backwards. And some of those reasons are, well, related to the pandemic, which nobody really could have prepared for. So the sources of error in any census are omissions. So that's households that didn't respond. Maybe they didn't get an invitation to respond because their house isn't on the Census Bureau's address list. Maybe they chose not to respond because they don't read their mail or because they have an undocumented resident living in their home and they're afraid of repercussions from that. So they deliberately don't answer the census, or everybody in the house doesn't answer the census. There are erroneous enumerations, including duplicates. There are natural disasters, including hurricanes, wildfires, and pandemics. And I don't have my phone, which I'm using as a timer, so I'm going to get that. I don't want to draw the ire of Jackie, who's following me. I want to give her ample time. So hurricanes and wildfires, and then there's pandemics. COVID-19 was not the first pandemic the Census Bureau had to grapple with. There was the Spanish flu that was still going on in 1920. It did not impact the census anywhere near the degree that COVID-19 did. And then the last, or another source of error, are privacy protection measures. Those are deliberate errors, and we're going to talk about that quite a bit. So the Census Bureau could not have prepared to count 330 million people during the first wave of COVID-19. Nonetheless, there were some wins. There was a robust internet response option. Seems obvious now, but in 2010, there was no internet response option. They had to build this for the first time, and there were concerns that it wasn't going to work effectively. It did. There were committed and flexible career staff who figured out how to conduct this count on a, while turning on a dime. Some of them are here. Thank you for your service. I see Kevin. I know there's a few other folks here from the Census Bureau. I don't know if anybody here from the Census Bureau was working in decennial. Anybody here? No? There were brave field enumerators who were out there knocking on doors during the peak of the census. So those were some wins, but then there were some challenges. Non-response follow-up, that's the door knocking campaign. Many people were unwilling to answer their door. Hiring and onboarding of these enumerators was extremely difficult. The Census Bureau in April of 2020 didn't have personal protective equipment, nor were they trained how to use it, nor were they trained how to, social distancing, all those things that we figured out as we went. And all this led to field enumeration being delayed by 2.5 months. Understandable. So let's keep that 2.5 months in mind when we think about some of the delays in delivering the data products. Continuing with some victories, this is just showing the 2020 census results compared with the 2020 estimates. So the estimates are independent of the 2020 count, and it just gives us a gauge of what we expect the state population to be. New Mexico is in the best possible category. We came very close. The count came very close to the estimates, but the count was actually greater than the estimates. That's nice to see. We don't want to be under what the estimates are. So if we're going to miss the mark, we'd rather be over, kind of the opposite of the Price is Right. And then there was, since the last time I was here 2 years ago, we've had the post-enumeration survey. That's another measure of the accuracy of the census. New Mexico is in that gray area, gray being a good area, where there was no statistically significant difference between what the post-enumeration survey said and what the census results were. There's a quote here on a press release from the DFA secretary who ran our Complete Count Commission. I'm not going to read that, but it's there for reference. And then if we look at the post-enumeration survey in terms of absolute net error, New Mexico came in #1. We were the closest. The post-enumeration survey indicated that we were the closest to the count of any other state. To be fair, there's a high standard error because we're a small state, small sample size. So the standard error is basically a function of the size of the state. So the total state population count was good. We did have some errors we believe we had some undercounts in certain communities, the same communities that have historically been undercounted, thinking specifically about tribal areas, minority populations, people living in poverty. Those were offset by erroneous and duplicate responses. Turning to disclosure avoidance. So Title 13 of the US Code requires the Census Bureau to protect the privacy of individual respondents. Your information should not be revealed because you choose to answer the census or any other survey. So for example, if we have one Asian male living in a census block and the Census Bureau accurately reports the age of that person, and anybody knows that there's an Asian male that lives in that block, you've disclosed the age of that individual and you can't do that. So there's certain measures that have to be taken to sort of scramble the numbers a bit. And here's an evolution of disclosure avoidance. Not going to go through that, but the important thing is on the bottom for the 2020 census, the Census Bureau experimented, and I use that word deliberately, experimented with the modernization of disclosure avoidance. I argue that the planning began very late in the decennial cycle, and that's the key reasons for the current delays in releasing all of the data from the 2020 census. This is a quote from expert panel at the National Academies of Science who assessed the 2020 census. They had privileged access to behind the firewall to unscrambled data, so they could assess the published results with the results that were not subjected to disclosure avoidance. And they concluded that the Census Bureau decided to completely replace its methods for protecting the confidentiality of census data with an entirely new approach that had not been tested, prototyped, or deployed in the population census context. In short, the new DAS, the disclosure avoidance system, was not ready for use in 2020 census production and substantially degraded the value of 2020 census data products in terms of both quality and timeliness. I put the whole quote here for context to make sure I didn't take any of that out of context. It's there for reference. So what's the problem with the data due to disclosure avoidance measures? Well, it's particularly in small area data. Now, point out that block level data has always been error prone, highly uncertain, and subjected to privacy protections because of that example I gave of one Asian male living in a block. However, block level data were historically consistent, as in consistent with itself. If you add the rows and you add the columns, it all, no matter which way you slice it up, you get the same results. And the block level data was aligned with reality. That is no longer the case. 2020 block level data can be, usually is, illogical and not fit for use. For example, New Mexico, these highlighted, these blocks in yellow are census blocks with a population of one or more people in the block, but that same block has no occupied housing units. They're all living in vacant housing units. This is not a trivial number of people. It's 5,600 blocks, 48,000 people. That's 2.5% of the state live in a block that doesn't have an occupied house. Thank you to Kevin Drain. He's our new research scientist here at GPS. He put these maps together for us. Example number 2. These blocks in green are census blocks in New Mexico with a population of one or more children ages 0 to 17, but that same block has no adults 18 or over. These are known as Lord of the Flies blocks. I did not come up with that. I don't know who did. This is 1,100 blocks around the state, nearly 3,000 kids living in blocks with no adults. So the Census Bureau, aware of this issue, it advises us to reduce error, that we should aggregate blocks. The populations are 500 or more. That makes sense. That's consistent with previous censuses where we know that the blocks are error prone, and the way to cancel out that error is to add the data together. However, we can see for the redistricting data, the DHC data, the first wave of data sets, the Census Bureau tells us when aggregating data, the statistical noise generally cancels out and the statistics become more accurate. Great, that's a good thing. However, we're only supposed to aggregate blocks with certain data sets and not others. So if we're using the detailed DHCA, the data set that came out in August, we're not supposed to add the blocks together. When aggregating blocks, it generally becomes more variable the more you aggregate. Does that make sense? You ready to work with the small area data, Larry? Okay, further implications. Data release delays. So we had our apportionment data released in April of 2021, just a few months late, understandable due to the pandemic. Redistricting data released in August of 2021 was supposed to be released April of 2021. A few months late, understandable, no problem. The DHC was released in May of 2023, 3 years after counting. That was almost certainly entirely due to trying to get this disclosure avoidance system to work properly. DHCA data released in August of 2023, and we have 2 more data sets that still have not been released, over 3 years since the count, and their date of release has not been determined. I have it on good word that they will be released by September of 2024, because that's when the Census Bureau's decennial census budget runs out, and they have no money for decennial census projects. So they will be putting the data out by then. I've completely lost track of time. What's my, when am I supposed to, somebody just give me a 8:50? I don't know what time, Jackie, do you know what time you're on? 9:10, okay. Any questions so far? So the small area data, I think I jumbled some slides there. Small area and small cohort data are highly uncertain. Again, this has always been the case. It's a much bigger problem now. The real problem I see, now some of you may work with block level data. On my day-to-day and my center's day-to-day, we don't really work with block level data, but I know there's others of you for whom this data is very important. And I think the biggest problem is with custom geographies. So the Census Bureau only reports certain geographies. The rest are custom, and you make custom geographies by adding blocks together. So when you have a small community in particular, when you add up the blocks in, say, a legislative district, to use an extreme example, Harding County, 700 people. They have 3 county commissioners. When you're redrawing the district lines, that's what, 233 people or something like that? That's not the 500 that we're supposed to add the blocks together to. So that creates a problem of disproportionate commission sizes within Harding County. Same thing applies to Debaca County and any county, really, even of the 5,000 person range, which we have many of those counties in New Mexico. This is a real problem. It's a problem for school districts. Those are built with custom geographies. Business planning and market analyses. If you're trying to figure out, catchment areas for a business, this is not my wheelhouse, but I can imagine it being a problem. Transportation planning, soil and water conservation districts. Those are all custom geographies made by building these illogical census blocks. Another implication is the need for the blended base. So each decade, a new population base is derived from the census. The population base becomes the foundation for the next 10 years of estimates. Jacqueline's going to talk about this. Kevin Barragan's going to talk about this. The base is historically established in year 1 of each decade. In 2023, we don't yet have an established base. It's still evolving. Now, point out that the population division who came up with this blended base, I think this was a very creative solution. I think their intents are in the right place. They're trying to put out the best possible data that they can. And so they're kind of figuring this out as they go, and they're engaging with external stakeholders, and I think they're doing a great job of this. It's unfortunate that they have to do this. The 2020 census data, so what is the blended base? They're taking 2020 census data and blending it with other data sources, specifically population estimates that are based on the 2010 census, and characteristics from demographic analysis, which I don't have time to get into, but that gives us, that's looking at, among other things, birth and death records. So if we have the birth records, we have a pretty good sense of how many kids are born each year. 5 minutes, okay. We have a pretty good sense of how many kids are born. So they're adjusting for the fact that we know there is an undercount of children in the census. So good solution, unfortunate that it has to happen. Not everybody here uses the population estimates. I'm sure there's a few economists here. Population estimates, we know, are used to distribute tons of money. They're also the foundation. This population base is also the foundation for population projections. It's also critical for the American Community Survey because it's a sample survey. And any sample survey needs a population control total. And that's what the population estimates are used for. So it affects unemployment rates from the CPS. Any BLS, BEE, per capita statistics are all affected by it. I had a few more points, but I'm going to skip over those. Okay, plans for disclosure avoidance. So the top-down algorithm, didn't really have time to get into these details. This is not for everybody. It's not for the faint of heart, but the top-down algorithm is the original implementation of differential privacy, this new privacy framework. It is not being used for all 2020 census data products. To me, this indicates a pivot. It's a realization that they've screwed up here. They can't come out and say that for a few different reasons, but they're sort of pivoting away from this new model. So a new algorithm was used for the DHCA from the 2020 census. The 2 remaining data products, DHCB and the supplemental, will not use the top-down algorithm. And here's the kicker. This new framework is not going to be used for the 2020 economic census. They're going to be using cell suppression, which is a privacy protection measure used for decades. I believe, now this has not been formally announced, and Chuck Brady, who's talking about the economic census over there, correct me if I'm wrong, but my understanding is cell suppression will be used, not differential privacy. So to clarify my criticisms around disclosure avoidance, they relate to a lack of planning and insufficient time for testing and iteration. Differential privacy is an elegant theory, but it was rushed into production with America's flagship data, the decennial census. This was not a step forward towards modernization. Maybe a step back, maybe it was a stumble. Sometimes when we want to do great things, we stumble when we do them. Maybe that was the case, but this was not a step forward. I've got a few minutes. I want to open it for questions rather than talk about 2030. Any questions? You're just dying to hear about 2030. How much time do I have, Susan? 1 minute. Okay. I'm going to talk about the Census Bureau's research agenda. So they are going to expand the use of administrative records. That's a good thing. That's the next best thing to counting everybody, is trying to find them in administrative records. It's a problem here in New Mexico because the same people we have a hard time counting are the same people that aren't reflected in the administrative records. But they're going to make attempt to improve that. The research agenda does not include disclosure avoidance, which I think is interesting because I don't think they can use the disclosure avoidance model they used for 2020. And it does not include improving the master address file. And this may take a little more than a minute, forgive me, Jacqueline, but it won't take much more than that. The address list, New Mexico's address list, is among the most problematic in the country. It says county. Does it say county? It says county. It's country. And the reasons for this are tribal areas and rural areas without home delivery of mail. So Mora County, Catron County, nearly 100% of homes do not receive mail to their door. We don't have a good address list. This is very important for the census. If you don't have an address on the Census Bureau's master address file, that home doesn't get an invitation to respond. They don't get a knock on the door if they choose not to respond. Very hard to count a house if it's not on the master address file. But it's not just the census. It's emergency response. It's epidemiology. It's taxation. Is that a fair statement, Larry? I mean, it would kind of like taxation wants to have a good record of where every house is. And it's important for broadband access and expansion. So there's an initiative in the state using a windfall of federal dollars as well as state dollars to provide broadband access to every home in New Mexico. Well, you can't provide broadband access to a home if you don't know it exists, if you don't know where it is, if you don't know what's on your address list. So what my hope is, this is not the Census Bureau's research agenda, this is my research agenda, is that we're working with through the state's Geospatial Advisory Committee and trying to come up with a way to improve the address list for all these use cases. And I put broadband in highlights because this is an expensive project and broadband is where the money is. So the hope is we can tap into that, make the best possible address list, leverage it for all these use cases, and particularly for my interest, the 2030 census. Thank you.
Thank you, Robert. I hope that opened your eyes to some of the issues that we have coming out of 2020 and what we're looking at going into 2030. Our next speaker is going to be Jacqueline Miller. She is our state demographer, and I'm really excited to hear what she has to say because I know we've had a shift in population in the state.
All right, you're good. Cool. There we go. Thanks for doing all the technical checking and getting this all worked, Robert. All right, so I'm Jacqueline Miller. As she said, I do the population estimates and the projections for New Mexico. I am going to kind of briefly go through the population estimates today. I usually spend a lot more time on it, but we're going to go pretty fast through it. I'm not going to talk much about the blended base. I know Robert said I would. Kevin will cover it briefly. And talk about the statewide trends, things that go into estimates and projections of how our population changes. And then I'll spend some time on some population projections. So why do we do population estimates? so the Census Bureau produces population estimates, but we also produce them in part because people in their state sometimes need different geographies than the census produces. The census also produces some geographies that we don't produce. So knowing what you want and where to get it can be helpful. But also, so estimates are a much more efficient and cost-effective way of figuring out what the population is compared to, let's say, a decennial census, which Robert just spent a while talking about. And they're very expensive, the census count. So we can do estimates annually and get a good sense of what our population looks like and how it's changing. And that can inform planning for the state and determining statistics like vital records. For example, if we don't know how many people are in a population, we can't tell you what the fertility rates are or mortality rates, COVID death rates or vaccines. The methods for them are generally pretty well known, so we understand what the biases are of different methods. We use several different methods, and I'm not going to actually talk about these at all. I'll just tell you the results, but if you have questions about them or interested in talking about them, feel free to ask me during break or email me or something of that nature. We use a lot of different data sources, and so this is one of the ways that we really differ from the census in their estimates. Is the census really needs to do a consistent approach to all their estimates across the whole country, whereas we can look at data sets that are not the same across different states, right? School district data, for example, is very good at capturing kids, except for, in like 2020, but most of the time. And yet school districts don't nest into counties. They're not the same across the country. So the Census Bureau can't use them, but they are quite useful. And so we use them. All right, so the blue turquoise line, the turquoise line is the Census Bureau's estimates from 2019, so before the census. And then that spike upwards is where represents the undercount. So they haven't released their intercensus estimates yet, but also I think it's helpful to see that what Robert was talking about in that the Census Bureau really was underestimating New Mexico's population. And so then it jumps up on this line to show the difference between the 2019 estimate and the 2020 census. But since the 2020 census, the Census Bureau has estimated that our population has declined, as Susan mentioned about an hour ago. And the red line are my estimates, including sort of revised intercensus estimates from 2010 to 2020. So that's why they look a lot better, only because I revised them. It's not completely that the census did a poor job. And from 2020 to 2022, the data that I'm looking at suggests that maybe we've actually grown a little bit. Now, you can see on the side here, I point out that the difference between my estimates and the census estimates are less than 1%. So even though they're showing a slight decline and I'm showing a slight increase, in reality, we're not really saying much of a difference in the population. 0.6% is just slightly over 12,000 people, and that's across our whole state. So even though the trend looks different, in reality, the numbers aren't that different. Now, the brown line here shows the population. If we took the 2010 census population and we added the people who were born according to the Department of Health's vital records, and we took out people who died each year, the brown line represents the population we'd have if that's all we looked at. That is all I looked at for that brown line, right? There is no migration considered into that. And you can see that if we had nobody move in and nobody move out, our population would have been higher than what our estimates show and what the 2020 census count showed. So this reflects the difference between these two lines, reflects what the reflects out net migration, and shows that we are, in fact, we did over the decade lose population. The line, oh yeah, this works, forgot. there we go. This line is the same idea, but starting at the 2020 census. So if we took out births and added deaths, this is where our population would be. So our population in 2022, if nobody moved in or out from April 2020 to July 2022, our population would be 2,109,000 change, right? This is below the Census Bureau's estimate. So Census Bureau is actually assuming that there was some positive in migration between 2020 and 2022. And then our estimate is this red line again. So it shows a little bit more in migration, but either way, it's not a very large number. There's a little preview of estimates for by county. On the left here, this is the percent change from April 2020 to 2022. If you want more, if you're interested in the county level, we did make sure to get them up on our website, so you can look at them in more detail. But for a little preview, we've got Bernalillo County on the far side here, and the counties are listed in terms of size. So your biggest counties are here, and Harding and Tobacco, and small counties are on this side. And you can see that for the most part, you have a little bit more positive growth in the bigger counties, with the exception of Cadron County, which I know is a little odd. But also keep in mind percent change when you have few people make a big difference in terms of percent. So, but Census Bureau also is estimating some growth in Cadron County. So that's interesting. But we've seen growth in Santa Fe, Sandoval, and that's pretty common we typically see that. So I want to spend some time talking about the population projections, but first I want to talk about what goes into population projections. So populations change by basically three things, right? People can be born into a population, people can die and leave a population, or people can move into a population from somewhere else, or they can leave, right? So migration is more fluid in that it can be in or out. But this is really the only way populations change. So I'm going to spend some time talking about what we've seen recently, because what we've seen recently is what's going to infer or tell us what we might think could happen in the future. So long-term trends here, right? This is New Mexico's population growth from 2010 to 2020 in terms of percent. You can see there was some large increase in the population up to the 60s, a big drop, then a jump again. And then while the population was always growing, notice all of the percent growth is always positive in all these numbers, even from 2010 to 2020, the rate of growth has been declining since, from 80s onward. We're not growing as quickly as we were. Now, growth is not only migration, right? Growth also happens because of either drops in mortality or increase that people aren't dying as quickly and increased births. You'll notice on this next slide, we have a peak here in pretty much the same years that we have a peak in growth, right? So this may reflect some migration, but it's also going to reflect the baby boomers, right? The population was growing very rapidly in the post-World War II period when there was much higher fertility. So this graph is showing fertility, and as I mentioned, here's the baby boomers. And this line here represents the replacement rate. So in demography, we recognize 2.1 as the number of children each woman in a population would need to have in order to replace the existing population. And you can see that we've been below that replacement rate with the exception of this little bit here for some time now for the whole country. And it's really dropped even faster sort of around from the Great Recession onwards. This is consistent in New Mexico as well. So this is total fertility rates for women, Hispanic and non-Hispanic women. It was, for a while, Hispanic women were above the replacement rate while non-Hispanic women were below it. But the difference is really, they're converging. The difference isn't so great now. And both are well below the replacement rate. Now, fertility rates are not the same across age groups. And for a while, most people had children in their 20s. And that's still the case. So this is age-specific fertility rates. This is the number of babies born per 1,000 women in a population, and for a specific age group. And so you can see that this yellow line is women 20 to 24. And so they're not quite the most, but they're relatively high in terms of they have more children than many other age groups. And then this other one up here is 25 to 29. So you still have the 20s being the highest the greatest fertility among women in New Mexico. This is New Mexico specific. But you see they're both really declining pretty quickly. You also see, and I apologize that this slide is very hard to see, that this one's declining quickly. And that's actually pretty good. So this is teen pregnancy or teen births, actually. You know, so that usually we are happy about that. And then this one is, well, it's not as actually clear, but it does seem to be some increase in fertility among those who are 35 to 39. So what we're seeing is this shift where women are having fewer children, but they're also having them a bit later than they used to. And so that's corresponding to a generally lower overall fertility. These low ones are just relatively flat, and this is the older age groups, but they're not declining. It's really the under 30 that's declining in their fertility. So I talked a little bit about how natural increase helps us understand net migration, but it also helps us understand the general population flows. So these lines on my computer, these colors look very different. They do not look very different here. So the first bar are deaths, okay? And so here in 2001, you had a lot more births in this line than you had deaths. And so this red line is then the difference between the two. So this is how much our population has grown in that year naturally, just because of the difference between births and deaths. You can see that started to drop from 2008 onwards. And in 2020, we went to the negative. So we had more deaths than births in 2020. I had projected out when we would hit that point where we were having more deaths than births. And so before the pandemic, I expected it to happen this year. This was the magic year, 2023. The pandemic accelerated that process. And as you can see here, there are more deaths than births in the bar chart, and that's reflected in this red line. Okay, so essentially what this means is our population is not going to grow the way we saw in the early 1900s based on just births. Our population is either going to decrease if we are not having migration, or we have to have migration. Otherwise, the population will not grow. Okay, so I hear a lot of talk about people of New Mexico maybe doing a better job of recruiting or retaining the young people. And that's great. And I'm not going to go into the politics of whether it's feasible or how they should do that, because I actually don't really know. But I think an important piece of that whole discussion is that the percent of New Mexico's population that's under 18 is dropping, or has been dropping. And that's the case for the US as a whole as well. And this was something I had originally put together for schools. So I have this 15 to 17 and 18 and under 18 more broadly, but they look the same. And so even though New Mexico's share of under 18 is slightly higher, it's actually getting to be about the same as the rest of the US, but historically has been a bit higher than the US as a whole. The whole country's share of population that's under 18 is dropping. So there is a smaller pot relative to the whole population that is under 18. Here is how many people are familiar with population pyramids, or how many people are not familiar with population pyramids? How about that? Okay, only a few. So I will explain, but I will maybe not spend too much. So population pyramid is a sort of vertical reflection of the population, with the youngest population at the bottom. On this side, we have the male population. So from this shaded area to here is the 2010 population of 0 to 4 for males. And this red one is for females. And then these boxes here are the 2020 population using the blended base population. Okay, so you can see that as a share of our, in total, we had more children under 10 years old in 2010 than we did in 2020, even though the total population was actually larger in 2020 than 2010. As you move up, you can see that we have a lot more folks in this area in 2020 compared to 2010. And so they're on top of each other so that we can compare those years. Now, I point this out because I think many people here might recognize that there are only certain people in the population capable of childbearing, right? And so you can see that even though our population is larger, we actually don't have, right? This box represents those who are capable of childbearing, right? And we actually have more people, about the same, it's actually really close to about the same, but we have more people in this 30 to 39 period who are in our population now compared to in 2010. So in theory, we might, whereas in 2010, there was slightly more here, which is lower fertility. So really, we have more potential fertility in terms of the number of people, but because fertility rates have dropped, we are experiencing lower fertility because people are having fewer children, which you can see in this lower portion where the number of children in 2020 is quite lower than in 2010. So these, I'm going to show two graphs that reflect how migration has migration across the lifespan, well, across the population's age groups. This is migration from 2000 to 2010. Okay, this is a period of time where in general we had more in migration in New Mexico. So what this shows is a difference from the 2010 census from the 2000 census for an age group that aged into a year. So for example, we have males who were 20 to 24 years old in 2010, they would have been 10 to 14 years old in 2000. So from the time they were 10 to 14 years old to the time they became 20 to 24 years old over that decade, more entered New Mexico than left. Whereas for women, we actually, or girls, depending on if you want to think of them as the 10-year-olds or the 20-year-olds, you have sort of an opposite where it was more, we lost more people, more young women over that decade than we gained. So those who would have been 20 to 24-year-olds in New Mexico are not here. We're not here. But from this decade, mostly we are over 0, which means we had gained population in that decade, especially up in this older age group. Now, 2010 to 2020, we have a very different pattern. We still have this this increase actually in the 20 to 24-year-olds that are male. So those who are 10 to 14 in 2010, we have more people from that cohort in 2020 than we would have expected just from Vital Records. You know, and this might be because of the oil industry or some other economic driver. I am not an economist. I'll leave that to Mo. But you have this big drop in kids who would have been babies in 2010, who we are missing in 2020, a whole bunch of 10 to 14-year-olds, right? And that is a bit reflected also in then sort of the parents. Although there's a bit of a difference here in the females and males, but you can see there's a fairly large drop in, especially in males, in the number of people in older age group, or in sort of this middle age group. So a lot of people from the working, in their working age are not in New Mexico anymore. So I show all that because it's important to think about as we think about how our population is going to change in the future. Is it going to have, are we going to have migration that's more like 2000s? Or are we going to have migration that's more like 2010s, right? And we can hope for one or the other, but really we don't really know, right? And so we have produced, and I think that probably next year we're going to end up having Kevin give some sort of presentation. I'm not sure what, but he's clearly, we had a shout out to him for Robert's stuff. Kevin was critical in putting together these Hamilton Perry projections. But I'm going to give you a quick little preview or explanation of how these are produced and how we dealt with the fact that we really don't know with migration. So I am working on more detailed projections, but in the meantime, the Hamilton Perry population projections are, it's a really reliable but method. And what happens is you create these cohort change ratios where you look at how the population changed, the cohort change. So those kids who were 10 to 14 years old in 2010 and what the population of 20 to 24-year-olds are in 2020, that's the same cohort. And what's the ratio of change between 2010 to 2020? So it's capturing both mortality and migration in one number. Okay, in one ratio. Fertility is captured through looking at the child and women's ratio to women ratio, which basically looks at how many women are of childbearing age and how many children are in the 0 to 4 and 5 to 9 age groups. And it assumes that the fertility stays about the same, or stays the same in terms of the ratio across the decade. And so this might in fact overestimate the child population if fertility continues to decline. We created two different versions of this. We have one that, let me just see. Okay, cool. I do have another slide. So we have two different versions of this. One just uses cohort change ratios from 2010 to 2020. So I'm calling this a low migration scenario in that it's using only patterns we would have experienced in that last decade. Then we created another set of cohort change ratios and for 2000 to 2010 and averaged those together so that we could say, okay, well, maybe this is a medium scenario of population if we have sort of something that's a combination of the 2000s and the 2010s, which I think is a reasonable prediction over a long course of time. Probably we're going to have moments where we have more migration in, and some periods where it's relatively flat, like we've experienced recently. And because they're using change from one decade to the next, the projections are only done in 10-year periods. We don't have that nuanced individual year projection right now. Okay, so what does it show? The low scenario basically has, is the dashed line. And so 2010 to 2020 is going to be the same because, well, the 2010 census and the 2020 census are the same in both graphs, right? Those we don't have to project them. We've actually experienced them. But from 2020 to 2050 in the low scenario, the population's somewhat somewhat flat, but actually going down a bit for 2020 to 2030, and then it's going down much more rapidly from 2030 to 2050, in part because there are fewer people of childbearing age to add to the population. Then you have in the medium scenario, and I'm not sure why I put high here. In fact, these are the same model. That's clearly a typo, but there is some increase in the population to 2030. Males kind of are flat or sort of continue to increase a little bit to 2040, but females start declining. So this is, neither of these scenarios shows a lot of growth for New Mexico. Okay, so I think that's the major takeaway here is that even in a scenario where we have sort of a mix between 2010 and the 2000s, we're still not seeing a whole lot of growth. So here is another population pyramid, and this helps us understand sort of why we're seeing that. In this case, the shaded areas are 2020, and the darker and the bordered areas are 2030. And you can see we have about the same number of children in 2030, or young children. But we have a lot fewer children in all these other age groups from 5, through 19. Instead, we have more people in here in the somewhat older ages, or sort of working age, and then a lot more in the much older, right, in retirement age group. And I'm going to go through the next couple of slides very quickly, more because I think the visual works better when it's almost like a movie, right? Like flip book. But then I can move backwards after. So just giving you a heads up. So here's the 2030, and that shows you sort of how the population is changing. I don't know if you notice sort of how the lines move upwards. We're going to go one more time. See, so you see how the population is aging through that. So this is the projection for 2050, and you can see you have this big bump up here and very few down here supporting that larger, older population. So what could influence the trajectory? Just checking to see where we are. Okay. So one possibility is that somehow the fertility changes. Now, not sure if you have, spoken to people or, talked to anyone who's been childbearing or capable or thinking of it. It's really not that easy to influence someone's decision to have babies, right? At least on a population level, it is really hard to change those sorts of trends. There's actually been a lot of countries that have tried, right? Increasing paternity leave or making childcare easier to get. Or even there was a group in Japan, and I don't remember the results, so maybe it's worked, but they took a whole bunch of young folks and gave them houses to live in a town where there was a lot of older people to help with increasing the supply of younger people to support the older population. So I guess that actually wasn't so much for fertility. That was more of a matter of, well, they just didn't have people to work to provide that support. But fertility is really hard to change among individuals. It's hard to have policies that are going to change that. It's a very large cultural shift that takes time. So that's probably not going to change it, but something could happen that suddenly just creates a cultural shift, right? Pandemic made cultural shifts in terms of our desire to be working remotely more often and other shifts in how we think about life. There are things that can happen that could suddenly change how we think about things and what we want as a whole population. Another option is to reduce out migration, especially of young people, because again, it's not the 65 plus group that can produce more people. They're not capable of childbearing, right? So if you want a population to grow, you need children, and so you would need to retain young people who would have then families, right? The other option is to attract younger people to the state, right? This provides a workforce to support the population, and it also produces there's just more people here who then create families, even if they are smaller families. Now, the policies to do this, again, that is not for me to determine, but it's really the only way that New Mexico will start to grow is if New Mexico has more young people. Okay, so these projections are, I think, really, they're great in that they provide us a really good picture of how our population is likely to change over the next several decades. But they, and we do have age details in them, but they are not currently capturing the increased deaths from COVID. And they are not, we didn't do them yet at the county level. So and we don't have the breakdown between the decades. And so I'm working on more detailed projections to get those, the single year breakdown across the decades, and to produce county projections as well. The state ones should probably be done in the next month or so. And then the county levels probably be in early 2024. You can watch for those. They should be up on our website when they're ready. And so if anyone has any questions, I think we have a little bit of time for questions for, you're welcome to ask questions for me or Robert, if you guys have lingering questions. Go ahead. I don't, you know what, I think, yeah, I think we're supposed to use these.
Hi, thank you. So I wanted to know, one of your slides showed a projection where there would be more male identified people than female identified people. And I'm wondering, first off, like what might be the cause of that? And then secondly, if you can answer this, what would be the implications of that? Just economically, socially? No, I think it was.
No, I know, but I'm going to this one.
Yeah.
So because it's going to take, actually, I'm going to go to, no, where's the one I'm looking for before this? So in part, it has to do with how the population's changed. And so males typically, actually, their mortality is higher. They typically die at a younger age. But for some reason, and this is so across when you are going to have a baby, most people think, oh, 50-50 chance. It's actually not quite a 50-50 chance. It's like a 50.5 and 49.5. There's slightly more chance of having a male. In New Mexico, and I thought this was weird, and so I looked for like the last 3 decades, there's consistently more male babies than female babies. Like it's more like 51 to 52% male babies. And that varies by age too, but we won't have to get all into that. And so part of it is that there are actually more males in the younger age group. But also part of it, I think, has to do with the difference, and it's not actually very obvious in here, but in the difference in when, like, women leave younger, right? Was that this way? So this whole young population of women, right, who are leaving. I mean, the males leave too eventually, but they're sort of a little later. And you have keep having to go back and forth. And so so this age group right here is larger, right? So if you're retaining them for longer, you're going to have more males in the population for a little while, because here it's a smaller population. And then even though this is the area that is growing, they are generally not as big as this. I mean, so this group here about, here to about, well, not 40 in 2010, but for 2020, just about to 40 is what we say is the millennials, which is basically the children of baby boomers. So even though baby boomers didn't necessarily have as many children as their parents, there was a lot of them to have children. So the millennial group is actually a pretty large generation. And so if you're retaining more of them, it's going to be a little bit larger. But it is, I saw that too. I was like, oh, that's a little surprising.
We have another question over here. Let me get the mic.
Yeah, you can see them here in the larger for the 2030. Right, that age group.
Thank you so much for the presentation. I'm Tosin Olofisol from UNM PRC. My question is, can you talk a little bit about the urban and rural migration in New Mexico? I know there's a section in the breakout section that will talk about urban and rural, but I don't know if you have like something you want to talk about how the migration has been for New Mexico and what could be the projection.
Yeah, so I haven't done the county level projections yet, but for the estimates, generally we're seeing that the areas that are growing the most are generally the areas that are more urban, right? The Sandoval, Santa Fe, Bernalillo typically, but not in the last couple of years. Bernalillo looks like it's actually gone down a little bit. And then you're seeing lower populations in these rural areas. And that's a trend we've seen across the country. But then you see some places that sort of surprised me over the last 2 years where our estimates are suggesting that maybe they've grown a little bit. And so I don't know if there is sort of this, pandemic related sort of shift where maybe people are able to work remotely and living in some of these rural areas, or if maybe, there's still a decline in most of the rural counties, but there are some that are not declining as much as maybe they had been, or even grew a little bit, like Capitol County. And so I'm not sure if there's going to be a shift, and that's something I can't really say because it's would be speculation than anything else. But in the last 13 years or so, there has generally been this shift where there's more growth in larger counties, and we've seen these rapid declines in the rural counties. And especially Sandoval, especially has been the one that's growing the most in our state. Robert.
Thank you to Jacqueline, and she's the one that's crunching the numbers here. And this is a labor-intensive process that takes a lot of checks. And so we're going to continue to do this until we get it right. But I do think that I am going to say, and I'm kind of going out on a limb in a lot of what I think is going to happen and not what the data says, but I think that we, Jacqueline and I and our center, have a responsibility to make very clear to data users such as you all that New Mexico is facing a period of population decline. If we look at it as scenario-based, the best case scenario without some major shift in industry that attracts a large number of people here, the best case scenario is a flat population. I think in a worst case scenario is people continue to leave and we look at a rapid decline. This is going to be, to your question, I think the decline is going to be slow in our urban areas, because just like everywhere in the country, people are moving from rural areas to urban areas, and our rural areas are older, so people are dying quicker, they're having less babies. So this decline is going to be slow in our urban areas, but a very rapid decline and a dramatic decline in some of our rural areas. And I think it's important that planners like some of you all here understand that. And as we finalize our numbers, I think Jacqueline and I are going to have a responsibility to go around the state and share what is going to be perceived by many as very bad news. But this is just sort of the beginning of that barnstorming tour that we're going to be doing in the next year or so.
I have another question over here.
Thank you. And by the way, I love all your data. I always tell everybody this is my favorite meeting all year long, so I'm glad I'm here. But my big question was, I used to write a column for the Tribune and also teach at UNM. And at the end of my semesters, I'd always say, well, what are you guys doing when you graduate? Well, about 1/5 of them were leaving. And they were leaving because I didn't think there were any jobs here. It wasn't cool here. But in any case, at the end of all that, I thought, well, I'm going to write an article for the Tribune about that. So the little bit of research I did on the brain drain was that the first article I found was that New York was complaining about their brain drain. Then I found out that every state's complaining about their brain drain. So I started looking into it. It was about, the number I found was 25% of all students once they graduate leave everywhere. That's average. And our state was 21%. So we weren't doing as bad. So do we have that data somewhere or can I get that from you? I've just always been curious.
Yeah, so that, I think there's a school presentation of UNM data. They might be able to say where people are going after UNM, but I would say that our brain drain's happening earlier. I mean, people are taking their kids out of school before they get to college, right? People are leaving before they're in college. So the people who stayed here for UNM and graduated and then leave, they're on the tail end of the leaving for the young people, right? We're losing people earlier. The families who have the jobs are taking their children and leaving. And maybe, I know, I was chatting earlier with Larry and, the lottery scholarship, he said there's a lot of the kids that he knows of that went to UNM who would have gone out of state if there wasn't the scholarship to keep them. So maybe we'll be able to retain more. I don't know. That is absolute speculation. I think we need more than a year to know if that's a trend, right? But the issue is before UNM.
Microphone trouble. So something you said made me think, we were having a lot of difficulty tracking the homeschool population. Is there any chance that some of your estimates for children under the age of 18 are homeschoolers and therefore are in the state, but are not being reported by PED?
So, this is school enrollment from 2000 to 2000, because this last year, school year. This is smooth because I adjusted for homeschool from the pandemic on. It was really fairly consistent before that. And we actually mostly use for our estimates K-8, because you have a lot of drop off around like 10th grade when people are 16 and legally can leave school. And so the numbers in high school are a little less reliable. And so we stick with K-8. And yet there could be some people who aren't reporting that they're homeschooling. Whether or not it's changed, what the percentage of people who aren't reporting that they're homeschooling, that would be the question. If it's a consistent, if the percent of people who homeschool are reporting to PED that they're homeschooling, then the numbers are relatively accurate. If there's been a change in the proportion that we're capturing, that's where it would be different. Now, the good news is that with April 2020, our school enrollment for that school year actually was before the pandemic started. So we at least have a fairly good base for who we should see at school relative to the census count, because that's how we do things. We look at a ratio. But then I did need to make adjustments for especially 2020-21 school year and the 2021-22 school year, where there was a major drop in school enrollment. And I have another graph that would show that I didn't bring it here, but you do have that drop, but we did adjust. And so you can see there's still a little bit of a, I don't know, non-smoothness right there, but it's hard to think. Mostly we've been seeing this drop for quite some time. I mean, that's a pretty steep drop, right? So did you have something to add, Robert? Sounded like you. Okay. Others? Or does Susan want to kick me out? I'm going to get the hook.
I think you've done a great job. Thank you, Jackie. So we're going to turn a little bit from just population data, and we're going to look a little bit about the economics that are happening. And our next speaker is with the U.S. Census Bureau. And he's going to address something that is running right now across the United States, which is the economic census. And the economic census is done by the Census Bureau. It's one of those programs that is in addition to the decennial census. They do hundreds of surveys. And he's going to address some of that for us this morning as soon as we get set up.
Hello? Is it working? No?
Move that up slightly.
Ah. Sometimes I don't even need this.
you
Okay,
go.
all right, how's that? Great, thanks. Just bear with me just for a second here. And yep, I'm good here. I don't know about the clicker though. Unless I have a toggle then. Yeah. Yeah, I might just be a little more anchored to the podium. And that's perfectly fine. Thank you, Susan. Thanks, everybody. Again, my name is Chuck Brady. I work in our economic management division at the Census Bureau, and my responsibility is response promotion for economic surveys, including the economic census. And I'm really looking forward to sharing an update on the economic census, on the 22 economic census. We're in a very interesting place right now, as you'll see in just a moment. An agenda, I'm going to go over Census Bureau economic surveys and a bit about our challenge with awareness that economic surveys even exist at the Census Bureau. I'm going to talk a little bit more about what the economic census is, about the data coming from the 2022 economic census, our Data Stories campaign, which was an effort for us to use data from the Census Bureau to drive in response, to be a motivator for response for the 2022 economic census, and how we're going to take that and pivot into how we can promote data usage. And then a bit about, out of scope of the economic census, our annual integrated economic survey. It's a new effort. We've been working on this for years. We're finally coming around to putting it, testing it in the field right now. It's a combination of 7 different annual surveys that we feel is much more efficient and will give us better data products. And I believe we're going to have plenty of time for Q&A. So more about Census Bureau surveys. Everybody knows that the Census Bureau measures people, but we measure more than people, and not everybody knows that, believe it or not. Everyone knows about the decennial, of course. We talk about it all the time. This group, I don't have to tell you that everybody knows about it. We've all known it really from the 2nd grade, possibly, and learn more about its purposes in civics classes in middle school. And everybody knows that we do the decennial census, but most people don't know we also measure the economy. We've just learned that through conversations and also in actual research with the business community, is that most people aren't even aware that the Census Bureau measures the economy. In fact, we do more than 30 economic surveys every year. And this includes the economic census, which measures businesses every 5 years for years ending in 2 and 7. Now, is anyone not familiar with the economic census, or at least not heard of it before? Okay, good. Okay, great. But it's still, there are a lot of nuances. It's so different than decennial and the household surveys. I want to say a little bit more about our economic programs. And this pyramid really reflects the way they all relate. We have high frequency surveys that primarily came out of COVID. We have a household pulse survey and a small business pulse survey, which is now called Business Trends and Outlook. And those surveys, what we did for the small business pulse survey is saw a need, of course, like same with the household pulse, to measure the economy, to measure households, to find out, ask questions about how COVID is impacting them. And so what we did with the small business pulse survey is we asked, we had a set of around 900,000 single unit establishments that we worked with. We cycled through, and every week we asked a different panel questions about how COVID was impacting their business. And we did this, we didn't want to really burden small businesses too much, so we didn't ask them a second time until like 3 months later. So we really tried to reduce burden on the community while asking these questions and producing a real important information coming out of COVID, or in COVID, actually. We found we could do it really quickly. We turned it around really quickly. We didn't even know we were going to start it. And then once we got it cranking, we decided we're going to keep it going. So we still have it going right now. And that's really reflected at the top of the pyramid. Then we have our monthly and quarterly surveys. Here is where we have our most timely sector-specific information. Very high level, mostly national data. Included in these monthlies and quarterlies are economic indicators. where you might hear on the nightly news that retail sales went up or down a certain percentage last month. That comes from us. It comes from the Census Bureau. Not too many people know it comes from the Census Bureau. It's really visible data, and it's usually sourced to the Department of Commerce. And it's this data that drives the markets, and it's very, again, very visible, and that comes from the Census Bureau. Then we have annual surveys that have larger samples and provide the most up-to-date trend data available. This includes surveys like the annual retail trade survey, wholesale trade survey, and a county business patterns. And it's really the report of organization that produces the county business patterns report. This is interesting. And then we start for this one, for the report of organization, we ask for information by location. And we do that so that we can assign the data collected by the location to that geographic area and to that industry that they belong to, so that we can publish data at a very detailed geographic and industry level. So county business patterns is the data set that comes from the report of organization in this case on an annual basis. And of course, county business patterns, we get all the way down to the county level. And then we have our 5-year censuses. We do a census of governments, of public sector, state and local governments, and the economic census, which we're going to dive into more in just a moment. And then Robert mentioned administrative data. We have administrative data from our business register that allows us to impute for non-response, especially for the economic census when we have to, and also to produce data that we don't collect in the surveys. All our surveys are of employer businesses, of businesses that fill out the 941, but we have non-employer administrative data, and we produce non-employer statistics from that administrative data. So that's how it all fits together. And the economic census really is the benchmark for all of this. Well, of course, except for the administrative, but everything above the 5-year is benchmarked by the economic census. So what is the economic census? It is the official measure of U.S. business and the economy. The economic census is concluding, and now we're 1 day closer. Yesterday, I said it was 3.5 days left. We're going to close business on Friday. We're going to close out collection for the economic census. My responsibility is broad-based response promotion. We leverage intermediaries like state data centers, chambers of commerce, small business development centers are at the core of it. And we went broad with our response promotion, but we really narrowed it down at this point. It's just direct correspondence with the companies that haven't responded yet. We have an account manager program that's responsible for the largest of our companies, where we hold their hand and we talk to them months before we even mail out to try to drive in that response. So that's really what we're doing right now, is trying to drive in that large company response to get us to where we want to be. Companies report their 2022 year-end numbers. And the data release, I'm going to show a schedule in just a moment. The data will begin to release in March of 2024 with a very high level first look, and then we'll go through 2026. Again, with Title 13 also applies to the economic census and economic surveys. We are required by law to keep information private and secure, and that same law ensures mandatory collection of the economic census. Sometimes it's enough to say Title 13 mandates that you respond. In a lot of cases, it's not enough. We have to go. We have to continue to drive in response. And that's why we're still collecting. And the most important thing I say in most of our presentations, although here I think you guys know it, the data are free and available online. A lot of people out in the business community think that they have to pay for our data. And that's because there are third-party providers that will take our data and do with it things we can't do. On the economic side, we don't forecast. We also don't take our data and really target specific audiences the way these third parties can. And we're not complaining about it. I mean, I think they serve a real good purpose, and it's great for awareness of our economic data. But if you want the data straight from the Census Bureau, always free and available online. So this really reflects the scope of the economic census. Again, we only focus on employer business establishments. So there are around 30 million businesses in the United States, and we have around 8 million employer business locations. Of those 8 million, we mailed invitations to respond electronically to companies covering around 4 million. So if a company has more than one location, it's a certainty case in the economic census. All those other single establishment businesses that are what we call single units, we sample among the single units to ensure coverage across industry and also to ensure that we don't place burden on the smallest of the small businesses. And that's how we got down to just over 4 million establishments covered in the mail out of the economic census. Here's the information required for the economic census. And again, this is just like the county business patterns I was talking about. It's by location. We ask for a confirmation of employer ID number, confirmation of physical location, or in those cases where the mailing address does not include a physical location, like a PO box, we ask for a physical location there because we need to assign the data collected to that geography. A confirmation or a change of primary business activity. And then we also collect this in our electronic reporting tool. It's adaptive so that as we ask questions, we can identify whether if we sent if we have an electronic path for a grocery store and they say they sell primarily hardware, then we'll pivot within the tool to give them questions more related to hardware stores. Sales, receipts, and revenue of every location. The interesting thing about sales, this is really when we start getting deeper into asking questions about specific industries. We ask for a breakout of sales. We have right around 800, we used to call forms, now we call them electronic paths. And so, for instance, for restaurants, we'll ask for a breakout of sales, and that includes for restaurants if they did a catering or if they sell, or what percentage of their sales was meals intended for on-site consumption versus off-site. If they have rental income for their facilities for parties and such. So those are the questions like that are restaurant specific. We have similar questions for breakouts of sales across each of those 800 paths. We ask for employment and payroll. It's actually first quarter employment, payroll and annual payroll. And to eliminate like overcount really in some industries that have a lot of turnover, the first quarter payroll, we ask for a specific pay period. It's the pay period including March 12th. And for as long as I've been at the Census Bureau, it's always been the pay period including March 12th. So we try to pinpoint one quarter and then we ask for annual payroll. And then industry specific questions. The same idea as the sales breakout, but these are just questions about the industry. So for restaurants, one good example is cost per meal, price per meal. The status of the economic census. Official letters went out all the way back in January and February. Our first day of mail out was January 31st, and it took a while to mail out. So by mid-February, they were all out. Respondents were instructed to set up an online account. In 2017 was the first time we had an all electronic collection of the economic census, and we got a little pushback then. We did a report of organization the year before, all electronic. We got a lot more pushback, and people are saying things like, the government's forcing me to buy a computer just so I can fill out your survey. And it was just what we needed to do to streamline operations to be more effective in what we were doing. It was time. By the time we got to 2017, there really wasn't a lot of pushback. And as you can imagine now, there's just none. There's really none. We do have one exception to the all electronic, and that is in the economic census of Puerto Rico. Upon request, we'll provide forms, paper forms, if they request and if they need it. Companies, well, the due date was original due date was March 15th. I finally got this in place because it used to be February 12th, and March 15th at least cleared a little further away from year-end processing for some of the larger companies. And the 15th of the month sort of was a little more memorable in terms of associated with taxes. I don't know really if that's a good idea or not, but we thought it was a good idea. It would kind of maybe stick in people's mind. The smaller businesses started to drive in response early because of this early due date. Larger companies, we know, always have to, they take more time. There's a lot more involved with responding on behalf of a larger company. So we offer time extensions, and a lot of companies took advantage of that. And we followed up all summer long through the fall. We had telephone follow-up consistently. We had mail follow-up, targeted mail follow-up. And again, we backed off on all that now, and we're just down to the last of the collection right now. Response rates are tracking at about the same rate as we had in 2017. And because I don't have my notes slide up, I can't give you guys the exact number, but yesterday I shared it. New Mexico is doing better than the US total. New Mexico is around 73%, and US is at around 72.5. So you guys are doing great. And it's no surprise. It's no surprise. We have our challenges are primarily in the larger cities with so many single establishment businesses. So we do have some effort focused toward those larger markets and the larger industries. I'm going to share a little bit more about that in a minute. But New Mexico is doing great. So, like I said yesterday, and I shared this with Susan, I refuse to take this slide out of my presentation until we're officially closed out. So if there is a slight likelihood that you might run across somebody that asks you about the economic census between now and close the business Friday, share key messaging, share the fact that not everybody receives the economic census. And this happened earlier on where people would call in and say, hey, you guys said it's required by law, but I haven't seen mine. Are you going to find me? And the answer is no, because not everybody receives one. Responses required by law under Title 13. Estimates are acceptable. It's my opinion that most of non-response for the economic census is active non-response. People know they've received it, and they're making a decision not to. And in a lot of cases, I understand. I mean, it can be burdensome, especially on small businesses or any business. So they're making a decision not to do it. But estimates are acceptable. And I don't think we were clear enough early on when we mailed it out that you don't have to spend an inordinate amount of time to prepare. If you can give us reasonable estimates, we're fine with that. And then if anybody asks, send them to census.gov/econ. That's the website we prepared for information for respondents. There's a reporting button, a shortcut right to respond right there. So if, for half a Wednesday, all of Thursday, all of Friday, if it come across anybody or if somebody approaches you, then please share. And of course, this is one thing, the second part of this that you're always doing is demonstrating how to use our data. That's really important, even with driving in responses. If people know that there are valuable data that come from the economic census, then they're more apt to respond. We've learned this in focus group research, and again, just in conversations with the respondent community. Census Business Builder and data.census.gov are two tools that we typically use to promote response to the economic census, and another one's Quick Facts. So if you have a chance, we would really appreciate it. Now, a bit more about the data. I'd like to jump into our accelerated data release plan. As you can see here, it's going to take around 2 years to publish all the data that we have. We're going to start with our first look. Oh, let me back up for a minute. Overall, this is around 6 months ahead of what we did in 2017. So we're really working to try to get the data out to our stakeholders as soon as we can. We did have a push for the first look to try to publish it in the same year that we collected the data. So by the end of this year, it just wasn't reasonable given the volume of the data that we have. But we are going to publish that beginning in March 24. Now, even now, we say March, could be earlier. These are public dates for now. Internally, we're talking about for each of these, we're talking about trying to push them out sooner, but we really can't promise anything yet. There's just too much going on. So we can't, right now we're saying publicly March of 2024. So I'll get back to the rest of the schedule in a moment, but a bit more about First Look. It's primarily a preliminary general statistics at the US level at the broad NAICS industries, two and 3 digits, so either sector or 3-digit industry for agriculture, mining, utilities, construction, manufacturing, wholesale, retail, and service industries. My area is going to have a big push to promote this, even though it's more of a soft launch, if you will. The high-level data is before we really dig into the details. But we're going to have a press release, and we're going to have some media awareness there. We're going to have a visualization and some other items to help promote. We're going to ask our intermediaries, our trusted voices in the communities like yourselves to help people be aware that we have the First Look out. Now back to the rest. Island area series for Guam, American Samoa, and Northern Mariana Islands, U.S. Virgin Islands, and Puerto Rico. This is the planned release schedule for those three, where they're going to come out in waves. And for Puerto Rico in particular, we're looking at hopefully to publish around 6 months earlier than what we're saying right now. So maybe December 24 or January 25. Geographic area series. Anybody here familiar with our geographic area series from the past? Thanks, Susan. All right. What we used to do when we published this data on the US state, metro area, county, and place level, a lot of detail was state by state on a flow basis. So we started with states where we didn't have any geographic overlap. So we didn't have any metro areas that cross state lines. It made it much cleaner. We started with those states, and then we started rolling them out. This time, we're going to publish everything on one day. So even doing so, by and large, it's still much further ahead than what we did for the 2017 economic census. I really should say in 29 for the 2017 in 2019 rather. Then we have bridging comparative tables that address the NAICS changes between 2022 and 2017, and all the 2 and 6 digit 2022 NAICS for all those. And that's going to be June of 25 as of right now. North American Product Classification System, or NAPS. Those are the results. Those are the breakout of sales that I was talking about earlier. And the interesting thing about that is not only will we publish by detailed industry with that breakout of sales, but then we'll flip it and we'll publish data on those particular products and which industries sold those products. And that'll be available as of right now in September of 2025. And then miscellaneous subjects will be the last one. And that's going to be available as of right now in March of 2026, bringing us to 2 years. Miscellaneous subjects are those questions like the restaurant was average cost per meal. And we have like gas pumps, floor space for certain industries, and specific statistics on those miscellaneous subjects. So that's our release plan. That's our plan. Again, you'll have the slides, so you'll know what it is, but don't be surprised if we can push out some of the data much earlier. A few words about new content. We have topics, the questions that will go into miscellaneous subjects that we ask for now. Business technologies, trying to keep up with the economy, touchscreens and kiosks for certain industries, the use of 3D printing or RFID, and the use of robots. And we ask these on specific industry-based forms. Remanufacturing, and of course, telemedicine. I think everybody's seen an uptick in the usage of telemedicine. So we ask that on some of our forms. And then for the product classification, cannabis on specific forms on service industries, retail, and maybe even wholesale. We ask for a breakout of sales to include cannabis where that applies, cryptocurrency, and electric vehicles. So we're trying to keep up. We're doing the best we can. I know it's just the economy is ever changing, so that but this is what we're doing right now. And then we even have an industry expansion primarily with NAICS 115 support activities for crop production and animal production. The Census Bureau used to conduct the Census of Agriculture, but around 20 years ago, USDA took it over. USDA asked us to collect this information within the framework of the economic census because these production activities aren't actual farms, but they really wanted to find out what was going on in terms of those support activities. So right now we're just asking for basic data items, the primary business activity, the sales or receipts, employment and payroll. And once we prove this in for 2027, we'll probably expand the scope of the questions that we ask for these particular NAICS codes. So I want to share with you what we did to promote response to the economic census. Even though we only have a few days left, I want to give you a little background of what we did to prepare to drive in response and try to be relatable to the respondent community. We found in research, again, like I said earlier, that the respondents wanted to know that the data goes somewhere. Even if they can't use the data, if they know the data are good for their community, that people in their community use it, if their industry uses it, then they'll be much more apt to respond. So what we did, we came up with different personas. We came up with different, like with that they worked in certain industries and certain locales that we wanted to target. And we actually demonstrated the data that we believe businesses could use. So this is one persona. This is Sarah, who used Census Bureau data to help plan shift coverage for her factory. Statistics made possible by your response to the economic census. And then we showed data in a chart on annual data. So we recognize that economic census data is not timely. We know that. It's a benchmark for everything else we do. It's the most detailed data you can find anywhere. But we ask for data for 2022, and we're going to start publishing it in 2024. What we want to do here is leverage the idea that we benchmark data that's much more timely, that businesses can see themselves using, and that data can't exist without the benchmark to the economic census. So here we're talking about, again, county business patterns data from the Census Business Builder. So more timely data from a tool that we recommend that data users use. And I'm sure if you haven't used Census Business Builder yet, there is a breakout session. My colleague Nadal is going to have a breakout session. So that's what we're trying to, what we did do to promote response for the economic census. We had, well here, and this is the Census Business Builder. Another one is Joseph, who used census data to help secure a small business loan. Again, statistics made possible by response to the economic census. In this case, Joseph was a florist in Montgomery County, Maryland, outside of Washington, D.C. And the tools we used, we tried to promote as much as possible, were CBB, again, data.census.gov, of course, and QuickFacts. And we thought we were pretty successful with the way we handled this, the way we tried to drive in response with showing the value of the data. But now I want to talk to you more about what we're attempting to do to use the same premise to promote data usage for the economic census. This is in development now. We're planning for focus groups again in February and March, going to some key markets, targeting data users. And then we'll also have one-on-ones with key data users that we identify. Again, our research findings this past year, when we put the first iteration in front of data users this past January and February, is that with respondents, I've already said it, if they know that the data are available, all they want to do is glance and know it, and they'll be more prone to respond. We put some of these ads in front of data users, and they were much more likely to scrutinize what we put in front of them. They're like, wait a second. I mean, somebody told me they had some material in front of them, And they said, or they didn't tell me, they told the focus groups, I'm behind the glass, and they're like, I'm not going to take this to a bank to get a loan. I need a lot more than just this. And we're like, they're absolutely right. I mean, the target audience was different, but it really did open our eyes. We knew it, but it really did open our eyes. So what we're trying to do really now is try to connect the dots more and provide an opportunity, an invitation, if you will, for data users to jump deeper into our website and actually look for the data that they need. And this is just a way to make them aware that it's out there. There's just a lot more need for this sort of thing. So right now, we're still developing what we're going to put in front of focus groups. I'm going to show you guys what we're thinking about right now. We work with a marketing contractor that's been with us off and on for 20 years, and they know the economic census frontwards and backwards. So it's really good to have that sort of private sector input into the sort of the research we're doing. That's helped a lot. In this case, this is Carrie, who used Census Bureau data in Loudoun County, Virginia, as a location for her new women's clothing store outside of Washington. And again, we're using Census Business Builder in our county business patterns data to just promote the fact that we have that sort of data. Now, note here that we actually in Census Business Builder, it also includes, and Nadal will tell you guys more later if you go to his session, not to draw attendance away from anybody else's session out there. I know you guys do. I know where you are. But we have consumer expenditures, which is not Census Bureau data, but is in the Census Business Builder tool. So we're still trying to promote that through CBB. But we're adding a few things for now, a new tagline, grow your business with census data. We'll probably come up with something different by the time the research is over. And then a clear invitation to learn more. We're going to have a promotional page, a data promotional page, where we can triage these the different requests to go to where one can find data. Primarily data.census.gov, of course, Census Business Builder, and then other tools that we have. And so you can go to Census Business Builder and find anything you need as a business owner or someone who needs to do research on behalf of their business. Census Business Builder is the place to go. So as far as the economic census, that's what I have. It's, we are where we are, don't have any data. Next year we'll have data. We're going to continue to have data. It's going to be ever changing for the next 2 years. But again, that's where we are. I just wanted to give you guys a little behind the scenes look on, not only what the economic census is, but how we went about promoting response and how we intend to go about promoting the data. I want to say a few more words before I go, though. I mentioned the annual integrated economic survey. This is our effort to streamline these 7 surveys you see here. Is the service annual survey, manufacturers unfilled orders, report of organization, again, annual survey of manufacturers, annual wholesale and annual retail trade, and annual capital expenditure survey. So it really does span several sectors and then different activities that businesses conduct. This was brought on by a recommendation from the National Academy of Sciences. And it was probably, it could be as long as 4 years ago when they started interviewing us and asking us questions about the surveys that we conduct and how we could be more efficient. So that's, we're starting now. We actually have a test in the field, a dress rehearsal that is around 8,300 businesses. And of course, with any dress rehearsal, and it might be the only one we've ever done in econ, I'm not so sure. But most people are aware of what dress rehearsals, what the objectives are. We're just trying to iron out all the rough spots and trying to mimic, we are mimicking what we're going to do in the spring. And in the spring, we'll have 385,000 businesses in the AIES. So we know that it'll streamline. Hopefully, it will make things more efficient for the respondents. For those respondents that are in different sectors or different industries, they've always had to respond to more than one survey on an annual basis. In a lot of cases, there were different people responding to these surveys. We're trying to consolidate that for the business community as well. and to have the different data products that kind of fill in the gaps that were there by having different fragmented seven fragmented surveys. So that's really what our objective is with this effort. We're going to continue to add to the AIES, but right now we've settled in on these 7. And this is what I just talked about. I got ahead of myself on one slide. So that concludes my presentation. If anyone has any questions.
Let me start over here.
Hello, thank you. One thing I was wondering about is, as far as the various economic census work, how do you avoid headquartering issues where a respondent might be a large company's administrative headquarters as opposed to where their actual stores are, so it doesn't geographically match up with where the data should be?
Yeah, that's a great question. We give them a list of the establishments that we have on file for that company. We're very clear we ask them to respond accordingly. When they don't, then we have a bank of analysts in Washington or near Washington, and then also in Jeffersonville, Indiana, that will conduct phone follow-up to get it straight. But you're absolutely right. We have to do that. You know, if we had a company with 1,000 locations in Albuquerque and they allocated everything to Albuquerque, then that really just wouldn't be accurate. If they're spread out across the country, we need to find out where the economic activity is actually taking place.
Thank you. Are you able to hear me? Okay. So what demographics are collected either in the economic census or in any of the other 30+ surveys? And are there any conversations or plans to increase demographic collection either on the business owners or the employees?
We don't collect demographic information on the employees or the business owners for the economic census, but we do have an annual business survey, and we do ask for it there. We ask, it's primarily smaller businesses so that we can identify the demographics of the business owner. They don't even ask about the demographics of the employees. So that's where we'll have women-owned business, minority-owned business, veteran-owned business. So I encourage everybody to go find out more information about the annual business survey.
So he mentioned, or they mentioned back there, that there was looking at businesses with multiple locations. Now, obviously, if you've got, like, say, a small soap company with 3 locations, that's one thing, Shiprock, Farmington, Albuquerque. And then you've got Target and Walmart and giant mega corporations that have places in millions of locations across the country. Are you pulling them as well as smaller businesses?
Yes. Yes. Or are companies like them? I can't say exactly that it's them, but yeah, I'm just kidding. Yeah. Oh, we do. We do. And that's a reason why those large companies take so long to respond. Now, those companies or companies like them have government reporting offices. And we typically mail to payroll professionals and payroll offices, and then they'll get the government reporting people involved. But payroll is the one that has all the data by each location. The interesting thing about that, though, is I guess there's an exception to the rule. A lot of times in manufacturing, the data are kept at the plant level, at the plant location itself. And each plant has independent accounting to do that. In some cases, not most cases, honestly, but for everyone else, for the non-manufacturing, they do it. So yeah, those large big box companies, they do that. And the larger companies are the ones that we're involved with our account manager program. I used to run that program. I've been an account manager for a long time. And we talk to companies, we call them and say, hey, give them a heads up. This is when it's going to be mailed. This is what we're going to ask for. Let us know if you need any help. And then we remind them at mail out, we give them time extensions, and we work with them. So we know the larger companies aren't going to come in until much later, well after March 15th, but yes, we work with them one-on-one to make sure that they can get in the response.
Thank you. I was wondering, like, for the collection of this data, like, Are there any things in the plans to try to get it more automatically or some kind of system so that the data is basically just transferred almost in real time, maybe even, and you just report that to the public? Or
There are always efforts looking into that to reduce the burden on the respondent community. Absolutely. Much of that's going on above my pay grade, but it is happening. And we want to do that. And we talk about the administrative data, and Robert talked about it too. And I think we want to, I know our deputy director is a big advocate for using administrative data wherever we can. And we were talking yesterday about different agencies that ask data similar to what we ask, and how can we coordinate with them to make sure that we don't overburden the respondents. But so, yeah, the short answer is yes, there are conversations going on about that. I have to be honest, I don't know exactly how close we are to being able to do it, but we do have a lot going, like a lot of conversations going on right now.
Thank you, Chuck. Super informative. I'm curious on the county and place level data.
Mhm.
You're talking about really small communities. Is there a reporting threshold, or are you just applying privacy protections regardless of size of community?
Yeah, privacy protections regardless of size. You actually gave a great example. I mean, I would give something similar about a small town with 4 gas stations in town, but one person owns 3 of them. And so we can't publish that data because the person that owns 3, they know what they did, and they can subtract out the same thing with the one person that knows the other guy owns 3. They can do it. And you were right about self-suppression, by the way. I don't know if I officially gave you. Did that answer your question? It did. Okay.
A quick question. You used a term remanufacturing, and I thought, is that OEM accounts or what is that word? And I can look it up later, but just,
You know what?
it's interesting. New word to me.
I can look it up later too. Yeah, I'm trying to keep up with the current economy. I thank you for that. I think I should know the words that I'm actually speaking up here, but no, it's just something that apparently, well, I'll just leave it at that. I can't give you a straight answer because I don't know. Does anybody else have an idea? Can somebody else answer that question? Okay.
Hey there. So over the past few decades, there's been a big shift from more brick and mortar stores to an e-commerce model for a lot of, big down to micro businesses. What's being done on y'all's end in terms of either how the data is collected or presented, or even just thought about to account for that shift where, economic activity in Albuquerque might be delivering goods halfway across the world in a way that wouldn't happen 20 years ago on such a scale? So just kind of what are y'all doing to kind of address that and on your end of things?
We do have questions related to e-commerce on some of the industry-based forums. It really just depends on the industry, excuse me. And then also the breakout of sales.
Thank you so much, Chuck.
Thank you.
And now we're going to take a 10-minute break, and our first breakouts are going to happen in this room. Will be Population Estimate Program with Kevin Barag Smith. I hope I didn't mess that up too bad. Upstairs will be Urban Rule with Allison Schaefer. And in the computer lab in room 138 will be Census Business Builder with Nadal Jaban. Thanks. Oh, and just a reminder, the bathrooms are out the doors, down the hall, and to the left.
Once you're live and
Hello, hello. Is it working? Okay.
Got it.
Yay. Yeah, it's DC. And then if they know that if you're like visiting, they'll be like, oh, like Washington or District of Columbia. You're like, yeah, it's just DC. Yeah. Well, hi, everybody. I'm so happy that these are the real true population estimates geeks. After hearing Jackie's great presentation earlier with projections, you still wanted to stick around for mine and learn more about it. So I'm glad that you're here. My name is Kevin Berrigan Smith. I'm a demographer at the US Census Bureau in our population estimates program. So throughout my presentation, if I mention PEP, PEP, it's, government, we love acronyms. So PEP stands for the Population Estimates Program. So didn't want to get you confused if I say PEP estimates and you're like, wait, what is that? So without further ado, we'll get started. So overview of my presentation today. So we're going to talk about what do we mean by the term estimates. Also talk about why we disseminate the estimates. Also, how the estimates are made. So for those who are really interested in, peeking behind the curtain and learning more about the inner workings, I'll touch on that. When estimates products are available. So the population estimates program, we have our own set schedule aside from the other program area. So it's really important to know exactly, every year when, that type of level of geography that you're interested, for example, or the detail when that's going to come out. Also, where to access the estimates. I mean, that's, I think, the number one important thing. You can say, hey, that's really great. I now understand the demography and the stats behind it. But, really when it comes down to it, I just want to find the data that I, am looking for. So I'll show you that. Also, I'll touch on where to learn about more information. So there's a lot of different branches in my area that make up the population estimates and that we're in charge of producing the official estimates of the United States. So if I can't answer something, I can definitely point you into a colleague of mine that subject matter expert for that. And lastly, I'll try to answer any questions that you may have. Okay, so what do we mean by the term estimates? So the term estimates, we are referring to the official measure of population and housing unit estimates between the censuses. So our estimates, they start from the date of the previous decennial census and build off of census data or a combination of data sources for April 1 of the decennial year. And this starting point is what we refer to as our population estimates base. The estimates are produced primarily using administrative records, data on our components of change. So again, that's your births, deaths, and migration. And our estimates typically are for prior dates, although we do disseminate some short-term projections at the national level. Our estimates are mostly annual data for July 1 of every year, but we do include monthly population estimates for the nation. And our vintage 2023 estimates are currently in production, and we're getting really excited because next month is the first release of those estimates, the latest estimates. And so those estimates will start at April 1, 2020, going through all the way to July 1 of 2023. And I'll talk more about that in a sec. So why do we disseminate the estimates? So there's a lot of important reasons, and the main reason is that we are federally mandated to do so. So according to Title 13 of the US Code, estimates for states, counties, and sub-county places with a population of 50,000 or more need to be published every year between the censuses. but estimates for other governmental units need to be published at least every other year, but we also release those annually as well. As this, for this mandate, it exists because the estimates are used in a lot of important ways, such as for the allocation of federal funding, the program planning in both the private and public and private sector areas. And recently, the estimates were used to allocate over $200 billion to states and cities for the 2020 CARES Act and the 2021 American Rescue Plan. In addition, the estimates are used as controls for other federal surveys. And so those include the Current Population Survey, for example, and also the American Community Survey. So when I say that the surveys control to our population estimates, I'm meaning that they adjust their data so that certain totals match our official population estimates. So for example, in the American Community Survey, they adjust their 1-year population estimates at the total level to match our official population estimates. And they do that so that there isn't kind of any bias that might arise out of a sample survey that could. So again, the population estimates were not a survey, but since we use administrative records, so when you're using data.census.gov and you're looking at a population estimate, one really quick and easy way to determine if the estimate that you're seeing comes from the population estimates program is if in the margin of error column, if you see 5 asterisks in that column, it means that that population estimate has been controlled to our estimate so that they match. So this table summarizes all of our estimate products by geography and type. So the levels of available estimate geographies are listed in the columns across the top, and the available demographic types are listed in the rows down the side. So reviewing the table, we see that the total resident population estimates are disseminated for the US, states, metropolitan and micropolitan statistical areas, counties, cities and towns, and for Puerto Rico and its municipios. Next, we have our components of change. So that is births, deaths, and net migration. And they're disseminated for all areas except places and municipios. Our age, sex, race, and Hispanic origin characteristics estimates are disseminated for all areas except metro and micro areas and places. And note that characteristic estimates for Puerto Rico are only given by age and sex. Our monthly estimates for what we call our 5 estimates universes are disseminated at the national level only. And those universes are our resident population, the resident population, our resident population plus armed forces overseas, our civilian, non-institutionalized population, and also our household pop. The group quarters population, or GQ population, includes all people living in group quarters instead of housing units. So your GQs, you can think of them as your places where people live or stay in a group living or housing, and there's some kind of service that's being provided to them for its residents. So for example, we have our institutional group quarters. So think of those as your correctional facilities and your assisted living facilities, and also non-institutional group quarters, and that would be your university student housing and your military quarters. And we disseminate our GQ population by demographic characteristics at the national level, and only total population at the state and county level. And finally, our housing unit estimates, they are disseminated for the US, states, and counties. All right, now let's talk a little bit about our population estimates methodology. Since I know sometimes data users turn to their state data centers, for example, with questions about, how are these estimates produced? I think this is a really important slide for you to look at. So for population estimates at the county level of geography and above, the population estimates program utilizes the cohort component method to measure population change since the last census through a use of a variety of administrative records and survey data on births, deaths, and migration. which in demography we refer to as the components of population change. So as Jackie said this morning, the only way that a population can change in a given geography are babies need to be born, people need to die, and then people need to move in or people need to move out. So some of our data sources for this method include the National Center for Health Statistics, Internal Revenue Service, Social Security Administration, the Defense Manpower Data Center, and survey data from the American Community Survey and Puerto Rico Community Survey. We also work closely with state demographers and other population specialists through our partnership group, the Federal State Cooperative for Population Estimates, or FSCPE. So Jackie and Robert, who spoke this morning, are your state representatives for New Mexico within the cooperative. And so we really, really lean on them and appreciate them because they have that local knowledge that, frankly, those of us in Washington that are, creating these estimates across the entire United States, something in our method we could miss. So Jackie and Robert, part of being members of the FSCPE, before the public has access to any of the data, our state members get access to review the data simultaneously as we're internally reviewing it. And if they can spot something saying, hey, Black males in this one population looks really weird, and I can tell you that that's not right. We need to talk about it and let's review the method. So it's really, really nice to have the locals on our side to help us produce the best population estimates for New Mexico possible. So I'll talk now about the formula. So in the blue box, so the population base, again, generally represents the date of the last decennial census. So for our current series of estimates, which is the vintage 2022 series, we begin with the April 1, 2020 population, which again represents a combination of sources, the decennial census data and others. And what we do is we add how many births have occurred, then we subtract how many deaths, and then we add the population that has moved into geography, and then also subtract how many people have moved out in that same geography. And that gives us our population estimate for the next point in time in our time series, at which point we repeat the process all over again to do the next one. So as Robert was talking about this morning in his presentation, about the blended base, due to the COVID-19 pandemic, our program area, we had a lot of challenges when it came to this decade to produce our population estimates. So last decade, our base that we used was the 2010 census, and it was a 100% census base. And so what we did was we took that census base and then we calculated change as the formula was showing before. However, in 2020, there's been delays to the 2020 census results, as we all know, and we have the federal mandate to produce the estimates, and representatives in Congress don't care that there was a delay. Like, they need those estimates to come out when they say that they're going to come out. So our team had a lot of late nights trying to think of what we were going to do this decade. And so this is what we came up with. This was our blended base approach. So at a really, really high level, you can see from the different colors that basically what we did to create that April 1, 2020 base is we took what we could at the time of production from the 2020 census. So you can see at the national level, state level, and county level. So the 2020 census is in green, I want to say, no, excuse me, red. And then what we also grabbed was from the vintage 2022 estimates from last decade. Again, remember that those estimates from last decade are 2010 base, but since we didn't have the characteristics from the 2020 census yet available, that was the best that we could do. So we took our vintage 2020 estimates to pull that age, sex, race, Hispanic origin, and kind of pull it all, aggregate it all the way back up to the national level from the census. And we also, what we did, we took estimates from the 2020 demographic analysis, or DA estimates, and combined it all together again to finally create our base for April 1, 2020, our starting point. So I'm not going to go deep in the, for time's sake, I could do a full presentation just on the blended base and each of its components, but we did release a webinar that's recorded on our Census Academy website. For more information, I highly recommend you check it out if you want to learn more about what we did in Vintage 21 and Vintage 2022. You can just go into Google, type in Census Academy, it'll be the first thing that pops up, and then you can click on recordings and find the blended base estimates. Right now for Vintage 23, we're looking back at this approach, thinking about, okay, what data now is from the census, the 2020 census, what could we now use, and then also testing it. We found in this new approach, compared to previous decades, what we were doing, we actually discovered that our blended base approach was even better than using just that 100% census base, using admin records from different areas, improve the estimates, which was surprising to us and also kind of like, whew. Stay tuned for Vintage 23. We're having focus groups and with like an expert panel the last few weeks, and they've been giving us a lot of great feedback on where our research is headed and what kind of things we may have missed and where we should kind of refocus. So stay tuned. Next, we have our housing unit estimates method. So for our housing units, we also use the component-based method that starts with the most recent decennial census and uses a variety of survey and administrative data to estimate the change in the housing stock, specifically in terms of building permits, estimates of non-permitted construction, mobile home shipments, and estimates of housing loss. So our data sources for this method include the building permit survey, survey of construction, manufactured home survey, again, the American Community Survey, and also the Federal Emergency Management Agency, or FEMA, on their individual records for requests on disaster assistance. We can also incorporate data provided by our partners in the FSCPE. So if the FSCPE members have alternative housing component data that we don't have access to, that information could be like local building permits, certificates of occupancy, housing convergence, or more. We greatly appreciate that they can share that with us. And then again, they will be part of the review once we incorporate that data into our method for the coming decade. We use the 2020 census housing unit counts as our housing unit base. So this is really important. So for housing unit, so for that base, that is 100% from the 2020 census. So these counts are invariant, which means that in the context of the Census Bureau's disclosure avoidance system, or DAS, as we heard this morning, they do not have differentially private noise infused in them. And finally, for sub-county geographies, so those are your cities and towns, we have a separate approach known as our distributive housing unit method. So whereby the estimates are developed by distributing that county population estimate to each place within the county based on the place's ratio of household pop to the total housing units. So for those who don't like formulas, I promise you this is my very last one. But again, it's depicted here for you. So for this process, to get that initial household population estimate, we multiply the housing unit estimate by the ratio of the household population from the 2020 census to the housing units, again from the 2020 census. Then that household population from the 2020 census is multiplied by a county household rate factor, which ensures that these estimates are consistent with the total county population in the blended base, excuse me, and add that to an estimate of the population in group quarters to get the total resident population. So as we also heard this morning, also at the census in our estimates, we use a top-down approach when we develop our estimates. So we have to make sure that everything from the lower levels of geography can then roll back up and they'll sum back up to that higher level of geography. So our cities and towns have to add up to the total that we have for the county estimate, and then all the counties have to add up to the state estimate that we have. So that's how our process is. Our input data for the housing unit estimates, they come from the Census Bureau's building permit survey, the survey of construction, manufactured home survey again, and of course, our beloved FSCPE members. You saw on the previous slide how we derive our housing unit estimate. Meanwhile, our household and group quarters base are drawn again from the results of the 2020 census with a small amount of differentially private noise infused into them to protect the confidentiality of respondents. And again, that is per the Census Bureau's disclosure avoidance guidelines. So our general methodological approach each year is to revise our entire time series of estimates beginning at the date of the last census. So again, April 1, 2020 up to the current vintage year. So for example, our latest estimates from vintage 2022 include April 1, 2020 through July 1 of 2022. And these estimates supersede the estimates we published last year from vintage 2021. So this is an important note. So we always let our data users know, make sure you're always using the latest vintage of estimates. For example, vintage 23 is coming out next month for our higher levels of geography. But if a data user says, I really just want the 2021 estimate, should I go to vintage 2021 then? No. You need to go to vintage 2023 and select the 2021 estimate from the vintage 2023 time series. And it's really important because every year, like I was talking about in our method, we use new input data, new birth records, new death records. Also, we take into consideration any geographic boundary changes that can happen within a decade. So it's always important, make sure using the latest vintage of estimates. So from vintage to vintage, there are 3 types of updates that we may incorporate into the time series. So first, you see right here is our base population. So it's updated each year to reflect those legal boundary changes I mentioned or other geographic updates. It may also be updated due to outcomes of other official census programs, such as our count question resolution program, or even changes to the method of how we estimate our base population. Next, as more recent or complete data become available, we can use those and plug them into our method to improve the estimates for a given area. Finally, we may improve our method of tying all the components together and generating these estimates. And this type of change also affects, the entire time series, starting from that base population all the way forward, not just that one single year. So the Population Estimates Program releases estimates on a rolling basis, beginning in December of every year and ending in June of the following year. So as I was saying before, we always start our production with estimating the United States population estimate, and then we move down to the states, counties, and so forth. So our release schedule reflects that. So from this table for upcoming vintage 2023, you can see the type of product and the level of geography that's going to be released. So that first vintage 2023 estimate release is in December next month, and they will include population totals, components of change. Again, those are your birth, death, and migration estimates. Also, the voting age population for the nation, states, and Puerto Rico. So that's your 18+ population. Then in March, for that release, we'll include population totals and components of change for our counties and metro micro statistical areas. And only population totals will be released for Puerto Rico's municipios. in April. This is the smallest of our releases since it's just at the national level. And it's really just a data set that we post online on our website. At the national level, you'll see the population by single year of age and sex. In May, we will release total population for our cities and towns and total housing units for the nation, state, and counties. And finally, in June, we like to call this release the big mama. Everyone wants the characteristics. This is the one that everyone's looking for and waiting for. So in June of every year, we will release the population estimates by age, sex, race, and Hispanic origin for the nation, states, and counties. And also we will release it by age and sex for metro, micro areas and Puerto Rico and its municipios. So again, I added the little note at the very bottom, but I'll emphasize it. These dates are subject to change, but in general, these months have been consistent for several years. So ways to access our estimates. So PEP caters to a variety of data users with unique needs. So obviously, we have a variety of data tools. So the PEP webpage is the primary way to access all of our estimates products. So I've listed that URL right up at the top. And so what we do is, like a lot of data users will contact us and they'll say, hey, I'm on data.census.gov, which is, of course, the official dissemination platform of the Census Bureau. And I'm not finding the most recent population estimates, or I think I have the ACS estimate, but not the PEP estimate. And so the reason for that is, unfortunately, the platform for data.census.gov, for those of you who remember American Fact Finder, rest in peace. It was decommissioned, and so data.census.gov was pushed out, but unfortunately our estimates products can't, I don't know if the system can't handle it or if it's just really the formatting of the way our tables are. It doesn't compute, at least that's what the developers tell us, can't compute, and it won't easily fit into data.census.gov yet, but we're working on it. We also have Quick Facts. So if you aren't aware of Quick Facts is a really quick and easy way to access facts about people, business, and geography. And Quick Facts provides statistics for all states, counties, and cities and towns with a population of 5,000 or more. And Quick Facts is really great to make quick comparisons for areas, and it includes data from the ACS, from the Estimates program, and for other Census Bureau programs. PEP estimates are also on the application programming interface, or API. And so if you don't know, the API lets developers create custom apps to reach new users and make key demographic, socioeconomic, and housing statistics really more accessible than ever before. The PEP estimates are on the API. They extend back to 1990 at the moment, and currently just vintage 2021 is on there. And again, that's due to data.census.gov being unable to support our estimates at the moment. But rest assured that once we can get our estimates onto the API, then we'll definitely have them on data.census.gov. Okay, so accessing the estimates. So let's take a look at our PEP webpage. So again, I've listed the URL on the top left, and it really has all our estimates content again. So I tell data users, bookmark that on your favorite browser, because this is the only place where you're going to find it. And it has all of our current and our historical estimates can be accessed here. So I want to show you now how to access our post-census estimate tables. And when I use the term post-census, I'm referring to estimates that are based on the last decennial census and administrative records that were built off of that. So again, different sources were used, like NCHS, the IRS, and data from our FSCPE partners. So at this moment, typically I would show you the vintage 2023 estimates, but this meeting is just a month too early, so I can't show you those just yet, but I can show you Vintage 2022. So even though I'm going to show you how to access Vintage 2022, these same steps will match exactly the same for Vintage 2023 next month. So what we're going to do is to access our tables. This is right on our main page. There are two places that you can go to access our estimate tables. So you can click right here on the left under data, or my favorite is just right smack dab in the middle. Click on population and housing unit estimate tables, and they'll take you to the exact same place. So this would be our tables webpage after you click on that. And so this is the top part of that page. And notice that there are tabs referring to years for which estimates are available. So here the default is 2022 because that's our latest series. But as I was saying before, there may be some confusion with data users saying like, oh, I want the 2020 estimate, or I want that 2021 estimate. Should I go to Vintage 21 or Vintage 2020? You shouldn't. So to kind of mitigate that, the default will always be the 2020 to 2022. Always, if your estimate falls within that time frame or that series, use the latest one. So Vintage 22 for now will be the default. Next month, that'll change. This will say, there'll be a 23 tab, and this will say 2023. So we're going to look at county population total. So I'm going to click on that very first link at the bottom, and all of our geography levels, they're in alphabetical order for you. So when you scroll down further on the page, you'll see the other geographic levels. But for now, let's look at counties. So this is the county totals page. Just the first part for our tables. So estimates here you can see are given for total resident population for all counties in the United States and for individual states. So further down on the page, estimates are given for our components. So again, we have those birth, death, and migration component estimates for your state, for New Mexico, if you're interested in it. So of course, are going to look at New Mexico. So let's select total population for New Mexico right here in that second column. Here we go. Here's our table. So this is the display of that top portion of the Excel table for New Mexico. So this table includes the, you can see the April 1, 2020 estimates base, the July 1, 2020 estimate, also 2021 and 2022. And again, all of the counties in New Mexico will be in alphabetical order. All right, now I want to show you how to access our downloadable data sets. So our data sets, I'll be frank, aren't as pretty as the tables. So if you saw the tables all nice and formatted for you, the data set isn't. It's really just kind of like a raw data file. But a lot of data users, that's what they want if they want to feed it into any kind of other statistical package like SAS or Stata R, Python, whatever. The data set is what you want to look for. So I'll show you how to do that. So we can also, what we can do is back on the main home page, we can click right here on data. And then from here, we would select the very first option, the population and housing unit estimates data sets, not tables, but data sets. So again, that brings us to this web page, but like the tables page, the data sets are also listed in alphabetical order by geographic type, and we'll look at data sets available for cities and town population totals. Again, I wanted to reemphasize, because Vintage 2023 is not yet available, I will be showing you the Vintage 2022 estimates, but these same steps apply for the estimates that come out next year, or next month, excuse me. So the top of the page is displayed here. So as you can see at the very top, city and town population totals for 2020 to 2022. I want to highlight first, if anyone noticed the methodology link right here. we include our method statement on all of our web pages. So if there's any type of question, depending on the geographic level that you're interested in or the estimates, and you really want to know how were the city and town totals created, this method statement goes into much more detail than my presentation is going to go into, but highly recommend if you ever have questions. Scrolling down further on the page, again, you'll see the tables and data sets for convenience for data users. They're listed on the exact same page. Tables are listed first, but if you keep scrolling, you're going to see the data set header right here. So what we're going to do is we're going to select the data set for New Mexico. But before we do that, something else that I wanted to bring to your attention is the file layout. So again, because the data sets aren't as pretty or formatted like the tables are, it's really important to look at the file layout and think of the file layout kind of like as your roadmap of understanding what the data set is, what variables. Sometimes it might not be that intuitive, but the file layout is super important. So I recommend all data users, please, 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 before you open up New Mexico's file, take a look at the data set, at the file layout at the top. Familiarize yourself with what the variables are, what's in it, and then it won't be so overwhelming when you open up that New Mexico file. Right here is what the file layout is for cities and towns. So as you can see, we have the variables listed here. And then we also have their description. So for example, if I had no idea, if I looked at the data set, I'm like, what is SumLev? Like, what does that column even mean? I'm like, oh, okay, the file layout, it's the geographic summary level. And then if I look further, I'm like, what are these codes that's for that variable? For SumLev or summary level, you'll also have the codes listed here. So again, you won't be too overwhelmed thinking, like, what the heck is a 061 or a 170? Again, what I do is I always have with my dual monitors, I'll have file layout open in one, and then I'll have the data set open just again to redirect me in what I'm really looking for. So when we open the data set for New Mexico, this is that file. So now, after looking at the file layout and now seeing this, you can see just how important knowing what the variables listed across the top, what do they mean, and most importantly, what the columns over here, what these different values, what these codes mean too. So luckily, though, we have the city, town, and village names that are listed here. And then you'll have the estimate base, that April 1, 2020 base listed here. And then also the population estimates for July 1 of 2020, 2021, and 2022. Now let's take a look at our intercensal estimates. So unfortunately, our intercensal estimates for the 2010 to 2020 decade are not yet available. We should have had them out by now. We call it our end of decade product, but now it's kind of funny that it's almost 2024 and we still haven't, it's no longer end of last decade so much. And again, that all falls back to the issues with the pandemic, and what we're really waiting for is more data from the 2020 census to be released. So it's surprising to a lot of data users that I speak with that, even though, the population estimates program, we are internal to the Census Bureau, we also don't have access to the decennial files until the public gets that file. And so what we're missing in order to create the intercensal estimates for 2010 to 2020 is that final endpoint. So we have the 2010 value, and then we need the 2020 census estimate value by demographic characteristics that hasn't come out yet. And so there's a whole bunch of other things that go into that. But long story short, in the decennial census, there is For the race variable, you can identify as more than one or two or more. But in the estimates program, we don't have the two or more variable. So we have to do a modified, we call a modified race, where we reallocate those responses in other ways. And so that's really the final key that we're looking for the intercensal estimates. So in my example, because the latest intercensals aren't out yet, our hope is for next year, fall 2024, fingers crossed, we'll finally have them out. I will show you the intercensal estimates for 2000 to 2010. So once the intercensal estimates come out, they supersede all other vintage estimates that come out, and they become the official estimates of that particular decade. So at this point, because 2010 and 2020 intercensal estimates are not yet out, the vintage 2020 estimates are right now the preferred series for that decade. But once the new series comes out, again, it'll supersede vintage 2020. So here in this example, we're going to take a look at 2008. So what you can do is on the field, when you're looking at the different tabs, you can scroll over. If you don't see the year that you're interested in, you can click on more and it'll do a drop down menu for you. In my example, I'm going to click on, I'm interested in 2008. So I'm going to look at 2008. So yeah, perfect. So this is what'll pop up. So when you click on 2008, the default is going to be the 2000 to 2010 intercensal estimates, not vintage 2008 estimates. So they'll have it listed all here. And so what we're going to do is we're going to click on state intercensal estimates right here at the bottom for 2000 to 2010, since my year 2008 that I'm interested in falls in that range. So after I click on the state intercensal tables, it'll bring me up to the page for 2000 to 2010. So here you are offered a variety of tables for state population totals, also for state characteristics by age, sex, race, Hispanic origin. But let's select the population estimates by age and sex for New Mexico right down here. And here we go. The selection yields this Excel table. So the table has estimates, as you can see, for 5-year age groups and other age groups for both sexes, males and females, for all years between 2000 and 2010. So how accurate are the estimates? So the population and housing unit estimates are made at the end of the decade without the knowledge of the results of the decennial census. And they are made with the estimates methodology that we use during that particular decade and extend to April 1 of the next census year. So we compare these estimates that we create with the census results once they're released to assess the accuracy of our estimates using a wide array of metrics that help us to understand the differences, validate our methodological decisions, and draw conclusions about the quality of our estimates. So here, what I'm showing you, it's a summary of some really basic comparisons of estimates against the last two censuses. So averages of the absolute values of the differences between estimates and census results are shown right here. So what we do is we take the census minus the estimate, divide by the estimate, and multiply by 100 to get that percent difference for each area. So in general, the larger the area, the closer our estimate comes to it. Question? Of the estimates that we release? Yeah, absolutely. So they are independent in that way. So we have we don't, again, when we create our end of decade estimates, we don't have any kind of insight into what Decennial is going to release. And so we do that again to prove to the public and show that our methods, the way that we do it, have no kind of influence from like another program area or trying to skew it, that it gets close to what the official count could be. So I think that I hope that answered your question. Yeah, you're welcome. Great question. So in general, the larger the area, the closer our estimate comes to the census. And again, that's just because it's just easier to estimate a larger area than it is for a smaller area. So again, it's important to remember that when we interpret these data, we need to remember that errors can occur, both in the beginning and the ending census, and also in our estimation models and procedures and the way the data was collected for the administrative records that we use. So looking at the table, you can see that for the nation, the percent difference went up from 0.1% in 2010 to 0.6% in 2020. But again, both differences are relatively small. And in 2020, the census came in about 2 million more than our estimate. So, I mean, we did a pretty good job, if I do say so myself. At the state level, the respective average absolute differences were 1% in 2010 and 1.2% in 2020. So again, very close. For counties, the average absolute differences were 3.1 in 2010 and 2.9% in 2020. And then in 2010, the average absolute differences for cities and towns was 11%, but we unfortunately do not have the 2020 metric yet for places. Another one of our end of decade projects that we have is called our estimates evaluation, and it occurs every decade when the results of the census become available. And that project, the estimates evaluation, or E2 that we call it, the project closely assesses these differences to try to determine the likely source to whatever extent possible, and to use information about the ways that the estimates and census differed from one another to really inform our methodological choices and research in the next decade. So although we have a lot of confidence in our method and the quality of our estimates, we recognize the importance of providing stakeholders with a mechanism for improving the estimates in justified instances. So that mechanism is shown right here. It's our Population Estimates Challenge Program. And the Challenge Program provides general purpose governmental units with the opportunity to challenge their official estimates by submitting additional data to the Census Bureau for evaluation. So this program had been suspended back in January of 2020, and that was to accommodate, all the decennial census activities, which is our usual practice, but it's now been resumed as of vintage 2022. So the challenge program guidelines, requests to challenge the estimates must be received within 90 days of their release by the Census Bureau. And they must include a letter from the chief executive officer or the highest elected official in addition to supporting evidence. And I'll describe shortly of what I mean about what qualifies as evidence. Given our release schedule for vintage 2022, the challenge period was March 31st to June 28th for our county level governments and May 19th to August 16th for the local sub-county local governments. And again, those are your cities and towns and townships. The key to a successful estimate challenge is to ensure that any data submitted are consistent with the criteria, standards, regular processes, and methodology that we employ to generate the estimate. And all of this is spelled out in the challenge program review guide, and that's available on the webpage that I showed you. Challenges are accepted when the evidence provided, identifies the use of incorrect data, or processes, or maybe incorrect calculations. But really the burden of proof is really on the challenging entity. And again, That guide outlines a lot of information on what you need to provide as proof if you want to challenge the estimate. Importantly, if at any point in the process a governmental unit has any questions about the challenge process, how to get started, or if they've already submitted the challenge but haven't received an update or don't really know if they need to provide more information to the Census Bureau, you can always contact our challenge team, and I'll have their contact information in the next few slides for you. So typically the process begins with the local government, reaching out to us with an inquiry about their estimate or to share concerns. So a lot of the times the local government, really it's not that their population estimate is too low, it's too high. It's really if it's too low than what they think it is. So they'll reach out to us, express that, and then once the challenge inquiry, once we get it, and the request to review the estimates have been received, the estimates program, we provide a derivation sheet, and that derivation sheet, it'll contain all the components that we used to create that estimate for that locale. And I'll speak again to that more in a minute. Then based on the outcome of their review, so the local government's review of the derivation sheet, they can then send a letter to formally initiate the challenge process if they so choose, and they can also provide actual data and evidence for our review and evaluation so that our staff can take a look at it. The scope of the challenge program. So the challenge program, it's structured to permit challenges when, as I just mentioned, following our established estimates criteria, in our methods, the governmental unit suspects that there has been an error or that they have access to more appropriate data to represent some component that we may have missed in our method. Importantly, this model excludes challenges to that April 1, 2020 estimates base, which consists largely on the decennial census data, since other programs at the Census Bureau are designed to handle, unexpected results. Similarly, our geographic boundary changes are not covered by this program, as another program area at the Census Bureau handles that. After me saying all that, so what exactly does fall into the scope of our program? So what falls in scope is any July estimates following the decennial year, meaning that for vintage 2022, it was possible to challenge your July 1, 2021 estimate or your July 1, 2022 estimate. And as you heard early on in the presentation, our county level estimates are based on the cohort component method. And for challenges to the county estimates, a governmental unit may provide data on births, deaths, group quarters population change since the last census, and domestic or net international migration. Meanwhile, looking at the sub-county population estimates, again, remember that they're based on the distributive housing unit method. So for sub-county challenges, data related to an area's housing stock is key, and that's what you can submit for any city and town challenges. So data for the housing stock that that local governments can submit would be the residential building permits and non-permitted new construction, certificates of occupancy to replace building permits, also housing conversions, any demolitions or non-permitted housing loss, mobile home placements, facility level group quarter population data, again, reflecting any kind of change since April 1 census day. Again, these components are featured on the derivation sheet that is provided to all of the challenging entities. The challenge review process. So once we get all the information from the challenging entity, once our staff thoroughly reviews the challenge package, major considerations then include, but are not limited to, are the submitted data actually different from those used to generate the original estimate? Is the documentation complete that the challenging entity submitted to us? Are their calculations correct? And are the time periods referenced aligned with our time period? So again, our estimates are as of July 1 of every year. So if the challenging entity provides us estimates for, a March 1st estimate, it's not really going to fall in scope or be appropriate for the method that we use. During the process, our challenge team is in constant contact with that challenging governmental unit. So if there are any issues with the data that they provided, they are made aware, and depending on the issue, they are given the opportunity to correct or resubmit their data. Yes. Very good question. So for July 1, it'll cover the time period. So for July 1, 2022, it covers the estimate or the time period from July 30th of the previous year all the way to July 1 of the next year. Yeah, good question. I'm sorry I didn't mention that to put in there. Yeah. Okay, so once the challenge team, we've reviewed everything, there were no more questions, the challenge team then makes a recommendation for each challenge estimate and to determine, to our upper management, what we need to do. And so, the determination could be to, whether that challenge is accepted, partially accepted, or rejected. And so a partial acceptance, what I mean by that is that it could apply in cases where a governmental unit sent multiple types of data, and again, some but not all were determined to meet our criteria. Once the approved challenges have been identified, the estimates program staff, we proceed with incorporating the accepted challenge into our estimates through the components. So essentially, the submitted data replaces what we originally had in our calculations for that given geography. And the estimates, they go through our standard production, audit, and review processes. So I always tell data users that want to go through the challenge process that it's really important to if you see something that looks weird, to identify it early, because if you don't, that same issue could then linger on throughout the entire decade. So if we catch it early enough, then that change, it's adjusted in the time series, and so it'll more accurately represent the population. Once the updated estimates have been cleared, they've gone through the audit and review process, and we're good to go, we send an official notification letter to the local government. And we also post it on our website so that it's public record that there was a challenge for a certain city, town, or county, and that will full transparency, we'll put what our original estimate was and then what that new revised estimate was for that governmental unit. So those successful challenges will be available for everyone to use. Something else to note is that challenges, once you go through the whole process, they've been approved, congratulations, you got your letter. They can also later then be invalidated. And so a challenge that later gets invalidated, this can occur if the data are superseded by a special census. So a city, town, or county could request the Census Bureau do a special census, which is very expensive and timely. So if go through that process and then a new special census takes place, then the challenge estimate that we originally had, it's no longer valid. Also, in case of boundary changes, if a city annexes another part, then that original estimate that we had was for the old boundary changes. And so we have to then disqualify that and kind of recalculate for that new estimate. Kendra, question? Yeah. Absolutely, correct, yeah. And again, that would be for the level of geography, whatever that challenging governmental unit may be. It'll then be reflected in the upcoming one. And then again, it'll once that new estimate is reflected, then again, we have to go all the way back to our base and then recalculate what that new estimate so that we get a smooth time series. So nothing wonky, no spikes or anything like that. So it makes more sense, demographic sense. Having this flexibility in order to accept challenges and then later to invalidate them for these reasons, it's really essential to maintaining the quality of our sub-county population estimates, which again, as you know, the smaller the area, the more challenging creating that estimate is. All right, so I know I was promising you only to talk about the estimates, but I had to sneak this in talking about our projections. And that's because we just released our newest set of projections just last week on November 9th, which was my birthday. But I don't know if that was a birthday gift that the census gave to me, but I was really excited because it had been since 2017 that our last national projections had been released. And so it was really embarrassing to tell data users, that you have to use the current series, which is from 2017 and not from today. So we finally have some that came out last week. So I'll quickly talk about our projections. And so what do we mean by the projections? So where population estimates apply to prior dates, our population projections are for dates in the future. So therefore, they are based on assumptions that we make about future demographic trends. The projections we typically base on the latest population estimates. So our 2023 national projections that just came out are based on vintage 2022 estimates. And at present, unfortunately, we only make projections at the national level. I believe the last time we made state projections may have been in the mid 2000s, I want to say, but we just don't at this time, but we're thinking about restarting that. So for now, if you have any questions on New Mexico state projections, Jackie is your woman. Go hit her up. So why do we disseminate the projection? So, unlike the estimates, the projections are not, we're not federally mandated to produce them, but we do find that a lot of researchers, academics, local planners, they find them really useful regardless. And so they're used in tons of business research, academia, and for planning purposes in the public and private sector. Our method for our projections also uses the cohort component method. That base population in blue, it's advanced each year using a projected survival rates to project deaths and our net international migration. And what we do is we add new births to the population each year by applying projected age-specific fertility rates to the female population. And also, these are all based also on assumptions that we make about future mortality, fertility, and international migration. So the accuracy of the projections is affected primarily by two things. And so that comes down to, usually the most recent estimates. So, how well of a job did we do on the base of those estimates. Also assumptions, again, that we make about fertility, mortality, and international migration. It's interesting to look back at historical projections that demographers made in the past, and then comparing those projections they made to current estimates or current census counts, so what actually occurred. For a great example of that is demographers in the 40s and 50s did not anticipate the size or duration of the baby boom. And then after that, they failed to foresee the baby bust that happened. So in the new set of projections, our assumptions focused primarily on the effects of COVID-19 on each of the components. So like I said, in recent times, we've, haven't disseminated the population projections on a regular basis like we do our estimates. And only at the national level. Just last week, we released our latest, the 2023 projections. And something really exciting, but that we haven't done before, is that these projections now go out to 2100. Before we would stop at 2060, but we decided to extend them a little bit further out. And a lot of data users have already applauded us. They wanted it to go further out. And so the projections include total population, the components of change, and also characteristics by single year of age, sex, race, Hispanic origin, and nativity. And so when I speak about nativity, that is the native and foreign-born populations in the United States. Again, they were released just last week on my birthday. We have a main series, and so our main series is from 2023 to 2100, and this reflects that middle range of assumptions. So we have a mid, high, low, and so the mid is just the average of what's most likely going to happen, and so includes those three alternative scenarios out to 2100, and it has the same assumptions about fertility and mortality as we previously released in 2017, but it really employed different assumptions about immigration. So in the immigration series, we have a high, low, and zero series immigration scenario. The new release updated the last series of projections published in 2017 to, again, reflect the impacts of COVID-19, and also shows the results of the 2020 decennial census. And the release includes that main series of projections, which is considered the most likely under the different scenarios of immigration. And moving forward, our hope is to get the projections out on a more regular series, and we don't have to wait again 6 years for the next one. So to access our projections, we have our projections page. I've listed that URL right on the top right. So this is our main page. I was really excited. I finally got to update my slide. Now the screen grab says 2023 national projections and no longer says 2017. So here on this page, there's all the data on the projections and also really great reports on the projections. So if you're interested on the reports as well, take a look here. So I know I've only scratched the surface today in my presentation, and I've thrown a lot of information at you guys. And I know it's almost, our favorite time of the day, lunch. So I'll quickly go through this, but if you have any questions, I'm going to do my best to answer them. But if I can't, I can point you to the various other branches in my area that are more apt and they're subject matter experts. So I'm going to first start with my branch, so the Coordination, Dissemination, Outreach branch. We can answer most questions, show you the catalog of estimates and our projections products. We can tell you when the release dates are for the next set of estimates or projections. Also special tabulation. So if there is a data set or really something specific that you're looking for that doesn't really match what we have available for, we have a special tabulation program, and I'm actually the coordinator, so you can reach out to me and we can discuss more into depth on what you're looking for. General website questions as well. Next, we have our population estimates branch. So they handle the estimates of the total population, also our components of change, the estimates by age, sex, race, Hispanic origin, and also the estimates of military and group quarters population. Our international migration branch, of course, handles our estimates on international migration, and also our Puerto Rico estimates come out of this branch. Next is our local government estimates and migration processing branch. So LGEMP is our acronym for this branch. They handle our estimates for sub-county places, so those cities and towns, also the estimates on housing units, and also domestic migration and the challenge program. So I promised you the email address. So if you have any questions about the challenge program, or if you know a government entity that wants to challenge the estimate, you can go to our website, check out the guide, but you can also go to pop.challenge@census.gov, and we'll have someone respond back to you. Special census information is also in this branch. and our Population Evaluation Analysis and Projections branch, or PEEP. They handle our projections for the population and components of change. The demographic analysis estimates that I mentioned are also coming out of this branch, and also those end of decade products, the evaluation estimates, or E2, and that modified race research comes out of PEEP. And finally, our base evaluation and research team, or BERT, they handle everything on our new blended base approach. And so they handle the changes, improvements to that estimates base, and also taking into the feasibility of various coverage measures from different program areas to really account in development of our new base throughout the decade. This is my contact information. So again, I have here, you can call me, email me, and I'm more than happy to get back to you. And if I don't have the answer, I can put you in contact with one of my colleagues who can. So that brings me to the end of my presentation. Thank you again so much for sticking around and hearing about the Census Bureau's estimates. I really appreciate it. So I'll take any questions that you may have.
Yep.
That's a really good question. So I do not, I wasn't around last decade when that was going around. And since we just restarted it, to my knowledge, there haven't been any that have been approved yet this decade, but great question. Yes. Annually. We have our dissemination team and the estimates program that every time there's a new release of estimates, we deliver it to the website developers to make sure that QuickFacts and other census data tools are updated with the latest estimates. For the nation and state and the states, that'll be next month. And then for counties and cities, it'll be next year, March. You're welcome. Yes.
Earlier, you had an estimate for the world population. I was just curious how that's, computed.
World population? Great question. So within the population division, we have an international program center. And so the international database, they calculate not just the world pop, but also tons of other countries there. So what they do is they have a pop clock. I don't know if anyone's familiar with the pop clock. Yeah, it's really cool. And you can see, go to our website and you can see, it's kind of like a odometer on a car, and you can just see it rolling on like how many births or how many people are being added, how many deaths are occurring, and migration. So that area handles that. Yeah.
We have any last questions? I think we're good. Thank you, Kevin.
Yeah, thank you guys.
So the other groups are beginning to release here, and you guys are in this room because you're smart, right? And you know you get the first chance at starting for lunch. So go ahead and go back there. Just a quick note for those people who are looking for the vegetarian options, they will be the wraps, but not all wraps are vegetarian. So keep an eye out on that. Thank you. And our next speaker will probably start about 12:30. And I'm just going to recommend that you start on the right side here, because I think he's still setting up on the left side.
Yeah.
Microphone?
Oh, yeah.
They're good.
See,
I don't want you going to the bathroom.
Test. Check. Testing.
I love all the conversations that are going on.
Check.
It's good to hear you guys
Check, check.
networking. And I think you've all had your second plate, right? Did you all go back for seconds already? So this morning I had asked you all, how many of you had been here 25 years, made every conference? And then there were a whole bunch of people in the audience who are data geeks in training. And I have the question back. I had challenged you that you had to get yourself 3 business cards from all those people who'd been here for years. So our data geeks in training, how are you doing with your business cards this afternoon? I could give you a tip. One of those business cards is in the folder. So you only have to get 2 more. Let me introduce to you our director for UNM Bureau of Business and Economic Research, Michael O'Donnell, or as we call him in the office, Mo. Mo has been our leader for the last 3 years. Pretty much he took over during the pandemic and he has led us out. And he's going to talk to you today about the state of the economy in New Mexico and we expect to see it going forward. Without further ado, here's Mo.
Thank you, Susan. Can you all hear me? Or good? Okay. So I think I'm going to start out first sounding a little bit like the Oscars and just to tell everybody thank you. Thank you, Susan, for putting on another excellent event. Thank you to all of our speakers that have come far and wide to talk to you about data and data access and ways to use data. We're data people and we like data. So here we are, data people unite, I guess. So I'm going to go ahead and talk as I did last year, as I've done many years before, and as all my predecessors have done, and talk about the New Mexico economy. So let me go ahead and go through here. But as you'll notice there at the top of the screen, it doesn't say New Mexico, and unfortunately it's hidden behind all of the Zoom stuff, but it says U.S. Review and Economic Outlook. And I always start out the presentation talking about the U.S. economy because New Mexico is, if you didn't know, is in the U.S. And so I think it's important to start there. Even if sometimes people don't realize that we're in the US, it's actually shocking to me that that still happens. Okay, so a very quick review of the national economy, some important data that we look at. So first, job gains were solid in 2022. Job gains over the month were about 400,000 jobs added each month of last year. The first 10 months of 2023, job gains averaged 239,000 jobs per month. October came in at 150,000. So that was the data that came out a couple weeks ago. A little bit lower than analysts' expectations. And actually, they had revised down the previous 2 months before that by about a total of about 100,000 jobs or so. What I will say is that nevertheless, job gains over 2023 or for 2023 have been relatively strong. And so we are now sitting at about 4.5 million jobs above pre-pandemic levels. That seems to me to be pretty good, better than actually anticipated. If you go back and look at what we thought things were going to look like this far out from the pandemic, we're substantially above that. And the good news is actually, when I get to this, not to foreshadow too much, but that New Mexico is actually better than anticipated as well. So some good news. My second bullet there, the Federal Reserve, for those of you who watch interest rates, they actually in their most recent meeting didn't raise rates again, but they're still relatively high in a band of 5.25 to 5.5%. Initial and continuing claims for unemployment have ticked up over the last 9 months or 10 months or so, but are still fairly low. The unemployment rate, so the one that we see kind of just kind of talked about in the news, has ticked up over the last couple of months as well. In the US, 3.9% in October. The U6 rate, which is a broader measure of unemployment, it includes kind of marginally attached workers and people that are kind of underemployed. That's at about 7.2%. This is slightly above where we were at the beginning of the pandemic, but not substantially above. It's kind of in the neighborhood of where things were right before the pandemic hit. New data for GDP came out a couple weeks ago, registered 4.9% growth in the most recent quarter, which is quite fast. I'm going to show you a slide in a minute that shows where that growth came from. Some of it's good news, some of it's maybe not as good news, and we'll kind of go through that in just a second. Also, in addition, If you kind of look at the GDP numbers, so GDP for the US, you'll notice that the data has actually been revised going back a couple of years. And so they've actually moved up the level of GDP because they revised it going back 2017 or so. West Texas Intermediate spot price of crude, which is something that we watch very closely in New Mexico because obviously, if you pay attention to the state budget, it's an important input into the revenues that the state receives, and it allows the state to do the things that it does, at least in part. It's a lot of what the volatility is in state revenues comes from the oil and gas industry. I checked this morning, West Texas Intermediate crude, which is the one that's kind of most like what we have in New Mexico, was about $77 or so a barrel. I just checked it before I started speaking and it was closer to $76 a barrel. So it's actually quite low. It's ticked down. When I gave this presentation 3 months ago, or a similar presentation to this 3 months ago, was about $85 a barrel. So things have ticked down somewhat. So that's good news for obviously consumers, good news for people going to the pump, because obviously this number is related to or correlated with gasoline prices. Maybe not as great news for the state of New Mexico, because that it also goes into figuring out how much revenue the state receives when producers pump and sort of put their oil to market. Consumer sentiment, I'll show you a slide on this in a minute, so I won't talk about it, but I'll talk about how consumers are feeling sort of nationally. I have another bullet down there, ISM Manufacturing Index. So this is an index of trying to determine whether an industry is expanding or contracting. This is one that we look at. Basically, it's contracted, manufacturing has contracted. So in terms of kind of the value of things produced, sort of what this industry looks like for the last 12 months. On the other hand, service industries have expanded for the last basically 40 or so months. I have some concerns down there at the bottom. For those of you who were with us last year, I think some of these concerns probably were similar, but some of them are different now. As I mentioned, things are a little bit better than maybe anticipated last year, but there are obviously a few issues to kind of keep your eye on. Obviously, one of them is geopolitical. So there are some, as you know, we have seen in the news, things going on in the Ukraine and Russia, or in Israel, Palestine, other issues just kind of dealing and managing with the rest of the world. Those can all present downside risks to the economy. My second thing there, Congress being Congress, I don't know that I need to say any more about that, but there it is. So banking industry, this isn't as much an issue now, I don't think, but a few months ago, we saw some banking institutions, some smaller and sort of mid-sized banking institutions fail or look like they were on the precipice. Recent downgrade of credit rating. Again, this isn't a super recent thing, but just wanted to point that out. And the last point down there is, are we moving toward a recession? And again, as I talked about last year, and I kind of remember talking about it was even more doom and gloom than it's going to be today. So for those of you who were sad after you left, you hopefully won't be nearly as sad today. Maybe still a little sad, but hopefully not as sad. Are we moving toward a recession? Or are we just going to have some economic softness, some kind of pseudo recession? And I'll talk about that in just a minute. So one of the things that I want to talk about to start things off is inflation. So there's like about 1 billion measures of inflation. The ones that I'm going to show up here on the slide are sort of the consumer price index. This is year-over-year growth, 2 different measures of it. The CPI is kind of everything, and the CPI excluding food and energy. So they exclude food and energy because they tend to be volatile, and so it's a more kind of even measure of the growth of prices. And so what we saw back kind of, mid last year, the CPI hit almost 9% year-over-year growth, which is fast. Normally, what the Federal Reserve likes to see is about 2%. And so anything above 2% is they're not happy with. And so we saw about 9% midway through last year. And that's that kind of the red line there. The most recent data came out, and I think this was, it's all a blur to me, but I think it came out yesterday, 3.2%, which is getting closer to that 2% mark that the Federal Reserve is looking at or looking for. And the fact that this rate has come down, this rate of growth has come down to sort of a mid 3.5 range, It's part of the reason why the Federal Reserve didn't reduce interest rate or didn't increase interest rates again in their last meeting, I think. That in concert with the fact that employment didn't grow, we didn't add as many jobs as maybe we had originally anticipated. So the reason why Federal Reserve was trying to raise rates was in part because the economy was kind of overheating, they thought. And so by raising rates, it would slow things down and potentially reduce price growth. Whatever is the case, price growth has subsided somewhat. And we see the most recent month, as I mentioned, 3.2%. And if we net out food and energy, 4%. So if you look at the various components there, food is really what's kind of pushing things up. Energy prices, as I already sort of talked about with oil prices in particular, have slowed. And so it's really food prices that have pushed that number up. Okay, job openings. So this is what's called the JOLTS data. So looking at job openings, this is New Mexico and the US. I have this kind of vertical hashed line here right around January 2021. You see both New Mexico and US lines kind of sitting around a similar band there. Obviously, the numbers are different. On the left, we have US openings. That's in thousands on the left. On the right, we have New Mexico. Obviously, the scales are very different there. But right around 2021, you see things really take up in terms of the number of openings in the US and in New Mexico. So we had seen the largest number of openings on record. I think I talked about this last year, basically through sort of the end of last year or so. And we've seen things sort of tick down a little bit. So the point here is there's not as many openings as we were seeing when we were at the peak, but there are still a lot of openings in the economy. Sort of these are published openings in New Mexico and the US. I promised that I'd come back to the idea of consumer confidence. This is one measure. This is the University of Michigan Consumer Confidence Index. High numbers are good. Lower numbers are relatively less good. And so we go back to prior to the pandemic, this index value was over 100. So I guess good. The pandemic hits, we see things really start to kind of trail off here. Right around June of last year, we hit an index value of 50, which is obviously much lower than 100, so less good. But since then, things have kind of come up. I actually marked out here last year when I gave this presentation, the Consumer Confidence Index hit a 57, so better than June, but still not particularly good. The most recent month, which is through September, actually suggests we're at an index value of 68. So things have certainly improved compared to last year in terms of consumer sentiment. So that's kind of the idea here, is that consumers, in spite of what we may see, what we may read in the news, et cetera, consumers do appear to feel better than they felt a year ago. And I wouldn't be doing my job unless I showed you these exceptionally high interest rates. So the most recent data, these are 30-year fixed-year mortgages, 7.8%. You have to go back to basically 2000 to see interest rates, 30-year fixed mortgage rates at this level. So these are had sort of subsided for a little bit. You see at the near the end of the graph there, the lines start to come down, and then all of a sudden it starts to come up. Obviously, some of this is a function of the Federal Reserve continuing to increase rates, and the other interest rates that are related to it increase. But also it has to do with, this is really the housing industry and the housing market and what's going on there too. Okay, so some concerns there. It says underneath all the Zoom stuff there, it says concerns, recession, question mark. So I have a few bullets there that come from different analysts that talk about the US economy and how they feel the economy, the trajectory is going to look, what the trajectory is going to look like, whether we're going to end up in recession or not. That's kind of the idea there. So first one is the Conference Board. You can Google them if you'd like. Conference Board has a ton of data products and a ton of sort of kind of projections for industries and the economy and et cetera. So this is what they say. The prospects of a soft landing for the US economy have risen, but it is still probable that the US economy slips into a short and shallow recession in early 2024. So they generate a ton of indices, and their indices, depending on the value of the index level, the specific index levels will suggest recession. The one that they use to actually determine whether or not we'd end up in a recession in 12 months from now is actually not at the level that would suggest recession, but they still say we probably will end up in a recession. So that's them. The next one is Goldman Sachs. They've reduced their probability of recession over the next 12 months. And that's kind of what the criteria is. Over the next 12 months, will we end up in a recession? They have a probability of 15% of recession in the next 12 months. And that came out in September 2023. They have continuously over the last 6-9 months brought these recession probabilities down. It was at one point, 30, 35%. Wall Street Journal, something that was new in October was that a recession is no longer the consensus. Now it's only a 48% probability. Well, it's basically a coin flip. Before that, I think it was 56% probability. So not particularly low by any stretch. And actually, it coincides fairly well with the most recent assessment by the Federal Reserve. And one of their analyses implies that there's a 46% chance of recession. What I will say is this is better than last time. At least if you don't want recession, it's better than last time. But it's still not great, I would say. The last one there, S&P Global. So this is the outfit, obviously, that has the the Standard & Poor's, Standard & Poor 500s, et cetera. That's who we actually use as an input to our New Mexico forecast. In the past, the company was called IHS. Before that, it was Global Insight. Tons of company changes throughout time. S&P actually purchased that company, but it's the same sort of data products for us. They don't mention in sort of, they release monthly this narrative of the US economy and where they think it's going and et cetera. And so they don't mention recession except in their most pessimistic scenarios. But what they do talk about is that even if New Mexico, oh God, I got New Mexico on the brain. Even if US doesn't think that they will end up the US be in a recession, that it will feel like a recession because employment in particular and labor markets will be very weak. And so I'll show you what that looks like in a minute. Okay, so some more US data. So this is the components of gross domestic product. As I said, in the most recent quarter, GDP expanded 4.9% over the prior quarter. You can see the elements that lead to that 4.9% in the very last column. So 4.9% is comprised of, let's say for that second line there, total consumption added 2.7 percentage points to that 4.9. Consumption is kind of the single largest element here in GDP. And the fact that it grew at a relatively hefty 4%, probably surprising a lot of people, and adding 2.69 points to growth suggests that there's still some strength in the economy. And then you can go through and look at the other large components here, residential fixed investment, non-residential fixed investment, kind of moving sideways. You see exports kind of netting out, kind of this increase in exports offsetting this sort of the decrease from the account from the imports, because we imported a fair amount in the most recent quarter, slightly negative. Some government spending actually adding to that top line as well. And if you remember when I talked about this at the very beginning, kind of the first slide, I said there's some good news and some bad news here. Good news is consumption spending is very good. The bad news is we have this large increase from change in private inventories. So 1.3 points of the growth is contributed by this change in private inventories. This is kind of a little bit of a catch-all where it was an increase in inventories or returns from consumers or just inventories that go unsold and those kinds of things. And so what usually happens, or what's not uncommon to happen, is that some of this will get reallocated to the various categories when better information comes out. If not all of it gets reallocated, sometimes in the following quarter, you end up seeing sort of a negative adjustment as a result of this line item. So I suspect next quarter will not come in nearly as strong as the current quarter. Okay, so some employment and unemployment data for the US. So the black line is employment. This is total employment. And this is, we're talking 140, 150 or so million jobs, and reference to the left axis there. On the right axis, we have the unemployment rate. I have marked out here the 3.5% and the 152 plus million. That's right before the pandemic hit. You see the pandemic start to hit. You see the unemployment rate really skyrocket. You see the number of jobs really plummet. But since then, after the pandemic, we saw the unemployment rate dip. The most recent month has ticked up to 3.9%. So again, a little bit above where we were at the beginning of the pandemic, but we've seen jobs really, kind of job addition really accelerate. In the most recent month of data, sitting at about 157 million jobs in the US. You can decompose this into kind of the private sector and the government sector. Much of the gains have come from the private sector. The private sector is the left axis. The government sector is the right axis. Notice the scaling is obviously very different. We have much smaller kind of scale on the right axis compared to the left axis because most people work in the private industries rather than government. It's just been over the last few months, the government has started to kind of pick up the pace. And it was actually, I think, 3 months ago or 4 months ago where the government industries hadn't actually recovered all of the pre-pandemic losses. Private sector has for a while now kind of regained back all of the pre-pandemic losses. Private sector's up about 4.5 million jobs. Government now up about 100,000 jobs compared to prior to the pandemic. So wages. Wages are interesting. So what I have 2 lines here. I have real wages, that's referenced to the right axis. So these are wages adjusted for inflation. I have wage growth, so year-over-year growth, that's the red line, and it's referenced to the left axis. I have kind of a darker horizontal line at 0, so you can see when wage growth actually went negative, so real wage growth, meaning that inflation was growing faster than wages. And that was the case basically starting back in March of 2021, all the way through to around May of 2023. So basically 2 solid years of real wage, of inflation eating into real wages, which is part of the reason why, even though we were seeing a good amount of sort of nominal wage growth, people were seeing checks increase, getting wage boosts and the like, inflation was growing faster sort of on average. It's just been over the last few months, however, that we've actually seen wages grow faster than inflation. So we finally see sometime around May of 2023, that red line go above that horizontal kind of darker black line. Okay, so this slide is actually showing by industry, kind of broad industry, where gains are expected, which industries sort of year over year kind of net increase or decrease. You see numbers in red, that industry is expected to decline by that number compared to the year prior. You see numbers in black, the industry is expected to gain. This is coming from actually S&P Global and their forecast for these various industries. I'm not going to spend a ton of time here other than to say you can get from this some of the industries they're not expecting to do well over the course of time through 2028 at least. Manufacturing, trade, transportation, and utilities, you see them negative basically starting in 2024 and continuing to be negative. A lot of that has to do with sort of an overexpansion in some of those trade industries, with specifically to the trades, and then manufacturing move towards greater automation, perhaps outsourcing and the like. Most industries other than that are expected to add jobs over the period. The thing I really want to point out though is their expectation for annual growth down here. So you see their forecast for 2023, because we're not done with 2023 yet, 2.4% growth. And I can tell you that from January through October, employment growth has been about 2.5% or so. If it continues to be sort of somewhat weak the last 2 months of the year, it'll probably come in right about that 2.4%. And then they have expectation for 2024 at 0.7%, which is, if you look at the years prior to that, quite slow. And then you actually see negative growth in 2026. And then 2027 is slight, basically flat before things tick back up in 2027 to only 0.4 points. These are very, obviously the negative are negative. The positive ones are very slow by historical standards. And so what I talked about at the beginning is that the thought, kind of the prevailing thought, and not just from them, but from others, is that even if we don't end up in a quote unquote recession, that it might end up feeling like a recession because the employment markets are just not as good as you would ordinarily expect given what GDP on its own and the expected trajectory for GDP might look like. Okay, so this is a projection of CPI. And basically, I just wanted to put this up here because I talked for a while about the most recent month coming in at 3.2% in terms of the rate of growth. Federal Reserve wants about 2%, but the expectation is that basically throughout, for both of those different CPI measures, that S&P doesn't think that we're ever going to get, at least through the end of 2028, down to that 2% level, that it'll still be slightly above, and that it will take a little while even to get into the twos, a couple quarters anyway. Okay, so with all that good news, I'll go ahead and move on to the New Mexico review. So COVID is way on the background, I would say anyway, at least in terms of its potential impact on the economy, absent something else, some kind of large flare-up, sort of unexpected events. Other things are more pressing at the moment. So the geopolitical stuff that I talked about, congressional challenges, we have an election coming up in a year. So the understanding the trajectory of some of this is kind of contingent on knowing that. At its lowest, New Mexico was down about 90,000 jobs. And this is sort of at the worst part of the pandemic. We have data for one data series, the QCW. That's the data series that we actually use for our forecasting. So it's just through the first quarter of this year. And total employment, according to that data series, appears to be about 0.5% above where it was at the beginning of the pandemic. I would say that is good news. If we went back and looked at my forecast last year, we expected that it would take until about 2025 or potentially early 2026 to be back to pre-pandemic levels of employment. And so the fact that we are already back to where we were at the beginning of the pandemic, I think is good news. Other employment data, so the CES, so that's another data series that's produced by BLS in conjunction with Department of Workforce Solutions, suggests that there was continued improvement through the year. So those data are available through September. And they suggest that New Mexico is now about 1% above in terms of the number of jobs where it was at the beginning of the pandemic. The unemployment rate is staying low for New Mexico, so also good news. West Texas Intermediate, as I've talked about several times already, and you're going to get sick of hearing it, I'm sure, because I'm going to talk about it a little more in a bit, but had been sitting at a range of about $75 to $85 a barrel. And drilling and production of oil has been robust, but I kind of have this line at the end here, but is it starting to plateau? And we don't know. But when we get to those slides, I'll talk about that more. Okay, so this slide shows gross state product, and this has every state. New Mexico is kind of the magenta one with the larger dots there. And what I've done is I've indexed back to each state's relative level in the fourth quarter of 2019. I chose that quarter because that was when the level of gross state product for New Mexico was at its highest. So the question here is, which states have gotten back to 2019 levels of gross state product? This is a real gross state product, so adjusted for inflation. And what you'll notice is that the data is only good at the moment through the first quarter of 2023, which is unfortunate. Typically, they have data through the second quarter at this point, but and this data is produced by Bureau of Economic Analysis. They're doing some rejiggering around with their website, and they have not yet updated the quarterly data. I even checked this morning, hopeful for some data, but I was left heartbroken, unfortunately. What you'll see there is New Mexico, compared to the other states, at least in terms of this metric, is sort of being outcompeted, at least through the first quarter of 2023. We'll see what happens when the data is revised, because they revise this data pretty regularly. So we'll see when the revised data comes out, when the new data comes out, how New Mexico stacks up. But 44 states have had greater recoveries in gross state product compared to New Mexico. And we are basically back to where we were prior to the pandemic. But the implication here is that 44 other states are above where they were at the beginning of the pandemic. And so other states doing relatively better. This is a similar slide, but instead of looking at gross state product, this is employment. I'm indexing back to when New Mexico had its highest employment level prior to the pandemic, according to the CES data series, which is February of 2020. Again, the magenta line is New Mexico. And what you'll see, and this is a pretty common trend that you see with New Mexico, at the beginning of kind of a recession or kind of this larger kind of US-wide shock, New Mexico doesn't dip as far as many other states. So you see as kind of middle of the pack, maybe a little bit top half in terms of where we are, not going nearly as low as other states. But the other trend that you tend to see is that during a recovery, New Mexico tends to come out or start to climb out slower. And this is what we see here as well. So where we were kind of the middle of the pack, we start to go more towards the bottom of the pack by end of 2020. We continue to stay there and we start to climb back a little bit out through the most recent data. As I mentioned, New Mexico is about 1% above where it was prior to the pandemic in terms of number of jobs, which is good news, much faster recovery than anticipated. The bad news is that if we compare to our surrounding states, we are sort of being outcompeted. So Arizona is about 6% above the number of jobs it had prior to the pandemic. Colorado about 3% above. Even Oklahoma, 2% above. Sorry to you Oklahomans out there. Nevada, 8%. California, 3%. So the other states, and I just kind of threw California in there because it's obviously a very large state, huge economy. They actually hadn't done particularly well for a fair kind of stretch of the recovery, but now 3% above where it was prior to the pandemic. This is basically showing net increases or decreases in the labor force. So again, sorry you can't see the top there. I don't know if I can make that go away. See if I can. No, I sure can't, unfortunately. You'll just have to take my word for it. This is the labor force. You see these large declines in labor force based on the various metropolitan statistical areas. So each of those densities are either increases or decreases by place. So blue is Albuquerque MSA. Albuquerque MSA is comprised, I'm sure we all know, but of the 4 counties, Sandoval, Bernalillo, Torrance, and Valencia. Las Cruces MSA, so Doña Ana County. Santa Fe MSA, Santa Fe County. Farmington MSA, San Juan County. And I've broken out Lee and Eddy County as well. It's kind of this purpley color that looks a lot like the Albuquerque color, but and then the rest of New Mexico. So New Mexico minus these areas. Just to give you an idea of where jobs, or not jobs, people were lost or gained in the workforce, in the labor market. So you see these huge declines starting around February of 2020 when the pandemic hit. You see continuing losses. So these are year-over-year losses. And then basically starting March or so 2021, year-over-year increases according to this data series, and pretty much unbroken with the exception of a few months in 2022 of sort of gains. At current, New Mexico's labor force is about 0.5% above its pre-pandemic peak. So similar to where we are in terms of employment, and again, in terms of levels. I have a really long history up here showing a labor force statistic. This is participation rate. And I even have, unfortunately, hiding behind Rayanne there, I have a definition of what the labor force participation rate is. It's basically sort of a ratio looking at who's in the labor force, what percentage of folks are in the labor force. And I have New Mexico and I have the US. And the US is kind of the red line there, the red hashed line. It's on top for the entire series. And you see New Mexico there, the blue line. I go back to 1976 on there, sort of arbitrarily. What you see is that New Mexico's labor force participation rate is below the US for the whole thing. You see it sort of in the 70s and kind of mid 80s start to widen. You see kind of mid 80s through basically when the Great Recession hits, sort of continuing to widen. You see the Great Recession actually hit, and there's really this large widening between the two series. And then the pandemic in New Mexico continues to be quite a bit below where the US is in terms of percentages. I'm kind of spending a little bit of time here because I get the question, well, why is New Mexico's labor force participation rate lower than the US? It's like consistently the case. And I kind of hem and haw about it because I never have like a really good answer for it. I've done a little bit of analysis trying to look at what are the components and what specific pieces look like and the like. but I'm not, and I can talk at greater depth about this if anybody's interested, but this is more just to show you that this is a phenomenon that's happened for, seems like forever. And since the Great Recession, New Mexico has been considerably below where the US is in terms of this metric. Okay, so oil production and oil presence. I promised we'd get back to this. So the black line here, this is oil production. The red line is drilling rigs. And these are all kind of as a percentage of what's going on in the US. So oil production is what is the volume of oil being produced? And specifically, what is the ratio of volume produced in New Mexico that is in the US? Or what percentage of oil that's being produced is coming from New Mexico, I think is a better way to put it. If we go back to early 2016, we see less than 5% of all US oil that was produced, kind of this field oil produced, was coming from New Mexico. If we fast forward to the most recent data that we have, it's about 14% of all oil that's being produced is being produced in New Mexico. That makes New Mexico the second largest state in terms of production volume. The only state that produces more than New Mexico is Texas. But New Mexico produces a considerable volume of oil. We also look at drilling rigs. So this is companies that go out are actually drilling for oil. So they have these machines, they go out, they actually drill, and then eventually start to kind of produce. What percentage of the drilling rigs that are in the US are drilling in New Mexico? The most recent one there, I have 16.3% of all drilling rigs that are operating in the US are operating in New Mexico. Actually, it's closer to 17%. I just didn't update the data in this slide, but it ticked up a little bit. 105 drilling rigs are operating in New Mexico at the moment, the most recent data that we've seen. And as I said, for about 14% of all oil that's being produced in the US is being produced in New Mexico. And then I have this bullet down there, and I'll just read this in perspective. So far in 2023, field oil production in the US totaled 12.8 million barrels per day, which is up about 44% compared to 2016. In New Mexico has increased from about 400,000 barrels per day to 1.8 million barrels per day. That's up 350%. So the oil production in New Mexico has increased by a staggering amount over the last several years. We also produce gas, and we produce about 7% of all US gas. And that puts us in about 5th place in the country. So one of the things we look at is how many jobs are in the mining industry. So mining is really broad. Mining includes hard metals mining, but it also obviously includes mining for oil and the like. Most of what goes on in New Mexico is kind of the oil and gas mining, that type of thing, but it's not all. So this is super imperfect because I can't get a better breakdown on the up-to-date kind of the CES sort of data. I just get mining overall. But just to give us an idea of how much oil is produced per job, what we'll notice, especially with that kind of blue line there, is that the volume of oil that's produced per job in the quote unquote mining industry increased substantially starting around 2018 until you go to around 2020. And you see that huge increase there, that large increase slope. But what we've seen over the last couple of months is that this increase has kind of seemingly started to slow. Some of this has to do with the mining industry actually recovering some of the jobs that were lost during the pandemic, and that's been happening kind of more recently, and not commensurate increases in production volume. But the larger point here is that we were seeing this large kind of increase in this kind of steep slope that has seemed to kind of slow down a bit. The other measure that we can look at is that red line there, where if we go back to 2016, the number of jobs per drilling rigs, I talked about the drilling rigs, the actual rigs that are out there drilling, had this tremendous drop off in terms of the number of people in the mining industry compared to the number of drilling rigs operating. But that's also started to flatten out sort of in 2022. Oh, and actually, just to kind of to make this point, so the mining industry is interesting for a number of reasons, And oil and gas in particular is interesting for the state of New Mexico for a ton of reasons. One, as I already kind of alluded to, the fact that a large amount of that money ends up filtering to the state, or large dollars filter to the state of New Mexico as a result of activities in mining, especially oil and gas mining. But it's also obviously really important for those parts of the state that engage in this. So if you look at where a lot of this happens in Lee and Eddy County, their economies are based at least around this particular industry. And even though there aren't that many people in the mining industry, it's a relatively small industry in terms of the number of people in it, it has a disproportionate impact because it ends up having impacts in those local economies on the accommodation industries, retail trade industries, a lot of the other service industries that provide kind of service and support, construction industries, transportation industries, and the like. And so it's super highly integrated into those local economies. So just kind of want to point that out. Totally switching gears, looking at housing sales and housing price. So the left part of the slide there is looking at housing sales. This is through September. This is data coming from the New Mexico Realtors Association, and looking at the January through September 2022 versus 2023. You can look at the number of sales by area of the state, and I've broken them down the same way that I did with the labor force data, looking at the Albuquerque, MSA, Las Cruces, Santa Fe, Farmington, and then Lee and Eddy counties, and then sort of the rest of the state. What you'll notice, especially for Albuquerque and the rest of New Mexico, because that's where the largest densities are, is that sales are down this year compared to last year. I think we probably all know that. Talk about it in the paper. Versus Farmington, Lee, and Eddy County. Also, you can see kind of the red bar below the blue bar for all of those areas of the state, except for Santa Fe is about the same. Oh, Santa Fe. Median sales price on the right. So what you've also seen for most places is that there's been an increase in the median sales price for houses. So there's been fewer sales, but the price has gone up. So you see Albuquerque, Las Cruces, Farmington, Lee and Eddy, and rest of New Mexico. Perhaps surprisingly, Santa Fe went down a little bit, maybe not surprisingly, given the fact that their sales actually went up a smidge. But, you know, you see this disproportionate kind of price here in Santa Fe, which, you know, unsurprising, I guess, but still very high. Data is through September, available, as I said, from the New Mexico Realtors Association. Sales down 18% statewide year to date compared to last year. Just kind of put a bow on this. Median price up to $323,000. The total value, kind of, you multiply the number of houses times the value, kind of the average value. The total value of houses sold is down 13% compared to last year. So kind of this volume measure down. And we just kind of confined to the Greater Albuquerque Realtors Association, sales down 21% compared to the same time last year, but the median price is up to $345,000. Okay, taxable gross receipts. So you can't actually see there at the top, that very top line is mining. So where is a lot of the taxable, what of the gross receipts that are taxable, what industries are they coming from? And that's kind of what this slide is showing. And I have it sorted based upon where most of it's coming from, or kind of basically in descending order there. So mining, a lot of the, and so basically there's these taxable gross receipts and then they end up getting taxed. I'm just showing what's taxable. So coming from mining, that's the largest one, but you also have retail, trade, construction, professional and technical services, wholesale trade, administration, accommodation. These are in millions here. So we're talking, if you look at the number there, 1.1 or so, that's 1.1 billion. So a lot. And basically we're just looking at Q1 and Q2 of 2023 over Q1 and Q2 of 2022. And so in aggregate, taxable gross receipts were up 4.8 billion, or about 11% year over year. What areas of the state are we looking at in terms of where this taxable gross these taxable gross receipts are coming from? I said mining's important, et cetera, et cetera. Lee and Eddy County are kind of at the top there. And then Bernalillo, because obviously Bernalillo is ginormous. That is a technical word, ginormous. The third largest there. Los Alamos, Santa Fe, Sandoval, and we have this kind of other. This is going to be everywhere that's not on the slide there. So kind of the rest of the state minus all the named places. But really the big issue, or kind of the big talking point, is a lot of this is coming from Leonetti County, and a good amounts coming from Bernalillo, and then sort of a smattering from the other places. Okay, so this is going to show you some sort of state revenue information, some state recurring revenues, and this is fiscal year 23 over fiscal year 22. And this is through March of 2023. So July through March, because that's how, well, July through June is how the fiscal year runs. We only have through March data that's up and available. You can actually pull this data. They have a PDF of their data and information from the Legislative Finance Committee at the exceptionally long hyperlink down there. But in any event, you can see where a lot of the state's revenue is coming from. And this is comparing, as I said, fiscal year 23 and literally subtracting fiscal year 2022 for each one of these kind of components here. And this is in millions. So GRT collections are up 434 million compared to the year prior. Compensating tax, selective sales tax, personal income tax, and corporate income tax, both about $150 million compared to a year prior, above where they were last year. Mineral production, again, mining, rents and royalties, mining as well, very, very high, both over 350 million compared to the year prior. You have investments, 326 million. Point is, all these elements are well above where they were last year, or had been running kind of through March of 2023. Recurring revenue over that several month period, up almost $2 billion compared to the same months in fiscal year 2022. Okay, so moving on to the outlook. I will start you out with the slide with far too much text. So New Mexico Economic Outlook 2023 through 2028, national slowdown that I talked about, especially in terms of the employment, in terms of employment in some of the industries. Because to be quite honest, that's what we focus on a lot, more than a lot of the other metrics, is where are the jobs, how many jobs are we adding, how many jobs are being lost, which industries are being impacted in terms of employment and the like. And so even if it's the case that the US economy in terms of kind of gross domestic product is doing reasonably well, if it's the case that employment slows, employment growth slows, then as I said, it might feel like a recession. And that will be the case in the US. And even though it's the case that I don't have New Mexico in this particular forecast losing jobs, at least for an entire year, it will feel pretty slow, especially compared to where things were in terms of growth, kind of during the recovery. So New Mexico grows a little bit slower than the US in 2023 in this forecast, and 2024, but then a little bit faster in 2025 through 2027. And if you remember, in the US sort of declined in 2025 slightly, and then sort of moved sideways in 2026. In this forecast, we suspect that the state will do a little bit better, at least in terms of growth over that period. As I mentioned, the state lost about 90,000 jobs at the beginning of the pandemic. And also, as I mentioned, through the first quarter of 2023, the state, at least in terms of the QCEW, in terms of that particular metric, about a half a point above where it was at the beginning of the pandemic. And this is just kind of number of jobs. The CES also, as I have just kind of repeating myself here, suggests that at least through September, the state was about 1% above where it was. The big drag is, as I'll show, specifically local government. For some historical context, employment grew 2% in 2021 in New Mexico, and then 4.5% in 2022. Growth is anticipated of about 1.8% in 2023, then about 0.4% thereafter, which is quite slow by historical standards. Economy exceeds 2019 levels in 2023. If you were to go back and look at my presentation from last year, you will see a slide that looks surprisingly similar, and you can compare. Economy exceeds 2019 levels in, I think I said 2025, late 2025. And, you know, as I said, the fact that we've already recovered, at least in terms of number of jobs, much faster than anticipated, I think is a positive sign. I'll show you another slide here sort of near the end that shows this comparison to our most recent forecast to several forecasts prior. By 2028, we anticipate New Mexico will be about 31 or so thousand jobs above 2019 levels. That's less than 4% above in terms of just raw numbers of jobs. And then income. Income growth was very fast in 2020. Income is comprised, and I'll show you a slide that shows the various components, but income is comprised of a whole bunch of stuff. It's comprised of wage and salary, it's income, it's comprised of transfer payments. A lot of the growth that we saw in income in 2021 and 2020 and 2021 came from transfer payments, things like stimulus checks and the like, extended unemployment insurance, those sorts of things. It also includes dividends, interest, and rent, and includes proprietor's income and other. And so a bunch of categories that go into it, and I'll show you a breakout of this in a bit here. Okay, so this slide is showing by industry how many jobs were either added or lost in 2020 compared to 2019. We fast forward a year, the next kind of the middle part shows whether jobs were added or lost in those same industries, 2021 over 2020. And then the next one shows actually 2022 over 2019. So kind of taking both of these years into consideration, by 2020, sort of the average number of jobs in the year by industry, which ones still remained down and by how much, or which ones were up. So we can look at in 2020, which industries did particularly poorly. So as a result of the pandemic, and some of them, especially accommodations, is unsurprising. So accommodation lost 18,000 jobs on average in New Mexico in 2020 compared to 2019. Government also lost a sizable number of jobs, and perhaps surprisingly, mining lost a good number. Arts doesn't look like it lost a particularly large number of jobs. I think it's about 4,000 or so, but it's a really small industry. And so in percentage terms, it turns out that it's pretty large. And then you go back all the way up the list, you see only one in the kind of positive territory there. That's professional and technical services. So kind of a service industry that includes a whole gamut of kind of sub-industries and occupations, but the only one that kind of eked out some gains. So the next year, 2021, so looking kind of, we're kind of in the recovery, we're starting to recover, which industries are kind of adding jobs, which ones are continuing to lose jobs, et cetera. Accommodations added some of the jobs back that it had lost. So it added back about 6,000 jobs, but it was down about 17,000 jobs a year before. So just so you see how this math works out, you see that it's still down by 2022, about 11,500 jobs. We also see government continuing to lose jobs. And as I said, government's been sort of one of the main drags in terms of employment, and in particular, as I said, local government. You also see mining continuing to lose jobs in 2021. Other industries, many of the other industries really start to kind of pick up the pace, however. So arts adds jobs, admin adds jobs, retail trade adds jobs. Retail trade, surprisingly, was one of the industries that actually bounced back post-pandemic faster than just about any other place. I mean, the exception there is whoever's got to be in the good list all the time, professional and technical services, they added jobs again in 2021. But most industries either moved sideways or added jobs. What's interesting, and I don't want to harp on mining, so I'm sure you're like, guys, stop talking about mining. But what's interesting for me about mining is the fact that we produced exceptional volumes of oil, as I've said, in 2017, 2018, 2019, 2020, every year since basically 2016 in terms of volume of oil produced. Yet we've lost substantial jobs in the industry. And it's just been more recently, really in 2023, that we started to gain some of those jobs back. So as I said, this last kind of panel there on the right, you can see at least through 2022, which industries were still adding jobs, or which industries had kind of gotten back to where they were before the pandemic, which ones hadn't, et cetera. So accommodations still well below, government well below, et cetera. Or I should say that's through 2021. So kind of doing the net there. So 2021 minus 2019, and that's how you get that last one there. And I say that because this is 2022 minus 2019. So if we kind of move 1 year ahead, we look at the very, and just an additional year, 2022, which ones are doing well? Transportation, doing well. Professional and technical services, doing well. Retail trade, who would have thought, doing very, very well. Education, manufacturing, et cetera. And then you go look at the top there, local government down about 6,300 jobs, the largest kind of loser in terms of number of jobs vis-a-vis 2019, and mining. And then accommodations, because accommodations, even though it had been doing reasonably well in terms of growth, had lost so many jobs at the beginning of the pandemic that it's difficult for it to kind of sort of eke itself out. The other industry is kind of moving sideways, at least in terms of raw numbers there. So this slide is looking at 2023, and I'm sorry you can't see the title there. This is 2023 Q1, which is the last quarter of data from the quarterly census of employment and wages versus the first quarter of 2020. So one of the unique characteristics of the QCW data, it's sort of a count. It's a count of jobs. And so it's not seasonally adjusted. So the CES series is often seasonally adjusted. And so you can kind of look at, what 1 month versus another month and see where things went. You can't really do that with the QCW data, not particularly well anyway. And so we want to look at the same quarter. So 2020 Q1 versus 2023 Q1, and we can look to see what things look like. And it's not going to look terribly different from the slide I just showed you. But what you will see is that professional and technical services still doing well, retail trade still doing well, transportation is still doing well, and local government doing a little bit better than what we saw in 2020. So some and as I have in that, and I've kind of talked about a couple times, we didn't think that the state would get back to where it was until late 2025. And as of at least through the first quarter of 2023, New Mexico was about 4,300 jobs above where it was prior to the pandemic. So this is going to look at year-over-year growth and forecasts that we did in July versus our most recent forecast in October. Things kind of look similar in both forecasts. You see this huge reduction of jobs. This is year-over-year growth, sort of at the beginning of the pandemic. You see some recovery. And then, as I said, right around beginning or end of 2022, even to beginning of 2023, New Mexico recovering. So again, this is year-over-year growth. So you don't actually see that here. You can't really figure that out from this slide. But you see this real tapering of growth down to close to 0% right around 2024 or so. Other than that, our thoughts of the trajectory of the economy are about the same as they were about 3 months ago or 6 months ago, not substantially different. So here's a comparison of what growth rates are anticipated for New Mexico per our forecast, and comparing to S&P Global's forecast. So for the US, so the blue line is the US, the red line is New Mexico. And you see 2021, New Mexico, this is actual data, of course, pretty noticeably below where the US was in terms of growth. 2022, very similar. New Mexico, a little bit slower in 2023, similar to the US in 2024, and then slightly above the US from 2025 through 2027, especially in 2025 and 2026, when the US is expected to contract. We'll see in next year if they change their expectations in terms of there actually being these employment losses for the US in 2025. What I can tell you is this, is that if you were to go back 9 months or so and look at one of their forecasts, they would have had something that looked similar, except for it would have been pushed back a year. And so the losses would have started in 2024. And so that suggests to me that even though they think that the trajectory may be similar to in this forecast compared to last forecasts, they're just kind of pushing things forward a year. So it might be next time that really the losses start in 2026. Okay, so this slide is showing which industries do we expect to recover by 2028. Really, this is looking at 2028 minus 2019 for all of these industries that I have listed. Which industries are going to be above 2019 levels and by how much, according to our most recent forecast. So you can see kind of at the bottom here, professional and technical services, always getting the gold star, 8,800 jobs above 2019 levels. Healthcare is an exceptionally large industry in terms of the number of people in it. And so unsurprising that it's second place there in terms of number of jobs. And I can tell you this, depending on the forecast, these things switch. So depending on how strong we expect the healthcare industry to be, depending on what the inputs coming from the national forecast look like, depending on what policy, both at the state level and nationally might look like, healthcare, employment, and also, by the way, this includes social services too. So it's not just doctors and nurses, it's also kind of social service providers is in this industry. And so it might be the case that those flip, and that's just kind of how these things go. Transportation, much of the gain happened actually during the recovery in transportation. Transportation was the fastest growing industry in 2021 and 2022, I think, in the state in terms of percentages. And so a lot of that gain sort of is front loaded. Construction, accommodations, et cetera. One thing that you'll notice is that in addition, or two things you'll notice. The first one is that mining, many of the other slides I've shown, mining is already above 2019 levels, but the longer term expectation for this industry is that it will start to contract. And so any of the gains that we've seen will end up being lost. And so that is an expectation, kind of a national expectation that filters through to the New Mexico economy. Mining, still trying to kind of dig itself out of the pandemic era losses that happened in that industry in 2020 and 2021. Even though it's actually doing reasonably well in terms of job addition, we're expecting that that industry will still stay below 2019 levels. And similarly for local government was hit so hard as a result of the kind of the comings and goings of the pandemic that we're expecting that it's going to be very difficult for it to kind of dig itself out of its hole. Okay, so this slide is showing personal income. And as I mentioned, there are many components to personal income. There's private wage and salaries, transfers, other labor income, which tends to be related to wage and salary disbursements, government wage and salary, different types of proprietors income, investment income, and the like. And so you can see going from one year to the next, what components are adding to income, which components are kind of bringing income down. And that's referenced to kind of the left axis. So the bars are referenced to the left axis. The black line is showing year-over-year growth, which is referenced to the right axis. So you see 8.4% growth in 2020, 9.6% growth in 2021. These actually have been recently revised up, both of these numbers, pretty substantially. And the reason for much of the growth, especially in 2020, you see this kind of a burnt orange color. So this is really looking at 2020 versus 2019. Where have there been kind of gains or losses, or which components have gained and losses, have gained or lost, and by how much? You see this huge kind of burnt orange bar there. And again, that's coming from transfers. It's coming from things, as I mentioned already, extended unemployment insurance. It's coming from things like stimulus checks and the like. And that really propped up income growth because many of the other components were either negative or just only slightly positive. Fast forward to 2021, kind of the burnt orange bar there isn't nearly as big, but it's still relatively large. You also have private wage and salary disbursements increase, many of the other components increasing as well, but nearly 10% growth for the year, which is quite fast. If we compare 2022 versus 2021, we weren't getting nearly as many increases in terms of transfer payments because many of the programs that were running at that kind of during the pandemic were had finished or had terminated. And so you see kind of this reduction or this kind of pulling back of what that total top line is. But many of the other components did reasonably well. So private wages and salaries gaining pretty substantially. government wages and salaries, investment income, and the like. One thing I'll note, and I don't have the slide on this, but if you were to kind of adjust this for inflation, however, especially in 2021, but even in 2022, which grew at a pretty slow 1.9%, because inflation was growing so fast, inflationary pressures were actually eating into income, at least in 2022. Moving forward, as some of the drawdown from the transfers is kind of terminating, expecting about 4.3% growth of personal income, but you basically don't see the transfer payment barb in there. It's very small. It's actually a slight negative. But you move on to 2024 through 2026, those transfers start to kind of come back in terms of growth, and then 4.6, 4.8, 4.5 or so % growth per year. Okay, so we forecast, obviously, the state of New Mexico, and but it may or may not be surprising, other states forecast their economies too. And so what's useful is to look at, well, what are other states, what are they saying in terms of their forecasts? So you can go to this. This is from the Western Blue Chip Economic Forecast. It's actually put out by the Arizona State University. There's a link down there. You can just Google it and you can find this. And what they do is they get forecasts from all of these different states. And there's organizations like ours, like the Bureau of Business and Economic Research, but there's other organizations that forecast for each of these states. And so what they do is they basically average the forecasts for the respective states, and they give you sort of this composite consensus forecast. So you can look at what New Mexico's forecast looks like versus the other states. You can also look at what New Mexico's forecast looks like versus the US, and this data for the US is coming from S&P Global, because that is actually used as already mentioned, and as an input into our forecasting process. So we have in 2023, and then for 2024, you see New Mexico for 2023, a little bit below the other states, and even in 2024, a little bit below the other states, but similar to what the US is, especially in 2024. And then on the right side, you see same year breakout, but in terms of income, and you see New Mexico a bit below where the other states are for 2023, and pretty similar for 2024, really. The one thing I'll note about this is that I've done in the past, and I may have mentioned this last time, I can't recall, because I imagine I showed this slide, but I've done an analysis in the past of like how accurate the various states have been. And what I will tell you is it's not uncommon for other states to over forecast. And so I'll just leave it there. Okay, so I'm going to talk a little bit about some alternative scenarios. So as always, there's a good degree of uncertainty. We look in the crystal ball, and it's real murky. And so we can't account for every possible uncertainty, and but we definitely do our best. So S&P Global's forecast, as I mentioned, recession in quotes, not built into the baseline scenario, but employment growth is negative in 2024 and 2025, recovers in 2026. Our forecast model in 2023 suggests slow in 2023, kind of modest in 2023, and slow for the remainder. And as I already said, above pre-pandemic levels in terms of employment already in the data. We have a baseline scenario and two standard kind of alternative scenarios. So an optimistic scenario and a pessimistic scenario. And then we have a fourth scenario, which is like, this is the kind of the wheels fall off scenario, and intended to put a floor under the outlook. And basically what that scenario ends up looking like is what New Mexico looked like coming out of the Great Recession, which was kind of sideways. Before I get to the New Mexico data, just want to show you really quickly. So as I mentioned, S&P Global, they have their three scenarios: optimistic, baseline, pessimistic, and they give probabilities for each. So their optimistic scenario, 15% chance baseline, 55% chance pessimistic, 30% chance. And you see on the left, this is real GDP. So you see obviously the real GDP levels are higher in the optimistic than the baseline. The baseline is higher than the pessimistic. On the right, you can see what the growth looks like. And this is really common You see that the baseline, the optimistic outperforms in terms of growth rates, the baseline and the pessimistic for some time. And then sometime in the future, the pessimistic decides to kind of get its act together and actually outperforms the other scenarios. So this is a common occurrence for these types of forecasts. But moving on to New Mexico, and the last one was just to give you an idea of what the trajectories for the US might look like, at least in terms of GDP. But focusing here. So we, as I mentioned, we have an optimistic, a baseline, a pessimistic 1, and a pessimistic 2 scenario. The optimistic scenario is a little bit of everything goes right, few challenges to the economy and the like. But one thing you'll notice is that the optimistic scenario is almost indecipherable from the baseline. They're basically the same. I don't have the data up here, but the income is a little bit higher in that scenario, but employment ends almost identical to what the baseline ends. And by the way that this is done, the way that these are produced is I produce a forecast, or me and my team produce a forecast of the baseline forecast, which is, as I mentioned, the input is the national forecast. And then I say, okay, well, instead of using the baseline forecast coming from these folks, from S&P Global, what if I run their optimistic forecast? Or what if I run their pessimistic forecast? What do things look like? And when I run their optimistic forecast, it basically looks like the baseline. So that suggests only minimal possible upside, even under the best case scenario, relative to the baseline. But what I will note, however, is that if you just remember, the US, we're expecting some job losses, but we're not expecting that for New Mexico, at least not at the moment. So I guess that's good. If we look at the pessimistic is that kind of blue line right there, right under the black line. And that one actually looks a little bit more what the US sort of baseline scenario looks like, where we actually do see some losses. And as a result of the losses that we see in the pessimistic scenario, it takes until really around 2027 to gain those jobs back that would be lost. What I'll note here is that in our forecast, the pessimistic scenario has a 35% chance, which is pretty high. If we look at the second pessimistic scenario, which is kind of this, I don't know, peachish kind of color line there down at the very bottom, that's, as I said, sort of the wheels fall off scenario. That is what happened after the Great Recession during the recovery was that we'd have a small period of gains, but then things would really move sideways for some time. And it really moved sideways for about a decade in terms of at least jobs. And so that's what we apply here with a low 5% chance. But if you combine kind of the probability of a downside here, 35% and 5%, a 40% chance of a possible sort of downside scenario, that's pretty substantial. And in this scenario, we actually don't recover back to sort of pre-pandemic levels by the end of 2028. So I think that this is my last slide. But what this slide is showing is employment forecasts. Our most recent employment forecast that was produced really last month. And then going back 3 months, July, April, January, because I actually produce these, we produce them every 3 months. And this is pretty similar to the forecast that I showed last year at this time. What you'll notice is that basically through time, the employment data is coming in a little bit stronger than anticipated. And substantially stronger compared to that January forecast. And as I said, sort of at the top, probably not as doom and gloom as last time, because we had things really moving sideways for quite some time in our last year at this time. So we've moved these levels up as the data has been coming in a little bit stronger than anticipated. And also on top of that, as the forecast for the US has become a little bit stronger, especially in terms of employment, than anticipated a year ago. So let me just check and make sure I don't have oh, no, we're done. We did it. Congratulations, everyone.
So before I ask the audience, I got to remember that we do actually have some people online. And do we have any questions from the online audience, Rianne? Let me have her read them, okay?
The question online is there a correlation to the influx of out-of-state residents to New Mexico to the increase in jobs in New Mexico?
So the question is about the correlation, or if there's a correlation to people coming into the state to an increase in jobs. Probably to some extent, but what I will say is that, you know, there's multiple levels to that. One is, yeah, probably to some degree, but on the other hand, you know, basically every state is seeing positive employment growth. And so there's a part of me that's, you know, wants to decompose, well, what part of that growth is coming from this influx of people coming into the state versus just kind of organically grown in the state. And I don't know what exactly that is. So I don't know how tight that correlation is, but I wouldn't be surprised if some of the jobs, or many of the jobs that are, maybe not many, but some of the jobs that are being added are being end up in the hands of people coming from out of state. I just don't know what percentage that is. It always is kind of a chicken and an egg thing too. It's like, you have people here, and so do jobs kind of spring up because you have this workforce of folks that can fill them, or do employers say, oh, I need to hire a bunch of people, and so I need to go recruit from the various surrounding states. And so there's also that piece too. So to answer your question is, I don't know exactly how tight that correlation is. They're definitely related on some level, but I would be interested in being able to, or looking at the decomposition of specifically where those jobs are going or coming from, and I don't know.
Okay, audience, anybody else have a question? And I'll take this one back.
I just wanted to share something I heard this morning on the radio, that 3 of the largest national retailers are either not going to increase hiring for the holidays, or they're going to do very little. So I think they agree with pessimistic number 1.
Yeah, so I would not at all be surprised. I think that places probably did overhire actually, and they probably essentially hired their seasonal staff in advance in a sense. And which is going to be interesting, because normally what you see, if you look at the data for the retail industry, you see this relatively large spike in the 4th quarter. You just see it, and you see a drop off in the 1st quarter. Because they do the seasonal hiring. I mean, you hear Home Depot is hiring, or Walmart is hiring, or whatever. And to the extent that they feel like they have already fully staffed and they don't need to increase hiring, I wouldn't at all be surprised. And on top of that, as I mentioned, the long-term trajectory expectation, kind of the long-term expectation for that industry is actually negative.
Thank you, Mo. My question is related to the oil production. So we have like 350% increase since 2016. What do you think has been responsible for that?
So what has been responsible for the increase in the oil production? Really technology, more than anything else. It's horizontal drilling and fracking that is responsible for the majority of that. And also a better understanding of what the geology looks like down there. So New Mexico is part of what's called the Permian Basin. The Permian Basin is in Texas. That's why they produce so much oil. The Permian Basin is a particularly productive kind of section of oil producing area. New Mexico has a part of it in Lee and Eddy County. And as it almost kind of directly lines up, and you can look at drilling. Actually, you can look at this drilling. You may be interested in this. Actually, the data source for drilling rigs, it's called Baker Hughes, and you can look up Baker Hughes rotary rig drilling or something like that, and they have actually weekly data for that goes back, I think, to. I can't remember what year it goes back to, but they have data on their website, and they're a company. Actually, they are a private company. And if you drive through like Midland and Odessa, Texas, you'll actually see Baker Hughes like on the sides of buildings and things like that. because they are a company associated with the oil industry. In any event, you can see how this technology changed from just the vertical drilling, because they categorize the types of drills, just old school vertical drilling versus the horizontal drills. And as that kind of technology has really picked up, you see New Mexico's production really accelerate as well. So I would say technology and a better understanding of the geology.
The next online question is transportation included in each graph only for profit, or does that include governmental transportation services?
So anything that's technically government will go into the government industries in this data. There are ways to parse out like which industries would be associated with the government, but anything that if it is actually paid for like by the government, then it goes into government. What I will say, however, is that it does get complicated. And I won't use a transportation example. I'll use a like Sandia and Los Alamos Labs example, so professional and business services. So many of the people that work there, they're compensated through monies that come technically from the federal government, federal grants, contracts, and the like. But those are private sector workers, technically, so they go into the private industries. But if it is kind of like the state of New Mexico and their transportation or something like that, then it would go into government, at least in my data.
For decades, I've heard that the unemployment rate, economists expect it to be around 5%, or they think that's a reasonable number. But there has been a switch in our economy from a manufacturing economy to a service economy. I would have thought that would have been reconceptualized and recalculated, but I haven't heard of it. And the reason I ask is these days with a service economy, folks who are unemployed, I would expect to be homeless. So can you educate me a little?
Yeah, so that's a good question. I mean, I've heard for years, you know, what is full employment and what does that imply in terms of unemployment rate and the like? You know, all of those things are obviously rules of thumb. So I think it's just a best guess. But I think your point is well taken. The economy has, through time, a kind of a de-investment in manufacturing, a movement towards greater automation, greater kind of optimization. And then, as I'm sure folks will hear later, now a movement in terms of information technology and AI and things like that. I mean, things are different now than they were 40, 50, 60, 70 years ago. I don't know that I've heard a lot of people talk about it either in terms of what that is. The other thing too is that there has been a shift, especially after post-COVID, in terms of what people are doing. Our people, and there was this people talking about these increases in, you know, people starting their own businesses or getting a side hustle or those kinds of things. And so that's a very different thing too. And those people, you know, where do you categorize them? Things are just very, very different. And actually it makes counting people, who's in the economy, who's in the labor force, how many jobs do we have? All of those things, it makes that really, really difficult, increasingly difficult. So I don't know if I have a really good answer for you, but that's probably something that people should look at.
Another question. I was just curious. You know, I publish a list of jobs every couple months, mostly marketing, so it's the office jobs. But boy, oh boy, everything's going remote. So how do you keep track of remote jobs? Do you still consider them local, or how does that work?
Yeah, that's a difficult question too. So the data comes from, I think that somebody from Department of Workforce Solutions would be the best person to tell you exactly how they're counted and categorized. And so I will leave it to them in terms of the technical details for that. So I don't know if somebody wants to provide a thing, but yeah, it is a technical thing. I can tell you that, yes, that is definitely an issue. That is a challenge I know that's being faced, and not just in terms of counting them, but also in terms of, well, where do you have to report in terms of your income and et cetera, et cetera. And yeah, so I don't know exactly how they're managing that. Yeah, it's a different world for sure.
Yeah, Mo, where are
it depends on exactly what they're doing, I guess. And so if it's something like if they're an employee of a wind farm or something like that, I imagine it would be utilities. I imagine if it's something more related to manufacturing, so solar panel manufacturing, that's an easy one. They'd be in manufacturing. And so I think in general there, I haven't actually gone back and looked at what the specific NAICS codes are for some of these things. And so that would probably be a good place to look. Well, not actually be a really good place to look if you had a specific one where it's like this thing, I can kind of Google it and see what's the NAICS industry, and you just roll it up to the 2-digit and it's like, oh, okay, well, this one's in manufacturing or this one's in utilities. I think it really depends on the specific thing that they're doing.
Hello, Michelle Dorn, Department of Workforce Solutions, and I can answer the question over there. Yes, so remote workers, employers are required to report to the employees where they're working at. And so, yes, they're required to report in that state. And so employers, when we started going remote, had to make the choice of if they wanted to fill out all the paperwork that's required to start a business in a new state. And so I do know some of my relatives, they wanted to move and their employer wouldn't let them, so they quit and they were able to go work at another employer who did allow it. And so, yes, they are reported in the state, and we try to report them in the county where they're living at, because we don't want their physical address. We don't want to know where they're living, but we still want to provide the county of where they're actually working at. So yes, we do actually try to code the employees from those employers in the county where they're working.
Perfect. So it is almost 2 o'clock and our next set of breakouts are from 2 to 3 here. Let me get up to the front so I can tell you which rooms. There'll be one here in room 101 and also room 207 and in room 138. The presentation that will be here will be New Mexico labor market information. The one in 207, economic statistics. And the one in room 138 will be accessing Census Bureau microdata or MDAT. Thank you.
Does it work? Oh, should we start now? What time is it? Should we start now? Let's start now. Do you think they'll notice if we're late? Let's go start now. These people have important things to do. Like, look at our stuff. I want a cookie. No. Susan has a great cookie story from 20 years ago. I feed my kids cookies. Remember that story? She's not paying attention. No, I wouldn't either if I was talking. Cookies, those are what I feed my children. Remember, Susan? You don't? Yes, you do. All right, so we're going to go ahead and get started. Yeah? Oh, no. What? Wait a minute, you can buy your own. Jeez. You're over 21. You can buy them on your own, right? Okay. I'm just kidding. You should give her cookies. Get cookies. All right. I'm done fooling around. So my name is Rachel Moskowitz. I'm an economist with the Department of Workforce Solutions. And so when Mo said is Department of Workforce Solutions here, I hid behind the guy. I hid behind you. The one next to Charles. Yeah, Charles and your bud. I hid behind you. I was like, please don't call on me, Mo. I don't know. They quit answer. Anyway, go ahead. You.
Hi, my name is Michelle Dorn, Department of Workforce Solutions. I've been here before. Some of you may know me already. And I'm the one that does QCW data, just in case anybody wanted to know that. That's what I do.
Ask her any question on data. She'll be able to answer it. Anything. Like the Los Alamos or the, it's really kind of cool. It's like a walking QCW encyclopedia. All right, so basically, who are we and why are we here? So you know who we are. Why are we here? Because we love data just like you, and Susan invited us, and we have lots of really cool stuff to show you. So the first thing we're going to do is I got a little presentation on the future of the workforce. So Mo talked about the industry forecast, and I'm here to just talk briefly about the occupation forecast. So everything that I talk about today, I stole from another source. So I just want to let you know I don't have an original thought in my body, but however, I did put it all together for you to look at. So do you mind changing? Oh, you want me to change? Okay. All right, let's see. Where do I point? Do you mind? Enable me, please. Oh, wait, you can use the mouse. Help. Wait a minute, or just, does that work? Do you mind? Okay, so basically, who's Department of Workforce Solution? We're a part of Economic Research and Analysis, and we produce labor market information. So labor market information is a fancy name for any type of information that you can use to find a job, find a better job, support your family, and grow businesses. So as you was mentioned earlier, one of the most important pieces of the labor market information is Michelle Dorn, AKA QCW. We also have produced the unemployment rate, occupations, and wages by occupation. Next. Do you, seriously, how does this thing work? Oh, I have to, okay, you have to point it to that Skynet box up there. Okay, so questions we can help answer is, so my business is expanding and I need to hire an accountant. What is the average wage for accountants in Albuquerque? If you want to open up a gas station, how many other gas stations are in the area? I'm looking for employment statistics by industry, and I run a consulting firm and want to know the top 10 employers based on the number of employees they have. So not only can you reach out to Susan, who can help you with data, but we also do that too. So why is labor market information so important? I love showing this graph, this table to kids, because these are the top 10 occupations found in the 1850 decennial census. And as you can see, not one of them still exists, except maybe the maker of suspenders. I've noticed more men wearing suspenders, and I'm watching Yellowstone, and they wear suspenders too. So maybe there's a couple suspenders up in Montana, but basically pencil makers, none of these occupations exist anymore. So if someone came to you and said, hey, I want to be a saleratorus maker, you'll be like, you're crazy, right? So, but what impacts the future of the workforce? So somewhat measurable are demographics, technology, and laws and regulations. And ones that are really hard to predict are consumer tastes, supply of goods, and how we work, specifically telework, and the processes in which we complete our job. So here's another one that I stole from that link that's covered up by the oh no, don't show them. Don't show them. No, leave it there. Because like I said, I don't have an original idea in my body. So basically, since 1850, that's the blue chart on the left, the number of professionals and managers have increased from about 8.5% of all employment up to actually about 35% in 2017. And based on my opinion, it seems like everyone's a manager and they do nothing. But so that's probably increased since 2017. And then you see agricultural workers have declined. So the 50% of the occupations in the country were agricultural workers, and in 2017, it was less than 2%. So that's one thing. So the trend, we can look at trends and say, okay, what's going on with this trend? And we can forecast that into the future. One thing that we can also do is project in terms of population. And we, if you were at the guy from the census was talking about it. So we do, actually, I think I stole that from them too. Thank you, guy who did it previously. I actually walked in the middle of it, so I didn't catch his name. But so yeah, so basically that's the population is increasing, but at a slower rate. So that's going to impact the occupations that are being that we have in the country, because if we don't have as many people, guess what? So we've got technology replacing them. And this is the labor force participation rate, actual and projected. Again, you heard Mo saying that the labor force participation rate is falling in New Mexico as well as the country. And they're expecting the people at the Congressional Budget Office is expecting to, they're expecting it to continue to fall. So that impacts the occupations that exist right now. People are getting older in the labor force. That's going to impact the occupations that exist. And who we see in the labor force are going to change. So the yellow are non-Hispanic. The red is Hispanic. Up to 2060, you'll have 1/3 of the population be Hispanic and 2/3 non-Hispanic. And we're a majority minority state. Over 50% of our population is Hispanic. So this is not new to us, but some other states will see more of a change. And this is US labor force shares for white non-Hispanics, and that's expected to go down as well. And that's impacted quite a number of not only employment, but also a lot of geopolitical situations that we've had in this country. And that, again, that's stolen from someone much smarter than me and probably get paid more. Okay, so one thing that we also can project are how technology impacts the occupation. So for example, we have fast food and counter workers. The technical impact that can reduce the demand are robotic food prep machines, but trends that can increase demand is increased population, fewer people, and eating at home. And it goes down to heavy and tractor trailer truck drivers. So we have self-driving vehicles, which can decrease the number of heavy and tractor trailer truck drivers, but also we see an increase in trucks on the road. So there's this equal force, or maybe one's more than the other, of reduced demand for the occupation and an increased demand on another level. And how it will play out in the long run, we don't know, but we do know that technology is changing everyone's job, including ours, even over the past couple since COVID. So that's our little presentation on occupations. And now we're going to go online, right? Oh, we do have more. Oh, okay. This is Michelle. Hang on. You push this button, and yeah, okay.
Do you want for my microphone? Yeah.
See
Can you
this?
guys hear me, or do I need to go to the other microphone? You're good? Okay, cool. So yeah, this is our new project over at DWS, is Be Pro, Be Proud. As Rachel didn't finish her conversation about skilled technical trades, we are losing employment in the skilled trades. And so the Department of Workforce Solutions bought a truck to be able to go around and promote skilled trades. And it's really a pretty cool truck. Inside, you can go inside it, and there are different stations. There's 16 different occupations that you can go test drive and see if it's what you want to do. On the left-hand side there, you'll see a truck station where you can actually feel like you're driving a semi-truck down the road. And there's wind that'll actually knock your trailer off. and you can feel it while you're sitting there. It's virtual reality. And then on the right-hand side, there's a cat station that you can test drive a cat, whatever. I don't know. But there's 16 different stations, and I think it's pretty cool. I haven't been inside it yet, but Rachel was nice enough to send me these pictures. I thought you put the occupations in there. Oh, it's in the notes?
Yeah, here, let's go back to the notes.
Alrighty. Yes, I can see it. So yeah, we have an electrician, plumber, HVAC tech, carpenter, heavy equipment operator, fiber optic cable splicer, commercial truck driver, welder, healthcare and technical medical assistant, diesel tech mechanic, lineman, CAD drafter, and computer programmer, CNC machine operator, and automation and robotics. So yeah, all the technical trades that we need more people in. I mean, fiber optic, we need more internet in New Mexico, right? We're going to need fiber optics. So yeah, it's a pretty interesting truck, and it's going around the whole of New Mexico. And a lot of these occupations were chosen based on some of the locations in our southern area and our northern area, not only the central region. So
I just want to say thank you to the Roundhouse for actually your tax-paying dollars at work, really Leonetti County. I'm gonna 1.5 to 2 million for this truck. So if you get a chance to go in, go ahead and go in. It's actually kind of cool, and you did pay for it. So I want to thank you very much for this. So.
right. So let's go ahead and pull up the internet here.
I have a joke while we're waiting. Okay, you ready? Okay. So a Roman walks into a bar, and he holds out his fingers and he goes, "I'd like 5 beers, please." Isn't that funny? So I don't think the younger generation would know, because they don't teach you that anymore, right? The Roman numerals. All right. That's the only joke I have. I heard that this morning. I'm like, that's hilarious.
Okay, you heard that this morning.
Here, hurry, I don't have any more. Actually, I do have one. So I drive into work every day taking Candelaria, and you probably have seen this. There's a car maintenance place, and the marquee says, "I don't always roll a joint, but when I do, it's my ankle." You've seen that. Isn't that hilarious? They've got good ones. Yeah, okay. So I'm done. I'm gonna keep my day job. So there you go.
Yours.
Damn, I don't wanna, okay. Okay, so how much time do we have? Oh, we got tons of time. Okay, so this website is called Why I Work. Why actually I work, I have no idea. But
Cats.
I have to feed my cats and my dog. So we're going on the road after this. I'm just kidding. All right. So Why I Work is a budgeting tool. We actually stole the code from Louisiana, and we had some high school interns work on it. And what it is, the kids love it. Because the kids, they have no idea how much stuff costs. So what you go in, you choose the city you want to live in, you choose the items. Yeah. And then enable me. Okay. So you choose where you want to live, and then you ask yourself, okay, how do I want to live? Do I want to live in a 2-bedroom, a house? Do I want to live at home? That type of thing. So you answer all these questions. Now, while Michelle is picking out her dream home in Berlin, I just want to let you know, this is actual data. This is ACS data. We're actually updating it. It's taking our IT department 3 months to update it, but you know what? I'm not complaining about it. Actually, yes, I am. But so this is actual data. Some of the stuff in this one we made up, like the movies, we made up that one. But most everything else is it's legitimate.
Yeses, thank you very much.
Well, how we made it up is we went around the office and said, when you go to the movies, how much do you spend? So like that one, or and then also, wait, did you go to the food? Because you have to make one for cookies. You have to pay a special one for cookies for Susan and oh, did she leave? Oh no, she's over there. Oh, we passed that. Okay, so basically, you fill out this information. So you fill out this information. Some of them are editable, which means you can, like, if you don't spend $79 for the gym or $79 for the hair, you can change it to whatever, $20 or $9.99 or whatever how much you spend. And then once you're done, so you pick all these things.
And this change that we're doing, I think it should be published by the end of the week. We added childcare. So yeah, I did not know, because I mean, my cats are expensive. I know my cats are expensive, but I didn't know how expensive children were. And so, yeah, that's what we're adding next week, should be in here, childcare. Those costs are outrageous. Sorry.
So that's actually good. So what we do is we do this show on the road, and not only do we have students, but we have young parents and even adults who say, hey, why don't you include childcare? So any type of feedback that we get from you all, the audience, it may take us 5 years to implement, but we do listen to you. I just want to let you know. All right, so here's now some of these things, like what type of degree that includes, like loans and interest. Anyway, we have a source page at the very end that explains where these numbers came from. We have a savings one. None of the kids and many of the adults don't include for savings. And then out pops out how much a person needs to earn to live that lifestyle. So what is this?
$2,000.
So to live the lifestyle that Michelle chose, she needs to make 60 grand. And then you can go in and edit all this stuff, but really the kids love it, the adults love it. It kind of makes you sad, because then you're like, oh, I don't earn enough, or, I need to get rid of my nail salon, or, get rid of the dogs and the cats. And then here's the sources. So they're legit.
Yeah, we actually had somebody with more statistical desire to do a better analysis. And so he found as many sources as he could for some of these things, like gym, the average price of gym and stuff like that. And since, as you know, some of that data is old, he was able to use CPI data to age it to 2023. So when we actually publish data, hopefully at the end of this week, it'll be as current as we can get. So I'm excited to see what happens.
Go into career solutions, right? I swear we practice this. We must have given this, no, seriously, we've done this presentation like 1,000,000 times a piece. But together, I think this is only like the second. So
So we're going to remember that salary that we need, $60,000, and we're going to go into career solutions now. And I know this isn't so much data as education. We want to promote students using this site. And so you guys get to hopefully enjoy this site and take it to wherever you guys live, and hopefully you guys will enjoy it too. So yeah, this is our Career Solutions website. First of all, getting started, career exploration, being able to find a job and later get into the workforce. That's what this site is for, is to be able to explore and find a career that you want to do and hopefully go into the job market. And so there is up here at the top, you can sign in, everything can be saved, but most of the tools that are here are available without signing in. Signing in just allows you to save your progress. So we actually envision this starting in middle school if they wanted to, creating a login and taking that login all the way into college and into the job market, because this site is connected to our jobs. So you can actually see current jobs that are available for whatever occupation you're looking for. All right, so you start with career exploration. All right. And so in career exploration, there's 5 steps. First of all, to get started, there's a career exploration worksheet. What do you want to do? Things that, what activities do you like to do outside of school? Things like that. So you can fill out that worksheet. We'll go next. These are work interest assessments and the work values assessments. These are national standards. They're just a little bit more interactive. And again, you can save your results. I imagine you guys all did these tests way back when you were in high school. For some of you, it may be a long time ago. Some of you may not be so long ago. But yeah, so they'll be saved here. So you can actually go back and take this test a few years down the road and see if your interests are still the same. All right. And you'll see why we're going through these. There's tips and there's tools. So the tools, like I said, most of these you can use without logging in. And then the tips will just give you helpful tips to think about while you're going through this. All right. We'll continue on. Why I work is part of this, okay? So when you're talking to students, usually most important thing is how much am I gonna make? Money makes the world go round. And so what we're gonna do is we're gonna go into this occupation finder since we've already been to Why I Work. And this will show you a list of all the occupations that are in our universe, okay? And I meant our universe, DWS. Okay, so we have over 1,000 occupations. If you scroll on the left-hand side there, you'll see a whole bunch of filters. And the wage requirement is what we did. We found out Why I Work, I needed $60,000 to be able to afford what I wanted, right? So we're gonna go over here and pick $60,000. So see, as I pick $60,000, it was filtered. There's 136 jobs that match that salary requirement. And so on the left here, as you continue, you can search education. Do you want to go to school? Do you not want to go to school? If you don't have a degree, a diploma, you can search by the different, you can filter occupations by the different education levels. And up here at the top, also the assessments. If you were to come into this occupation finder from the assessments, it'll narrow the list based on your assessment results. Okay. And then over here on the right, you can sort it by future job outlook, entry level wage, experience level wage, based on your assessment match or just typical education. I'll do job demand. All right. So 1,300, it's a growing occupation. Great. So let me see, do I want to be a registered nurse? Not at all. And so that's why the assessments definitely help. I won't take you through the assessments because whenever I do, I always get like a 50-50 match. And so it narrows it down to like 2 jobs. And so, yeah, it's really fun to play with. And then once you get here, you can compare jobs. You can see different jobs that are available right now, see the programs that are for registered nurses, see any colleges in New Mexico that will train you to be a registered nurse. We did limit this only to New Mexico colleges. It is not for any schools outside of the state. And then there's a video if you want to see what nurses do, a current profile for that occupation. You can share it and tell somebody that you're interested in this, or you can save it to your occupation library. And so that's the great thing about logging in. If I were to click save, I could save it to my occupation library, but that is one of the things I would have to be logged in for. Okay. All right, so we're going to go back here to career exploration. All right. So next we should plan. If you saved a few occupations, you can compare those occupations side by side and see if there are any that just don't match what you want to do. Okay, and then last, we have ACT. So the next step, do you need education for those jobs? Or can you go straight into the workforce? Do you just need to get experience in those jobs? And last, the job search. If there's something you can get into right away, you can go search for jobs. But if we were using the career exploration tool, we would next go into education and training. And so if you don't want to go to school, you could skip this, but we encourage people to do this anyways. All right, this is another 5-step tool. And we have an education quick list. That's one of those tools you have to be logged into. Countdown to college checklist. To me, this is really great. You can, based on your grade level, you can check off the different tasks that you've done. Things like classes you should be considering taking, things like that. You can go through all these different grade levels and check things off. Like if you log in, save your work, you can always come back to it, which to me, that's the best thing about this is you can log in and keep it for the rest of your life if you'd like.
I just have a comment. I've looked at that checklist and I didn't do half the stuff on the list. So I don't know if, you too, if you don't do good in school, do good in school, you can be up here too. So I just want to let you know that. I don't know if times have changed or I'm just, public school.
I didn't know about this stuff either. Yeah, but we didn't have these tools back when we were, no, we didn't. All right, so we'll go back to education and training. So like I said, there's the college finder, the program finder, a FOSFA. So if you need financial aid, everybody should fill out the financial aid form. Those tools are here too. College library, scholarship library. Same thing with the occupations. Once you find a college that you want to save to your library, you can save it to your library. Same thing with the program finder. If you find a program you like, you can save it to the library. And then there's a scholarship library also. Those are provided for us. It's pretty interesting. Let me see. I want to go to the library. Finance. All right. So if you look on the left-hand side there, we do have promoted the New Mexico specific opportunities that are available because most kids who graduate a New Mexico school will be available for financial aid from New Mexico, whether it's lottery scholarship or opportunity scholarship, all that is available here for them, or else you can actually go through the scholarship finder. All right. And then next we have gain experience. So whether you've done school or whether you're skipping school, we have AmeriCorps, Peace Corps, Military service is here if you need more information about military service. The apprenticeship program. So these are apprenticeship opportunities that are available on our website at DWS, but also here. So updated information, since we link the two systems, you can get updated apprenticeship information. And then same thing, internship information. Those are all from our website. You want to be an entrepreneur, be pro, be proud. That's our truck that we showed you. We have a section for that. So if you're interested in that, you can click the save button and you can actually, somebody will contact you if you wanted to go through the truck.
We should have that at our next data users conference, Susan. They bring a truck in. Oh, they don't call it a truck, they call it a mobile workshop. So that's what a couple $1 million makes it nice and fancy, you know? Just commentaries.
I think it's a cool truck. I can't wait to try it. Okay, cool. And then the last stop, like I mentioned, the job search. These jobs are connected to our main Workforce Connection online system. And so we provide information on how to get a job. In the middle, there's tips. And you can do a job finder if you actually want to find a job now. Let me see, resume, cover letter builder, that's all available here. And then this one here is what I love. The interview preparation tool. That's another one that you have to be logged in for, or I thought you had to be logged, maybe not. It'll ask you a question. It'll give you ideas of things to think about. You can practice your answers, so you can just sit there and type an answer. You do have to be logged in. All right. And then if you submit it, it'll give you a response of, did you think about these things? Did you include this in your answer? And so I think we have 8 questions that a student can test drive, and they can print out their responses and take them to a career counselor or take them to a parent and say, help me. So yeah. So that is Career Solutions. Anything else on Career Solutions?
No, I just want to say Michelle and a previous employee, Ashley Leach, actually created this out of their own creative mind. And then we have a subcontractor that did it for us and then still charged us. So again, your taxpaying dollars at work. But it's a super cool site. Especially if kids, people who are not sure what to do in their life, really neat website.
And so while I pull up the last one that we're going to.
I want to show them the QCW stuff. Can you go to QCW, where our QCW, and I want to talk about
our
our lab.
dashboards.
Yeah, we're gonna, so Mo mentioned the QCW a lot earlier. We're gonna show you where it is, and we're gonna show you how to read it. Do you want to do it, or you want me to do it? You do it.
You were going to do the dashboards.
Okay, I'll do it. All right, I'll do it. All right. All right. So this is our website. Our website kind of sucks, but what you want to do is our stuff is under researchers. When I say sucks, I mean, it's kind of, it needs a facelift. You go under researchers, employment and industry. And Mo also uses the current employment statistics, but we don't care about them, right? We
don't like CES.
We don't like CES. Yeah, sorry, CES. Okay. So so here's QCW data, but I want to show you this. This is super cool. People always ask, well, how many businesses have less than 5 employees? Boom, here you go. You go click on this and going back to 2001. Here we go. 43,406 establishments have less than 5 people. That's 43,406 out of 65,351. Now I can't do math that fast, but that's a lot. Okay. And then it goes back. You could see, like, look at this. All of our small establishments. Isn't that super cool? We have 14 businesses, establishments over 1,000, which we can probably all count. We all know by heart, right? And then this table I always get these two confused. Number of employees. Okay. Oh, okay. So okay. So we have the majority of businesses in New Mexico are small, right? But they only employ a total of 52,175, which is out of 665,000. Again, that's what, 8%, 9%. So, and those 11 companies, 14, excuse me. Those 14 companies, they employ 53,000 people. Cool, huh? Data Users Conference. Right here, people. All right. Anything else about this website? It comes in Excel too. So you can do all the nifty math that you want. Oh, here it is. Right next to Rayanne's picture. Look at that. Cool math or Excel spreadsheet. All right. So, okay. So here's the QCW dashboard, the one that Mo loves. I think you should talk about it. You want to talk about it? Okay. So I just do it untold. All right. So here the QCW is it's a count of all the establishments that are covered in New Mexico. So it covers about 97% of all employment in the state. It's based off of quarterly tax records that we receive from businesses.
UI tax.
UI tax. Yeah, thank you.
Yes.
And then we get it. And then the department gets it. They do their tax stuff. And then Michelle gets it. And then she and her staff clean the data. So the QCW is like the gold standard. And I got to tell you, so someone from the Bureau of Labor Statistics said about Michelle and our QCW is you can eat off of it. It's so clean. So meaning it's really good data. So when Mo talks about QCW data, it's good stuff. Okay, so this data comes number of employees. It has total wages, taxable wages, and anyway, so it has all this stuff. And then the data is one of the data outputs is average weekly wage by area. Am I screwing this up really bad?
No, you're not.
Okay, so average weekly wage by area. And you can, so if you hover, for example, Rio Arriba has 905 average weekly wage. And this is, you can pick your time periods. So right now it's the fourth quarter, 2022. Wait a minute. Nathan needs to update this. Has he updated this yet? Ooh, bad boy. All right, we gotta update this. We'll update it, sorry. I don't know who manages that place, but they suck. All right, that's me.
For those of you who want to be in the know, Friday will be second quarter of 2023 data will be released also. So yeah, Friday. All right. So anyway, the fourth quarter of 2022, Los Alamos had an average weekly wage of 2,217, number of establishments 591, and average employment of 19,873. You can break it up by sector, subsector. I'm not going to click on this, but time period, we go back a couple of years, and then the type of ownership. Yeah, that type of ownership is what Mo was getting to when he said it's complicated. CES puts government essentially all into one bucket. And that's how they report their government numbers, except for hospitals and education, because those are two very important industries. And QCW does not do that. You can actually get federal government by industry using QCW data.
All right, so these boxes over here, you click on the table and there's all the data. So in the fourth quarter 2022, we had 963 establishments in agricultural, forestry, fishing, and hunting. The average employment for the first month of that quarter, so this would be October, November, December, total wages and average weekly wage. And then we can go to ownership. So let's say, should I go, I'll do federal government, you mentioned. Then it'll load. It's a huge database. And then this talks about all the federal government ownership by their industry code.
And the reason why QCW is sometimes better than CES is because we also have county level data. So for those of you who want county level data, that'd be us.
And then Mo had a good point, is that the CES it's called current employment statistics, but it's really based on a survey. And it gets updated a month later, whereas QCW, it's pretty much the universe of all employers and all employment in New Mexico that are covered. All right, so we're gonna go. Oh, and if you want to choose county, you can choose the county. I'm not gonna click on that, but, well, I just did, but, and then it's thinking. I'm gonna blame it on the slow Wi-Fi here. Oh, let's do Bernalillo. You're right. Thank you. It's user error. There you go. There's Bernalillo County. Thank you. And there's this tree map. Michelle likes tree maps. So we got our tree map. This is private industry share by area. It's got statewide, time period, and then it has basically gives you a visual of the employment in these industries.
Yeah, that brings up a good point. So the size class data that Rachel showed, it is for March of each year, because yeah, that for some reason that's considered a stable month. You don't have teachers, you know, in the summers you have teachers. Typically you have fall hires for the Christmas season. So March is typically considered a stable month. And it's also for private employers only. And so, yeah, that's our size class data.
I'm going to show them the LMR.
Okay.
Okay. So I want to show some of Mo's and Susan's favorite products that we have. Actually, I have no idea if they even look at this, so I just made that up. So this Friday, we have our unemployment rate and our employment growth coming out. So that's going to be here on Economic News. And then we have our labor market review, and this is actually my favorite publication. Every month we come out with this publication that has a whole bunch of really neat stuff. Well, some of it's boring, but some of it's actually pretty cool. So, and then you can actually sign up to get an email saying that this is available. So we got the unemployment rate, employment, we got unemployment, more unemployment here, we got more employment here. We got, okay, so then we got stuff that, then we have, oh, major employment development. So we get, your tax paying dollars at work, we have a newspaper clipping service. So we read that and then we put it here. So if I always like looking at this because I'm always wondering what's going on in that corner, you know, when they're building something, and we typically have it. And then here's an advertisement. Oh, and then this new thing, I don't think anybody reads this, but this is an analysis of a county. We have San Juan County, the most recent one. We've been doing 3 counties per month. We got GDP, population, demographics, and San Miguel, Santa Fe. And then here we've got an article. And we usually typically have between 1 and 3 articles. One of them is job creation of new establishments in New Mexico. We got one for tribal population and employment status. And we've got something on our state of the workforce. We've done an article on labor force participation rate, the unemployment rate, women in the workforce, exports. It's basically anything we feel like writing about we put that in here. And one other thing, and then if you want to be on our, get the notice that this stuff is available, you want to be here, right here, request to be added to LMI publication email notifications.
Okay. I'm going to laser. Yes. So yeah, you can go through our website to get some of that stuff, or you can go to our laser website and get some of that stuff also. Okay, so this is our snapshot. This is another dashboard that is also available on our Department of Workforce Solutions website. Below that, though, we have a couple of different sections. We have data and statistics. So you can get Laos data, local area unemployment statistics, CES, QCW, OEWS wages. And then we also have our projections. Right now we're on 2020. Next year, about this time, we'll be talking about the 2022 projections. And so we publish them every 2 years. We also have our resources. So Career Solutions, we've already shown you. Why I work. We actually do have an internship portal that employers and interns can use to look up internships. Same thing with the apprenticeships. We have other data resources, and then that request to be added to the publication list is also here, so you don't have to go to DWS. And then we have this labor market information tips. So you did have an advertisement in your folder for LMI tips, and so this is where you can come find them. And so I won't go there, but we do have YouTube videos that we're producing. They're 2 to 3 minute videos just telling you how to get some of our most important data statistics. Rachel was talking in the beginning 4 different questions that she's had to answer in the past. And so these videos will show you how to answer those questions. Okay. The monthly news release, which Rachel talked about, is here. The labor market review is also here. Any special reports and analysis, this is where our state of the workforce is, if you wanted to find that. Different career and employment resources. We have a veterans guide. We also have Understanding LMI, which hasn't been updated recently, but we do have that available if you need to know. We have a whole bunch of different employment statistics. I mean, click on that. Okay.
We're talking about the difference between CES and QCW. Let's show them. Oh, I would say, you want to do this one? Yeah. So Mo talks about the difference between, he talks between CES and QCW. Don't know the difference? You come here, tells you right here. CES has all that, tells you right there what's going on.
I mean, even our last data releases an employment number. Our OES program has an employment number. We all have different employment numbers, and you should really know what the difference is between them. And this sheet will tell you.
I bet you Mo has this up on his wall.
Hopefully he has.
No, we should, does he? Do you?
Hopefully.
Oh, you're awesome. Your check is in the mail. Oh, thank you, Susan. That's so sweet.
All right. So that's our cheat sheet. And there's a whole bunch of different things here. There's even a laser publication thing here if you want to find out more about laser, which is where we're at here. All right. And then we also have our publication schedule. Like I said, Friday will be our next press release, and I'm also releasing QCW data at the same time. But all right, so one of the questions that Rachel asked is about large employers. And so we're going to go over here to the menu on the left. So on this menu on the left, you can actually type in, if you wanted to know QCW, if you already have that term, you can just type in QCW and it'll pull up on the list. Okay, we're actually not going to go there yet. We're going to go over here to labor market facts. Okay, so these are common questions that are asked. So questions on employers in your area. What are the largest employers? What specific employers are in my area? Which employers have the most advertised job openings? Okay, so if you click on what are the largest employers in an area, you can click on that, select an area, select a county. Los Alamos has been the poster child, so we'll go ahead and select Los Alamos. So yeah, this will show you the top employers in Los Alamos, the top 50 employers, okay? If you scroll down to the bottom, it'll tell you what the source is. The source is not the Department of Workforce Solutions data. The UI data that we have is not published anywhere. We keep that confidential. But this is done by Data Axle. It's a private company that provides this information for us. And you can only get a maximum of 50 employers at a time, so you can't create mailing lists from this. But if you select on this, let me see, Del Norte Credit Union on Trinity Drive, it'll give you more information about that employer. So, okay, go back. If you wanted to go back to the home page, you come over here and you go LMI home. It'll take you back to where we were. Okay, so you've seen our dashboards, but I'm going to go ahead and click on QCW here and show you what you can get from this website as opposed to our dashboards. Okay, our dashboards are just really quick. The data is already there for you, but if you want a lot of data, you can come here to the QCW program and get more information. Click on the left for this filter here. You can select, we do not have current data for USA because they don't publish the same totals that we have, but you can select New Mexico. Like I said, QCW publishes county data, but we also have workforce region data and MSA data. And then if I were to select those would show up on the list here. You can select the total. You can select 2-digit. You can select 3-digit. Those are the only levels that we publish. You start getting lower than that, we don't have a lot of data. And so it becomes non-disclosable. All right, so we have all those selected. Now let's select all of these. All right. And then we publish it quarterly or annual data. So 2022 is the latest annual data that we have. And 2023 Q1 is the latest quarterly data we have. And then you can see data again by ownership. Okay. Aggregate of all types, we're going to go ahead and leave it at that. You could see total all government if you just wanted to see all government jobs. All right, so that will be our table here. And I'll close the filter. And see, there you go. There's our data. Let's go ahead and show more rows. There you go. So, hey, my 3-digit ones didn't come up. Hate when that happens. Yes, there's some bugs occasionally. The 3-digit will appear, but at the moment they're not. And so we have the number of establishments again, month 1, 2, 3 employment. And then, of course, the average employment for the quarter, total wages, and the average weekly wage. On the upper right-hand side, there are little dots here. You can see the taxable wages and contributions. So the contributions would be how much employers actually paid in contributions based on their wages. Okay. So those 3 dots and that filter I wanted to show you just because on all of the tables that you guys will pull up in Laser, we'll have those 3 dots to change the fields you show. And you can filter based on a whole bunch of different criteria. All right, so for data geeks like me, you can come over here to the Data Download Center and select a data table that you want to see. So we're going to go ahead and show CES just because. And you can select the time period that you want to see. So you can only select 1 year at a time, but you can get all the data for that time period. You can do the file type. You can see the full data structure or the lay title structure. So some people won't know that if I say 10, when I'm talking about ownership, that's federal government, okay? So the full data structure will show you the value, and the lay title will show you just the value, okay? Or just the name of that value, yeah. All right, and you can download it and get a full table. It hasn't gone yet. All right. There you go, I was thinking about it. Some of these data sources are really big. This CES is actually one of our smaller ones. You always get that warning because it's based on the old style of Excel. And see, there you go. There is all the data for 2022 for CES. Okay. These S's are disclosure. Yeah. All right. And so that's the Data Download Center. It's great to pull all of the data when you're doing a whole bunch of data processing, or you can just go through those tables that I showed you originally. So that's what I have with QCW. Let me see. Are there any other things that we want to show?
There's cookies, so no. Oh, hey, he gave me a smile. Hey, put one aside for me, will you, buddy? I'm just kidding. No, I'm good. Hey, Rayanne, do we got any questions? Oh,
Okay.
anyone have any questions? Yes. G. You know, there's always one of you. There's always one of you asking me a question. So they call it the gig economy, where basically it's kind of like a not covered job. And I know that the Bureau of Labor Statistics has looked at it. I know the only way we can figure it out is if we have get data from Tax and Rev, which is anyone here from Tax and no Tax and Rev people? Okay, well, maybe you can ask them that question, but that actually is a very interesting question because I'm always, in the beginning of our song and dance here, we said that QCW covers 97% of all employment. Is that still true? Like it was 97% 10 years ago. So I don't know. I think we are like the labor force participation rate. Remember how it was going down? I think we are missing those people. But right now, without getting tax and rev data, I don't know how to get 1099.
It's QCW data is covered employment. Those people are usually covered under the individual sole proprietorships or whatever it is, self-employment under tax and rev, and then they won't be under covered employment.
We don't get it.
Yeah, we
So
don't get that data.
right now. Did you have a question? Oh, okay. Are you being shy?
Actually, we have a question here from online. When you say QCEW data is based on tax reports, is that employment tax? Second part of this, is it capturing not-for-profits 501(c)s?
Hate that.
No more questions. No more.
Right? Yes, QCW is UI tax reports. So employers have to report for unemployment insurance purposes, and they report the number of employees that they had each month. And so, yeah, that's the QCW is that. When you're talking about 501(c)(3)s, and it depends on whether they're covered. Some people feel that nonprofit is an industry. It is not an industry. And so when employers tell us that they're nonprofit, so I don't care, what industry are you in? And so, yeah, a lot of the nonprofits can be covered, but not all of them will, like churches and places like that will not be covered. But yeah, it just depends on whether they're covered under UI law.
We have any other questions?
Question. I dare you. Come on, give it to us. We can take it. Anything? I guess okay. Yes.
Well, the people online can't hear you.
So actually, I have a comment and then I have a question. My comment is that today's Albuquerque Journal features your Be Pro, Be Proud mobile workshop. And it's, I think, in the northern part of the state, but it's a really, really nice feature. So congratulations on that. I'm curious about what keeps you up at night, and besides cats and cookies, and meaning actually the question is about the low participation rate for some pieces of the population here in New Mexico, and why you may think that is. And I know that's a longer topic, but just touch on it just a little.
So we got that question from, are you from the report, Albuquerque Journal? Okay, good. Cause please don't make, I don't want to be quoted. I say dumb things. And so, that's a good question. Well, thank you Albuquerque Journal for showing us, for having our, Be Pro, Be Proud. So we actually did an article on the labor force participation rate. And, I wrote it, I didn't think it was very good. And it's back in April 2022. And it talks about, some of the symptoms of a low labor force participation rate. And what I mean by that was, it says, beginning of the article talks about who's not in the labor force and basically some of the reasons why. For example, people are getting older, more people are receiving a disability, the impact of childcare. And we've had a lot of press on this, and it's also talks about our energy. I think it's because of the number of people leaving the state. The state of Louisiana did a study on the labor force participation rate. Their reasoning was people left after Katrina, not your daughter, but the hurricane. They left after Katrina, and also the education. People who with higher education left and they didn't come back, whereas those with lower education stayed. Now remember too, the people that leave the state take their kids, and the kids don't go, typically they don't come back. So they're taking not only themselves, but their children as well. And I can't remember what else it was in there. It was poverty, and it was very similar to what we've got. So we've had more people leaving the state than come in, over the past decade. And I think that, and I have to look at data, is who are the people that are leaving? And I don't know this, but are they the educated workers? And the ones that are staying are the ones that are not working and lower education level? That might be it. So, we're not sure. And the problem is, the thing is, we don't know, is because people that are not in the labor force are not in our records. So they might be in the taxation and revenue for income, but unless you're going door to door and asking people, are you in the labor force, you cannot find them. That's the problem that we're all having.
And we actually get that data from the census. CPS data is what goes into calculating our labor force participation rate. One of the calculations. One thing that I forgot to mention that I was going to show you. We've heard job vacancy surveys, right? Well, surveys are expensive. They're hard to get data from. And so this is actually one of the things that we do to supplement without having to do a survey, is advertise jobs. So part of our contract with Geographic Solutions is they spider jobs for us and give us advertised jobs data. And so you can see jobs by area based on report period. You can see the different skills that are required based on the job openings data. And so when we don't have job vacancy surveys, this is as much as we can get, as close as we can get is advertised jobs. So this will be in laser also, just in case you were looking for some sort of substitute for job vacancies. Anything else?
Thank you both.
Thank you.
And yes, we do have cookies back here. And since you guys are in the right room, you can have the first chance of cookies. But do me a favor and don't empty the boxes, because we have a few other rooms to come in. And I think we have a short break, so feel free to use the restroom and mingle here and wait for the other people to come in for the cookies. It's so we're hitting here at 3:30. And I'm pretty sure you are all excited to learn more about AI today. And you're all in that nice sugar high at the moment. And I hate to stop all the wonderful conversations that are going on because I can tell you are all networking, and that's why we do this conference every year, huh? And I'm pretty sure you have all made some really good new connections and are having the wonderful discussions. So our next presentation and our last one for today in this room is on AI and using data. And I ran into and talked to Todd Quinn, who is, gosh, a long-term colleague. I think Todd and I have okay. And so he and I have a thing, you know, people give me a call and I don't know what the data is and I'll reach out to him, but he is the business librarian over at Zimmerman now. It used to be Parish Library, but they
Business and economics.
business and economics librarian. Okay. And occasionally he'll get calls and he'll send them to me. So we trade data requests back and forth. And so I'm going to turn this over to Todd. Thank you, Todd.
Is this on? You hear me? Hello? All right. I don't know. I'm sort of a quiet talker, but can everyone hear me now? Yes? No? I don't know. Hello? Like I don't want it here, I guess. Well, we'll see how this goes. All right. My name's Todd Quinn. I'm business and economics librarian at UNM. And I work with a lot of students and faculty, helping them find data, helping them find research literature. And that's, it's a constant thing that I'm getting asked questions on. A lot of it relates to social sciences, census data, water data, agriculture data, all kinds of stuff. Because you never know what the faculty and students are going to work on. You just don't know. So this is my title, but according to ChatGPT, I am librarian extraordinaire, a passionate and dedicated librarian with a deep love for books and knowledge. I am a cornerstone of our library community. None of that's true. And I'm going to switch back and forth. So I'm not going to. And also, according to Claude, none of this is true either. So the only thing that's true is my name, my degree, but not where the degree came from. And that's about it. Everything else is a lie. All right. So, all right. Today, what we're going to do is talk about what these tools are, a lot of caveats on risks, what comes with them, this idea of prompt engineering, what that means, and then these other aspects. And I'm going to put Bieber on the spot at one point. We'll see. So here's a definition from an MIT newsletter about what generative AI is. It is to help you train it to help create new data rather than making a prediction. Another definition coming from the Dean of the University Libraries and Learning Sciences is from Leo Lowe. He's my dean. This is a definition from his article. A model that uses deep learning algorithms to comprehend and generate text in natural language. That's another definition. A third one, I asked Bard, which is the Google product, or one of the Google products, about what is generative AI, and this is its idea. So one aspect is when it says predicting, it's predicting the next word, next pixel, the next musical note, or the next code line. So it's making these predictions based on what it's been trained on. So when you think about the next pixel, that's kind of funny. But you've seen people already generated
images with AI. All right, let's talk about some of the caveats. And there are a number of caveats. As we've already talked about, hallucinations. I showed you two about me, but then I asked it this question. This is, Claude is another one of the tools. I asked it that question in yellow. Are there 3 recent academic articles about poverty in the Southwest United States? All 3 of these great titles are all don't exist. They don't exist. They have great titles. The journals exist. But not these articles. These articles do not exist. So this is what they call hallucination. And when it comes to hallucinations, one of the things that there was a 60 Minutes report a couple months ago, and they asked computer scientists about this. They basically, you can't get rid of them. They will, you can get rid of them and then they'll generate again. They'll come back. And it's part of the creative process of these tools thinking. They can help with creative thinking, but these are, I mean, if you need a title for an article, man, these are great. But it's not working. All right, so these are all hallucinations. All right. So let's go back to the slide. So bias and misinformation, this is the key thing. We've seen this over and over again with algorithms. And these 2 books, Weapons of Math Destruction and Algorithms of the Oppressed, cover a lot of the details when it comes to what these algorithms can do to an individual. They can ruin your credit score. They can, there's one of the, I think it's in the Weapons of Math Destruction, they talk about someone once going up for parole. They get a score based on, and this is in the state of California. They get a score, and then based on where they're from, which census tract, and the demographics of that census tract, you get out or you stay in. So there were 2 guys, sort of the same kind of crime. One guy was white, one guy was black. The black man stayed in prison. The white guy got out, even though he was from even a poorer neighborhood. So these algorithms have lots of problems. They can amplify bias as well, as we've seen over and over again. It seems like this is what Silicon Valley is very good at, to add in these biases and amplify them. So being aware of this, it's very important when you're using these tools, especially when it comes to social aspects. Hostile takeover. This is when you train the tool to do something, say customer service, and then you say, I want a higher weight. The goal is to give the customer service, get a high number from the customer service as the transaction, a rating. The tool will learn how to manipulate that transaction to get the high rate, whether it's a good interaction or not. It will eventually learn how to do that. So when you create these tools for a business or say a government, you have to constantly check what it's doing because it will take over. And you ask computer scientists and people who work in this area, they don't know what's actually happening in the box. Privacy, of course, is a huge issue. So if you were going to use this tool with data, say census data, the stuff they put on the open web, not that big of a deal. But if the census used one of these tools and uploaded some of the data that had private information in it, that would be really problematic because it sort of goes down to the lack of transparency. You don't know what's in these boxes. You don't know what the companies that own these do with that information. And so it's not a good idea to upload any personal information, especially research personal information. So you got to be aware of this privacy issue. Lack of transparency, we don't know. We don't know what's in these boxes. even the people who created them, they don't know what the tool is doing once it's working. Because it starts learning on its own too. It's going to impact jobs. As we already talked about customer service reps, it's actually impacting a lot of people who do coding as well. Sort of like the people who have to write the really relatively simple code. These tools can do that. So it can impact jobs, and it also impacts the environment because these are basically big data servers or farms. And so water, environment, noise, etc. So there's a lot of risk with these tools, but and that's why the White House put out something, I think last month, about how to put on guardrails on these tools, or try to at least. So let's talk about prompt engineering. This is basically what you put into the input. And this is the part where you have to learn how to talk to the machine. And you have to construct the query in a certain way, and you can get it to do lots of things for you based on how you construct your query. So a lot of times you put in one thing and then you have to fine tune it over and over again. It can also be frustrating as you learn the prompt engineering part. So the dean at my school, Leo Lowe, wrote a paper about prompt engineering using the CLEAR method. So using these terms, concise, logical, explicit, adaptive, reflective, these are ways to think about prompt engineering. So let's look at each one of these. So here's a question. Can you provide me with a detailed explanation of the process of data collection? That's an okay question. You don't know what kind of data you're looking for, etc. The second one, a little bit better. So explain the process of demographic survey data collection. Go down here. I think that's. And so here's the answer. This is from Google's Bard. So then it gives me a number of steps, and it actually looks relatively logical steps. Anyone disagree with the steps? Just the general steps. Looks all right. All right. So that's being concise and very short, logical. Give me a list. Give me steps. And this is a way to help yourself learn something. If you're asking it to, if you want, give me 5 steps to do, create a map using Python. And ask for, give me the steps, logically give you the steps. So let's look at the steps that describe that one. This one's using the tool called Claude. I'm not sure, is that too small? I like that it pulls in some library databases. Define the scope. Oh, this is yeah. So it's giving me some steps about going through that process. And so this can be very helpful if you don't know a certain process, maybe even a research methodology you're trying to learn. This could be helpful in that way. Be explicit. So the first one, tell me about data science. That's not very good. Provide a concise overview of data science in the use of public policy. And if I even want to be more explicit, I could say what kind of public policy, whether it's water, employment, etc. So the more explicit you can be, the better. Because then you're going to get a better response. So this one, very explicit, give me 5. I only want 5 responses.
And if we look at that response, I think that's this one. So anyone in the audience can say if these are good sources. Actually, I also asked later on for, here are the 5 sources. And this is where you got to check, do these sources actually exist? I think they all exist. Because I wasn't explicit about the United States, they got one from Europe. So being explicit as possible, I think is a very good idea. And also getting some definitions, and you can even ask it to tell you where the sources came from for what the answer was, whether they're true or not. Again, it's always checking. And then adaptive, and adaptive is what you have to do constantly. Every question you ask, you almost never going to get the answer you want, unless it's a yes/no question or a very specific ready reference question. So here's there's the first question I asked, and then I asked for this one, and I probably should use the word authority instead of agency as I look at the question. Then I tried the question on a number of tools, and I think the other question, when I used, I think ChatGPT, I got a better answer. And the other thing is, if I ask the same question right now, I get a different answer. So when it's relatively subjective, you're going to get a different answer. You got to be aware of that as well when you use these tools. All right. So these are some of the things that I was practicing on. And then, of course, the R means always check your work, basically. Reflect on it, evaluate, check, etc. So now I thought, in my work, a lot of what I have to do is find data. And I know a lot of the resources out there, but unlike Susan, I don't know table numbers. I don't know maybe not the exact survey it comes from, so I need some help from. So here are some questions I asked, and I'm going to copy them and show you the answers I got. And this is the part where I think can be very useful when you're looking for data. Is this the right question? Yeah. And let me zoom in on that so people can see. And Susan, you can tell me if these are good tables or not. All right. Oh, you can talk to ChatGPT.
So if you asked me about poverty data, I would have told you B17001. That's correct. But I also would have told you small area income poverty estimates is put out by the U.S. Census Bureau, which is not listed there. But it's not an ACS data.
Yeah. And then I asked it to put it into a table. So you can ask for the type of output you want. So this is much easier to read. So they say put it in a table, I think is a nice way to think about the kind of response you get. Because it's the same data, and then it gives me a definition. The name, the number, and a definition. And I don't think, and then I asked for some more information about other sources and it gave me kids count, which is very good, or New Mexico Voices. And I think that's the only two that they're showing here are those two.
And it's missing the official poverty estimates that come out of the current population survey, the CPS.
Yeah. And then I asked for some more specific stuff, and then it gave me these. So Workforce Solutions, it got picked. I did say not the census, and it still gave me a census, and I said not kids count, and it gave me New Mexico Voices, which I know they're not the same, but very similar. All right. So then I asked it, me copy this one. So this is from Bard. And now it gave me different tables. Susan?
Well, you know, they gave you income tables, and income is the flip side of poverty. But some of the S tables are actually groups of data, so it could actually include poverty on those as those summary tables.
So one of the things about Bard versus ChatGPT 3.5, 3.5 is 2 years old. It doesn't have the last 2 years of data. Bard does. Bard is more current. And if you pay for ChatGPT 4.0 or some other tool, the more you pay, the more current you get data. I haven't paid for any of these. I did pay because I got an extra phone to use with these. Really, I did. So this is an area immigration is a big topic, but I would not know what tables to look or what surveys to look for or reports from Homeland Security. So if I would do a search, in Google or DuckDuckGo or one of the other tools, I would have not known to look for all these reports. And this is a nice way to help you find data that you didn't know exists. Especially, you may know census very well, you may know some other stuff very well, but if you don't know the agency's reports very well, this is a way to find them. And these are all true. Yes, always verify. Yes. Yes, it's a text predictor, not a search engine. And the one thing that I'm learning, the more you know about a topic, the more you can use these better. So if you're very well versed in the census, you may be able to dig into the census better with this tool, its potential. Or if you know Python very well, the coding language, you may be able to use these tools to help write the boring code so you can write the more expertise code. I used it to write code for R, and it got 99% right. It missed a comma, but I had to find the comma. Yes, but you're well versed in Python. It helps. Ish. It does help to be very knowledgeable of a topic when you use it. I asked another thing. If you don't know, anyone know who Fred is? Okay, a few people. I was just there last week. Fred is the St. Louis Federal Reserve. And I was there last week for a conference. And Fred has a lot of the time series data that provided by a lot of the US agencies, among other agencies. I'm not going to share that one because it's, sort of same kind of a stuff. But here's when I started getting a little bit more advanced. I asked my colleague, Carl Benedict, so many of you may know him. He's our GIS specialist. He's our data services specialist. And I asked him, since he couldn't be here, some information about GIS. And he gave me a post from ArcGIS. And this is one that I tried. Let's see what the answer is. Maybe we'll do some live ones in a moment. Now, I said northern New Mexico. Yeah, Roswell is not in northern New Mexico, and some people may say Las Vegas is not northern New Mexico, or so I was not being precise of what I meant. And by looking at this, maybe I would say above the 35th latitude, and then I might get better data. But as you can see, very fast, it gave me this data, and I didn't really have to look it up. And I probably could ask for the FIPS code too of these cities, or I should places. That's another way to do that. And then I asked for more live data, this one. And as you can see, now I'm asking it to play a role. You are a GIS specialist. That's what I'm telling I want the machine to be. So you can ask it to do things, say, I want you to be my Python tutor. You can ask it to be someone. So I was in a discussion yesterday. We were talking and we were like, what if we had Einstein talk with Newton? So you could assign those two roles to the machine and have it talk to them and debate a topic. So if you say, can you debate, particle physics or something? I don't know. I don't know anything about physics. So you could ask it to do a debate, and then students could grade the debate. So that's one way to think about it. And then I was thinking, well, instead of two dead guys, why not two people who are alive today on a very important topic? So maybe you upload papers from, say Carl Benedict and someone who does, say poverty research, and have them debate in the machine. Now that gets into an ethical issue as well, because maybe these are copyrighted materials and you shouldn't upload them. But that's a way to use the machine to see a discussion and help you think through an idea, or see how people think on something that they haven't written up. But you would have to load enough information to train the machine to understand who Carl Benedict is versus, say, Susan Reagan. So these are ways to think about using the tools. You can use it with yourself to debate a topic. So if you're trying to come up with a new policy idea or trying to decide which research methodology to use, maybe you can use the tool to help you decide a methodology. But you would have to train it enough to know various methodologies or point it to places to find methodology. So this is, let's copy this one. So I asked for a magnitude of 5.0 or higher, and as you can see, it didn't get that right. And it also kept on this one. Got two in a row, though I guess they were, a couple minutes apart. So there are mistakes here, but these all really did happen in the last week. But I pointed it to the USGS data specifically, and then gave me the coordinates. And I could ask for other kind of content as well. Potentially, it would give me more into the table, and then I could use that in a different way. So it's thinking about ways. Yes.
Any information about where you actually got the data from?
So one of the things, it's not showing here, but you can ask for that. You can say, where did you get the information? And you're going to see a real example of me doing that with another table. But I did ask for it from the USGS specifically, and it didn't say it got it from there, but I think if I go to the live version, it will say that. I don't want to do live just yet. And then I asked for Colorado River flow. This one, I didn't expect this kind of response. Here's So 3 well-known sources. And that could give me some information. If I scroll down more, it actually give me some images. And if I would click on the images, it actually takes me out to the USGS. So it helped me find data and images. Oh, so, so again, so if you didn't hear that, if we go back here, it references this resource that doesn't exist. Is the website right? It's Minnesota. Yeah, so good. So again, you would have to find the environment, New Mexico environment. Yeah. So again, 2 right and 1 hallucination. But if you go down to the images, it got you here, which gave me a lot of information, and then I could go more. And then if I go back, this actually takes me to a research paper. And this is in ResearchGate, which is not my favorite place to go, but usually the articles are real. And so it's giving me more information here. So it found something that I didn't even ask for. So that's a neat way that I got a response I didn't expect other than the hallucinations. I got some more information than I expected. All right. A couple other things. So here's where I uploaded a Beaver paper into Claude. Claude, you don't have to pay to upload papers. So I asked Claude to ingest this paper and evaluate it. And it's written by Jeff Mitchell and Julian. So first I uploaded it and I asked it, what data sources did it use? And I believe these are all correct.
Yeah, they look correct.
If you don't know Implan, it's a very expensive data set. They do a lot of value added data aspects. And then I asked it to evaluate it. And this was on the open web. That's why I uploaded it. It's not, wasn't hidden behind any paywall. And so it's a quick way to get, if you upload, say, 10 papers and ask it to evaluate them all and list all the data sources that are in there. Again, you got to check the work to see if it's working right. But it did a pretty good job, I think, of doing that overview of the paper. And you scroll down and then it gives its conclusion. So one other way I was been using the tool, let me bring up this data set, our spreadsheet I have. We all have spreadsheets, right? Lots of spreadsheets. So I have this line here. And as you can see, there's a lot of URLs here. And I want the base URLs. I don't know how to do that. I know you can do text, but there's lots of commas, there's lots of slashes. So I asked the tool, how do I do that? How do I get just the base URL into a new column? I'm going to add a new column first. Here. Oops, not there, here. Copy that. So if you would ask Excel, it would give you a very long answer and it would not help at all. As probably some of you already know that. But here it is. All I gotta do is copy that. Go into Excel. Paste it in, and yeah. And then if you don't know this trick, you can just do that. and it did the work for me. Otherwise, I would have spent an hour, 2 hours trying to find that and still not get it right. So it's a way to help you work with spreadsheets to do some of the work or find the answers. And I think if you can pay for an Excel plugin that does this for you. And you can sit on the side, you can just ask your questions of how to do some work. And I assume with any other tool from Microsoft or any of the major tools out there that you can have a plugin and have it sit on the side. And when you run into errors, just GPT. He's saying GitHub, if you don't know that, it's a repository of code and even data. It has a plugin now that you can ask it for help with coding in R and Python and probably other. Excuse me. So that's a nice way to do this. So lastly, let me just show you the last thing I did, since a lot of people are dealing with economic development. A couple years ago, well, often when Andy Hyatt presented, if he worked at the census for 30 years, he would tell some stories about helping local businesses with economic development. He told one about helping a fast food restaurant here decide if they should put in a drive-through window. And he would explain how they worked through the census to make the decision, and the guy paid off the loan in 3 years instead of 10 years. Then he told a story, I think, about a salon in California and how he helped them decide which county to put the salon in. So I decided to try a barbershop. Not that I need one. I don't need one, but I didn't say salon. I said barbershop. All right. Let me show you this answer. First, I didn't know what the NAICS code was. So then it gave me the NAICS code, and it gave me an image too, which I did not ask for. But it gave me a definition of the NAICS code. Then, okay, so then it gave me a picture of Bernalillo County, told me how many businesses meet that, and gave me some information. All right, that's good. So here I asked about Mr. Cog. And this is, it helps that I know Mr. Cog exists. And I was using Google Bard because I wanted a more current information. And then it gave me some ideas. We know that North Valley and Rio Rancho, it's almost hard to see where the break is. But I know some people know the break. And we know Rio Rancho is in Sandoval County, and the other two are in Bernalillo County. But it's giving you ideas. And then it gave me, actually, I didn't ask for this, it gave me a number of barbershops that are in the region. And then wait, you'll see in a second. Depend on your specific location. So then it gives me those maps. Is Rio Rancho a better location than the North Valley? Provide 5 reasons. See, being very explicit. And then it gives me these reasons. Then it says overall Rio Rancho is better. And I have a feeling it's dealing with tax reasons. It's one reason, but here's them providing some information. I think that's quite useful. And then I asked, then I asked for a specific location, and it gave me an address. I don't know if these addresses exist. I did not check those out. I don't know if these are empty, but it gave me specific addresses. That's the part I would, question, but it gave me some addresses. And then it says why these are good locations. And then it actually mapped them as well. And here's your question. What sources? I used Google, Yelp, and the Chamber of Commerce. So if you think about your work and what you can do with these tools, now, am I going to give, if they had a client that was doing this, I would not just hand them this information. I would go out and check all this, but it is a good starting point with all this information, because being in Bernalillo County versus Sandoval County has tax implications at minimum, traffic issues, among other things. So there's lots of ways to use the tool to help you find data and to create something like this to help with the business plan, to think about different ways. So there's lots of different ways, I think, to use this information and then ask it where it got its sources. So these are the tools that I've been using. These are all free. Bard and Google has, I don't know how many tools they have now, 3 or 4 that are out there. ChatGPT 3.5, Claude AI, and Perplexity. But if you do a search, you say, I'm looking for tools that do X, it's going to give you a list of tools, no matter what that X is. There's one that in my world, in the library, there's something called Cite, SCITE.ai, and it will help you find citations. We already have a tool that does that, but this tool makes it look fancy, and it does some nice mind mapping or concept mapping of those citations. What's that? No, it does not make the citations up because it is trained on very specifically look for citations only. That's what it's trained on. It's called Cite, SCITE. You have to pay for it. I don't know what the cost is, but we trialed it about a month ago. And then I have a lot of sources. And I can give this information to Susan so she can have all that information. But this one was very interesting. It actually highlights Albuquerque, doesn't highlight them as a center part, but as a tertiary idea, as a place that AI can have some impact on. And then we have a guide on our campus, of course, like every other university. And this guy, Tom Baker, if you're doing any ArcGIS or GIS work, I would look at his stuff. He has a lot of information out there. Dealing with generative AI. I did a quick question on it my own and say, I'm using QGIS, which is the free version, or a free competitor to ArcGIS, and I need some help learning how to get started. And I need, and it gave me like 20 steps how to get started using QGIS. And I could say, I'm an ArcGIS specialist. So you can ask for levels of content. You can say, I'm an expert or I'm a novice, and it will change the answers based on what kind of level you're asked for. So these are lots of different ideas, and I would like to hear other people's ideas and some questions that we can all discuss. I mean, if you want a question, if you want a nonsense answer, you can probably get one pretty easily. You can get ones that are will highlight the wonders of fascism and, you know, how wonderful it is for the people that live under fascism. So you can manipulate the tool the way you want it to. It's possible. I mean, that's why you always got to check the work. I mean, you can help train it as well to give you better answers on certain subject areas. But you have to do the work. For a ready reference question like that, maybe Wikipedia is a better tool. Yeah, like you said, ChatGPT 3.5 is based on old data, or it doesn't have the most current 18 months, 2 years. Now, if you go into Bard, which I think I have open, it gives you some options is when you start using it, and it hooks into the Google environment. You can export stuff into, you can pull in and export from Google Docs or Excel or spreadsheets. You can work into Google Maps. And that's how I got some mapping tools. So it is built into the Google environment, and I think it has more current live information. ChatGPT 4.0 has more current information, and that's when you have to pay for. So I think it's ideal to check each one of these tools to see where they're at, read the information about each tool, and see how they work. There's a tool called rtutor.ai, and that's helping you learn how to code in R. We can try right now. I mean, the only difference is every time you ask the question, you're going to get a different answer. So if anyone has a question, we can try. Actually, I asked the question about myself and all of these tools, and I'm not very famous. So they all just said, we don't have any information, or they made something up. So trying all these tools helps. The one thing that you do need to get into all these tools is a phone number. You have to give a mobile phone number to get into all these tools. Or a Google account helps quite a bit too, because that's when I'm logged into. All these are Google accounts. And the nice thing is, as you can see, my history. It will keep your history as long as you want, and you can delete them as well. And the nice thing is you can also share a response. Like all those links, I just asked for it to share. So if I wanted to go look at this question, and I asked a question about Bureau of Justice reports. If I would take that same question and go into, say, Bard, and I think they're very similar answers, but there might be a little bit difference between them. And these are a little bit easier because they're known sources. But as you can see, I'm never asking for data almost, because I don't want the data, because I know they could be wrong. So I don't, like I said, with the tables, I don't know the tables, but I can get the table number very fast with this tool. And I know to go to data.census.gov to find the information. And then I can use all the facets to pick a place. So it really is testing these tools to see what they would do for you. You really got to try them out and see how they work with your work, whether it's, working with data, policy work, GIS. They can really help. It can. From start to finish, probably 5 minutes. I mean, for me to ask the questions, for me to get the response, think about a new question, whole thing in 5 minutes. So it's very fast. But then you have to spend the time checking the work. That's where the real work comes in the play. So the guy that I was in the class with, he's a epidemiologist, and he was using the tool. I think he did the question in ChatGPT, then he had Claude check the work. Yeah, and again, this is the part where you always got to check the work, but he was using the tool because he's a instructor as well to create quizzes for his students based on stuff. He brought up the idea is this is part of the digital divide. If a student loaded the syllabus, maybe papers the faculty member wrote on their own, and then maybe the textbook into one of these systems, would they have a leg up in the classroom? And someone who couldn't do that, then would they be disadvantaged? That's, that would have to be checked to see if that works. That's another way to think about using these tools I would say, somewhat of a negative way. Because the whole idea is to go to school is to learn, but learning the cheat is. For me, it was more about, I don't want to use that account for anything other than the login to this and some other things. I want to keep my personal phone personal and this stuff separate. I do it for like Snapchat and other things. I use a separate phone for all those things because I don't want to give my phone number to all these companies that if I don't have to. That's the only reason. It's my silliness with privacy. Though my friend who works at AT&T says, we know everything. So.
ChatGPT.
Yeah, so the person is saying one of the nice things that you can do, you can ask your question, and then over here, there's these 3 bars, and you can rename the question. And I did that. I did that today. Actually, barbershop I had as 2 words, and then I renamed it. But the nice thing is that you can keep these as a role. This is a project that I'm trying to work on. And none of the tools could give me a real answer, unfortunately. They kept on just saying, I'm sorry. Yeah, you have to pay someone. Yes. It depends on the company. I would think she's asking the chat boxes that are on various websites, are they AI? I think many of them are AI already, but they may not be generative AI because they may have a very specific set of answers that they're only going to provide. Yeah, as he said, response trees. But if you go to Bing, the Microsoft search engine, now with Google, the chat there is the generative AI. So one of the articles, the one that was written by Gartner, they talked about if you release these to the public or on your site, it's very good if you tell people that. All right, if you tell them that you're talking to a machine and not a human. It may not be a decision tree. It may be really answering your question in a different way than you expect. So each one of the, you can get one of these tools just for yourself. You can pay for a tool and have it learn just for you. I'm not sure if I would do that because of the privacy issues, because these are black boxes. But some universities like Michigan, MIT, they have tools just for their students and faculty. No one else can use them. And it's because of our privacy issue. So companies are using them internally, universities are using them. And then they're going to add them into their websites eventually as well. Skynet. I mean, I can see that already happening where people are using these already as an assistant for them. My boss, or the dean, he uses to write all his emails. I already know that. He even tells us that, and then he edits them. Because you can ask it to write an email for you in a certain sentiment. Like if you want it to be mean or nice, or written like Susan Reagan, or you can, or you could say, someone may be famous, write me an email and the way Ernest Hemingway writes. So very short sentences. So it's using the tool to maybe take off the boring stuff, or instead of having a blank page, you get a draft. And then using it to find data and do some coding to refine work. But, I'm still a little creeped out by them as well, personally. But the woman who presented in March at Brown University or MIT from Google, she said in about 2 years, and Gartner said it as well, these are just going to be part of life. They'll be boring. It's like search engines are. It will eventually just become part of life. So it does remind me of when, Google came out, when Wikipedia became a big deal. But these are a little bit more invasive because they will take jobs away in some respects. Yeah, good. Yeah, there's lots of philosophical. Yes, there's a lot of ethical and philosophical ideas about this tool, of these tools, and no one has answers yet. We would like to shape them, but tech companies seem to do things without thinking over and over again. There was a New York Times article asking people who lost their jobs because of AI. And one guy wrote all these marketing things for various customers. And the customers eventually, the customers for companies, they eventually said, these tools are good enough. We don't need you. And the guy's business, he was gone. So. Any other thoughts, comments? Susan, you're going to use it now?
Sure. Thank you, Todd. This has been really good. And Todd and I have had a lot of conversations back and forth about AI.
Yeah. Well, thank you.
And thank all of you for hanging out all the way to 4:30 and listening to this. Feel free to take anything that's left in the back room for food on your way out. You have a good evening and look forward to seeing you all next year. By the way, something that I've noticed since COVID is none of us drink coffee anymore. And I had too much coffee. So if you guys will take a gallon of coffee as you walk out the door, that would help us.